Welcome to the Ice Guys Live Stanley Cup Playoffs Betcast. It is Tuesday, May 17th, Ian Cameron, and it is our third Stanley Cup Playoffs Betcast of the playoffs. Playoff Betcast, and we are now into the second round. This is now where we start to trim things down to the best of the best in terms of the teams left standing in the National Hockey League, although we did say goodbye to a few pretty good teams in the last round. Minnesota Wild, Toronto Maple Leafs, Minnesota, Pittsburgh. We had to say goodbye to some really good teams in the last round, but now you really have some great matchups coming up here in the second round. Of course, tomorrow night, Rangers, Hurricanes, the Battle of Alberta, Oilers, Flames get underway. But tonight, we've got the Blues and the Avalanche later on at 9:30 p.m. Eastern with Game 1 of their second round series. And coming up in just minutes from now, minutes from opening puck drop of Game 1, the Battle of Florida for the second straight year, the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Florida Panthers going at it here in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Looking forward to that. Welcome to the Betcast. We are going to have Alex B. Smith, Andrew McInnis, my colleagues on the Ice Guys show, joining me later on in the Betcast. Connor Mack, my colleague at Pub Sports Radio, he will be joining me in actually a few minutes here on the Betcast and ready to join in and join me as well. He's someone that's a great bettor, great handicapper, great person. That's the most important thing, and lots of fun over the years working with Connor Mack, and looking forward to doing so again tonight here on the Betcast. So excited about that. This game about to get underway. We've got Tampa and Florida. As you know, I'm on Florida to win Game 1 at minus 155 is the price I got with them. I like the situation where they, I think, could come out and really assert themselves against this Tampa Bay team. The Lightning did not play well in Game 1 in the first round against the Leafs. They got buried in that game. They're coming off a very grueling, hard-fought 7-game series against the Leafs. Now they're turning around from Saturday to Tuesday. No Braden Point either. It's just a lot working against the Lightning. Maybe they're too good and they overcome it, but I think this is a really negative situation tonight for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Florida primed to take advantage. So I'm on Florida here, money line in Game 1. I'm on over 6.5 in this game as well. A little small sprinkle on both teams to score just because you can get plus 155 with it, which I think is a great price at BetMGM in terms of the both teams to score in the first period of this game. Also the Florida Panthers, it might be too late to get this in because I'm sure they're going to take this off momentarily, but Florida Game 1 and series, a combo there to win Game 1 and win the series at plus 130 in this Lightning Panthers series. As far as props go, we're on a bunch. We are on Carter Verhaeghe to score a goal. It's a no-brainer to me to bet that with what he did in the first round for the Florida Panthers. So we like Carter Verhaeghe, anytime goal score for the Florida Panthers. You can find that price at around you can get Verhaeghe, believe it or not, still plus 200 in some spots. This is someone who is the best offensive player, best player overall, in my opinion, in the first round for the Florida Panthers. And yet at many books, you can still get upwards of plus 200 in terms of him to score a goal here in game number 1 tonight. So I think that is a phenomenal bet to make there at that price. Verhaeghe to get a point, you have to lay a little juice, but I think it's a price worth laying at minus 135 on Verhaeghe to collect a point as well. Verhaeghe shots on goal is another one that also I'm looking at here in Game 1. As far as the Lightning and a few other props too for the Panthers, Barkov over shots, Barkov over 1.5 points at a plus price. I'm going to take a shot with that tonight. For Tampa, Huberdeau as well to score a goal. And there's one more, I think, goal scorer that I ended up taking. That's Sam Bennett for Florida as well. As far as the Lightning go, I've got Victor Hedman at plus 300 to score a goal. I have Nikita Kucherov at plus 150 to score a goal. Naturally, with Braden Point, one of these big fish for the Lightning have to step their game up offensively. So I think that is going to be Kucherov tonight, who did get a big goal in Game 6 against Toronto. So we'll see how that ends up going. And also Hedman to get a point as well in this game is another thing that I bet. Victor Hedman to get a point, I believe, is around. Let me just see what the price was with that. let me see. Oh, yes, there we go. Victor Hedman to score a point. So we are on that as well. Oh, and forgot to mention, of course, it goes without saying, after what he did in Game 7 and how well he played for the Tampa Bay Lightning throughout the second half of the season, I'm also very much interested in both uh, Ross Colton again in terms of goal scorer prop, which again was around plus 350. And you could actually get plus 300, even though this guy scored twice in Game 7 with Nick Paul for the Tampa Bay Lightning. So those were a couple goal scorer props I added for the Lightning. And, that way, you know what, even though I like Florida in Game 1 and I like them in the series, although I really do like Florida more in Game 1 tonight than I like them in the series. I still think this series is going to be tough. This is the two-time defending champions. This is a team that you're going to have to, you're going to have to beat them. You're going to have to put them out of their misery, if you're going to get past them. That's how tough they are to defeat. But, you worry about whether they're finally going to get worn down in this series. That's going to end up being the question. They do, by the way, the Tampa Bay Lightning. We are underway in Game 1, less than a minute in. An early first-minute penalty taken by the Florida Panthers. So the Tampa Bay Lightning on the power play here very early in this game and a chance to strike very quickly here. The Tampa Bay Lightning with a power play that really played well for extended stretches against the Leafs, 21.2% with the man advantage for the Tampa Bay Lightning in the first round. So, this is what Florida doesn't want to do, and that is, take too many penalties here against this Tampa Bay Lightning team. Boy, geez, I'll tell you what, that was one of those, they didn't want to give Tampa Bay a 5-on-3. How that was not called. Look, I'm on Florida. How that was not called, I don't know. That probably should have been a 5-on-3 given to the Tampa Bay Lightning. But nevertheless, what's funny? Those little trips where the stick gets caught up in the skate, there's been a couple of instances where that hasn't been called. In certain, I remember Dallas Calgary, Game 7, clear as day. Nikita Zadorov got tripped. The stick got under his skates. It was a trip, clearly, and it was not called. And so I don't know what it is. Maybe they're letting some of those things go a little bit more than normal, but that was no doubt to me and that was one of those where, hey, it's Game 1. Maybe we don't want to give one of these teams a 5-on-3 this early in the series, but man, Florida got away with one there. Tampa running out of time on this power play. They really haven't been able to set up a whole lot on it just yet. 10 seconds left in it. And it looks like Florida is going to kill off this Tampa Bay power play. So pretty good early penalty kill. It's when you're on home ice and you're a Florida Panthers team that is trying to knock off the reigning champions, and you're a team that's trying to avenge a hard-fought series loss to the Lightning a year ago. The last thing you want to do on home ice in Game 1 is give the Lightning an early power play and maybe risk them scoring on it. So to get that early penalty kill for the Tampa Bay Lightning was very much a welcome sight, no question about that for them. So they kill off the penalty, and actually they had a 2-on-1 rush right at the end of that penalty after it was killed off. So well done by the Panthers, still scoreless, just 3 minutes into the opening period there. And of course, it's pretty weird, I guess you could say, that for the first time since we started doing the betcasts, of course, started doing them after the Super Bowl. After the NFL season ended way back in February, that's when we started to get into the routine of getting into these betcasts every Tuesday night on a weekly basis. This is the first time where we just have one standalone game to keep track of, at once. I mean, it's a rare feeling, that's for sure. We've had all of our betcasts so far this season where we've had multiple games on at once, but tonight we've just got the one game right now. Later on at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, another game where it's just a standalone game, St. Louis against Colorado. So it's nice that we just got one game. We don't have to really, our eyes aren't bouncing around left and right, checking scores, checking updates, checking, injury updates, checking stat updates, trying to, your eyes are trying to watch 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 in some cases, different games all at once. And, that's definitely a good thing for me. You can relax a little bit more and just really focus in on the one game. It looks like Florida. We've got a whistle here. I don't know if it's a penalty or, what I do? I can turn up the volume just a little. There we go. So, no, it's just a face-off in the zone. So we're well underway now. That's good. Second round, it is here. Tampa Bay, Florida, underway, scoreless right now, 4 minutes into the opening period. Of course, in terms of live bets, I already mentioned what I like in terms of pregame wagers in this game, but live wagers right now, again, not much change. We're seeing 6.5 shaded to the under now in terms of the live betting number for this game. And of course, it was 6.5 minus 130 with the price in terms of the total. It was shaded to the over. Now we're seeing it pretty much shaded to the under now here in this game between the Lightning and the Panthers. We welcome in everybody in the chat, by the way. HD Tube, Wade's Venture, Ricardo Sandoval, Jonathan Yim, Sam Calmer, Sniffy Healer, Craig Brack, Brent Norris, Olaf, Mr. Chicago, and more. We appreciate it. Hit the like button. Make sure you do that as well. We appreciate that very much. And a reminder, too, if you want to join us on the Betcast, just DM me or email bobano350@gmail.com, and I will make sure I send you the link to the Betcast, and we'll make sure we get you on the Betcast as soon as you're ready. That's the way it always works. So excited for this. Again, we'll be on for both games tonight. We'll take you right through to the end of the Blues Avalanche game. Even if it goes to overtime, we'll stay on the air. We did that, I remember, with I think it was the it was LA Edmonton, game 5 of that series. I remember we were on the air and we stayed right with it right until the end of that game. So that is what we will do tonight. Tampa Bay, Florida. We'll be here for this whole entire game, and we will be here on this Betcast as well for the entire Blues and Avalanche game. So looking forward to that here throughout the course of the night. Great stuff indeed. So Tampa Bay and Florida, again, still scoreless. Again, an early power play for Tampa, which went they did not capitalize on. It was a pretty good kill from the Panthers, and so we remain scoreless here in the opening period. Tampa Bay has not allowed a shot on goal yet to the Florida Panthers. So if you're Florida here and you're trying to, have a solid start here, coming off, a big 7-game, tough, hard-fought series against Toronto, you've not really allowed Florida to get that rush chance game going and get the speed through the neutral zone going. And I think Tampa Bay, believe it or not, is the team in this series that's going to want to slow things down a little bit, compared to Florida. We really did see at times, especially at 5-on-5, even strength in the first round against Toronto. We really did see evidence of Tampa Bay having some issues with that speed through the neutral zone that the Leafs were able to generate, and the ease of the offensive zone entries that the Leafs were able to generate at times. And I think they know Florida is the kind of team that can have those similar kind of strength, similar kind of strength in terms of what their team can do. It can get the blue line with that speed, with that great puck movement. They are a very fast group, and I think Tampa Bay, they're actually, of these two teams, might be the team that wants to kind of break that pace down, slow things down a little bit, and make this more of a in between the dots, 4-check cycle game type of series. They just don't want to be giving Florida these easy rush chances and these quality looks. I think that's going to be something to watch out for here in this series, as Florida right now trying to set up in the offensive zone for the first time. Again, they haven't had a boatload of looks yet at Andrei Vasilevsky, who, by the way, deserves all the credit in the world for his team getting here to a second round against the Florida Panthers. For his performance against Toronto in Game 7, he was just absolutely magnificent, especially in the third period when the Toronto Maple Leafs were really starting to carry the play and really starting to buzz, get a lot of pressure around the around the Tampa Bay net. And it was just a wonderful job, in my opinion, by Andrei Vasilevsky in goal, because, Toronto, for all the disappointment and despair and heartbreak, that the Leaf fans are going through right now, it's a situation where, if not for the terrific job by Andrei Vasilevsky, this could be a situation where the Lightning are not here in the second round tonight for Game 1 against the Florida Panthers. So we do have another penalty here to Florida. So a couple of penalties early in the first 10 minutes for the Panthers. So a second power play opportunity is coming up for the Florida Panthers. And look, Anthony Duclair has not had a great playoff so far, and he's really not helping his case by taking a 2-minute high sticking penalty there in the neutral zone. You got to control your stick, man. I mean, it's really that simple. I mean, you're already in a spot where you've been banished down to the fourth line already earlier in these. And no, not that actually. Healthy scratch. He was totally sat out, benched in one game earlier in these playoffs by Andrew Burnett in the Washington series. You need to come in here, make an impact, and unfortunately, here you are, and you're basically in the penalty box. That you're not going to help your team in this game and in this series doing that. And you got to have better control of your sticks. So the nightmare continues for Anthony Duclair. It's been, like I say, it's been a disappointing, underwhelming Stanley Cup playoffs for him. This is a guy that's had probably one of his best seasons in the regular season, although a lot of that comes with the territory of playing alongside Alexander Barkov. I mean, Sasha Barkov can just make anybody look like a rose out there on the ice, and certainly he's been the benefactor, or Anthony Duclair rather has been the benefactor of that. Yeah, he was a healthy scratch in Game 6, the clinching game against Washington. He didn't play. Healthy scratch. The guy only averaged 12 minutes of ice time throughout that Washington series. He had just 2 assists, 1 shot on goal through the first 5 games of that series. I can understand why Andrew Burnett wanted to send a message. And now he puts Duclair back in tonight here in Game 1, and here he is in the penalty box. So that's not good. You're trying to give your coach some optimism, some belief that, hey, I'm making the right decision, giving you another shot tonight in the lineup, and unfortunately takes a penalty. And the reason for him being in is because Mason Marchment's still out. If Mason Marchment ever comes out, or comes back, I should say, because Mason Marchment's still out. He's got an undisclosed injury. We have not seen Mason Marchment since Game 4 of that first-round series against Washington. So if you're Anthony Duclair, the time's ticking. When Mason Marchment comes back and he's healthy, he's ready to go, someone's going to be the odd man out. And if you've got just 1 shot on goal in 5 games and only 2 assists, and then you take a penalty like that, where you can't control your stick in the neutral zone, then the coach is going to have no fucking choice but to take your ass out again. It's that simple. So Anthony Duclair, he's got to get it going here a little bit for the Florida Panthers. All right, so second power play now for the Tampa Bay Lightning. They have had both power play chances to this point in the hockey game. A power play that, again, was very good in the series against Toronto. Tampa Bay working it around right now in the periphery. Hedman's got it at the point, trying to work it around. Now, Tampa Bay did not get a chance to set up a whole lot in the first power play they had. Florida did a pretty good job from that standpoint, and we'll see how they go here. There's a big shot from the point by Hedman, turned aside by Sergei Bobrovsky, and Florida is able to clear it right back down the ice. Under a minute to go now in the Tampa Bay power play, and we're approaching 9 minutes into the opening period here of this game. Again, a glorious opportunity, a second glorious opportunity for Tampa Bay, really to steal some of the thunder and the energy out from the building here at FLA Live Arena, although to be honest, it didn't feel like it had the greatest of energy from the opening faceoff compared to what I've heard out in Toronto and Calgary and Edmonton, and certainly Colorado and some of these other buildings in the first round. I mean, I didn't really hear a boatload of incredible crowd noise necessarily here from the Florida Panther faithful to begin this game. And certainly if Tampa were to capitalize and cash in on this power play or one of these power play opportunities, then it'd really be tough for the crowd to get into the game. But another good kill in progress here by the Panthers, no question about that. And Aaron Ekblad walking in and put a backhand shot that went wide, but that was a exclamation point on a phenomenal penalty kill by the Florida Panthers that you could say the most dangerous chance that either team had on that Lightning power play was actually a chance for Florida. So a terrific penalty kill right now by the Panthers. They're back in the zone, walking in, shot deflected off someone's skate, but now Florida working it around. So this could be a momentum swing right here for the Panthers. They just got a second penalty kill. An easy wrist shot handled by Andrei Vasilevsky, and there'll be a face-off in the zone. Still scoreless, and looks like we're going to have a TV timeout. Yep, we're under 10 minutes to go in the first. That means it is time for a TV timeout. There's Alex B. Smith in our chat live. First period over 1.5 plus 165 for Alex here in it looks like he's going to get in on that over 1.5 here in the first period. Now you can get a very good price with that plus 1 -65 right now with that. So Alex involved with that. All right, so no score. 2 penalties, kills early in the first period here for Florida. That's a very good sign early in this game. We'll see how it continues to progress. Florida certainly could get some momentum from that. We'll have to wait and see how things go. But right now, I'm going to take a look and see if Florida, what the price is for. I'm tempted by Florida first goal now at minus. I'm going to take that. Florida minus 130 first goal of the game. Florida Panthers. They've killed off 2 penalties. You know how the refs work in the Stanley Cup playoffs, especially. They might look for whatever next foul or infraction the Tampa Bay Lightning commit. The refs may not hesitate to call it. So probably Florida due for a power play very soon after being in the box twice already. So momentum definitely, in-game momentum is definitely siding a little toward Florida after those 2 big penalty kills. So at minus 130 for Florida to score the first goal of Game 1, I think that's worth a look here as well. And of course, I'm already on both teams to score in the first period. So that one has work to do, but that's a very small bet. I was kind of thinking this game, it either could open up and explode early, or it could be one of these like we see so far where you get through the first 10 minutes without a goal. So I'm going to go with Florida to score the first goal, minus 130 here against Tampa Bay. And we'll see if we can get a live winner on the board with that. All right, looks like we're back from the timeout, and we've got the face-off in the Tampa Bay zone. By the way, cheers to everyone joining us here tonight on the Betcast. Looking forward to really all of these series on paper. Again, they don't play the games on paper. They play them on the ice. All you can hope for is that they somewhat live up to the billing and what they could end up being. These could end up being just some absolutely outstanding series when it's all said and done, but you're never quite sure until you actually see them play out. I thought St. Louis, Minnesota was going to be a classic, and to be quite honest with you, even though it ended up going 6 games, it was not the series I was hoping for. I was hoping for it to be a little bit better than that, especially when you consider that most of the games were lopsided, one-sided, and it certainly made it a great job. I'm reading some things, by the way, with the New Jersey Devils here, and apparently Steve Cangelosi, the play-by-play man for the New Jersey Devils on television for, I would say, the last decade, really ever since Doc Emmerich left the booth of the Devils, I believe probably around 2011 or 2012, and he left the booth because he just wanted to do national television games for NBC at the time. He said that was enough. It was enough on my schedule, enough on my plate just doing the NBC games every year. So he stopped doing the Devils games for MSG Plus, and that's when Steve Cangelosi took over as the play-by-play voice of the New Jersey Devils. I'm just reading right now that he's either retiring or he's leaving the team, or I don't know what, but apparently he's done. He's done with the New Jersey Devils, which is a little bit surprising. So he's not that old. We're seeing broadcasters go to their 70s or in their 80s. Hell, I thought Rick Jeanneret for the Sabres was going to die in the broadcast booth. No joke. I'm serious. I mean, that's how long he had been going. I thought, we were just going to, one night he was just going to keel over in the booth, and that was going to be it. Seriously. I mean, that's how long he'd been at 51 years with the team, and he's in his 80s now. But Steve Cangelosi's a young man here for New Jersey, and apparently he's done. So well wishes to him in the future, no question. Look who the cat dragged in here. It's my old friend. I haven't been on a show with this guy in a long, long time, because really all I'm doing right now is NBA with the Pub Sports Radio folks, and Connor's not on that. So it is a true pleasure to have Connor Mack here with me on the Betcast. What's up, my friend?
Glad to see you, man. We'll be back soon, though. College football's coming up. I think of some other stuff will get going once the NBA is done. But thanks for having me on. I've been wanting to come on for a minute, and thanks for having me. Just back to normal. It seems like us. Let's just rock. Let's roll. I feel like we want to break down games, even though this has been good early and tight. I see Point was out. I didn't notice that until just a few minutes ago in this game. So maybe I was a little behind today.
Yeah, Braden Point ruled out because he got that injury where, look, people thought his season was fucked. People thought his season was going to be over when we first saw that. I mean, that looked really, really bad in Game 7 against Toronto when he's just on the ice and his leg bent backward and underneath. And as soon as you see the leg contort in that kind of fashion, you're automatically thinking, wow, his season's over or the leg is done. But sure enough, he's back on the ice in the second and the third, but he could barely put any weight on it. He's an absolute warrior for even giving it a shot, Braden Point. So they figured, you know what? This is game 1. Let's rest it up. Let's see if we can get you back and ready for later in the series. It's probably the smart decision. I
think it is the smart move. What do you have here going so far in this game? Do you have the over? What do you want?
Well, I have I have a smaller on the over in this game. The primary bets for me are the props and also Florida money line, and I've also got a Florida win game 1 and win the series at plus 130 combination. Okay. I feel like Florida can win this series. I really thought this was a good situational spot for them though in game 1, considering you've got the Tampa Bay Lightning coming off the 7-game series against Toronto. It took a lot out of them. Saturday to Tuesday turnaround is not the greatest, and you're playing without Braden Point, and I thought Florida had an opportunity. Plus, Florida's chomping at the bit to get this series going. They lost to Tampa last year in the first round. It's been the year of the revenging teams as well. You look at Boston and Carolina in the first round. Connor, Boston beat Carolina twice in the playoffs. Carolina got him back this year. Yep. We've seen the revenging team do well, so. We'll see if that happens for Florida. But I really like them more than anything in game. I like them in the series, but I like them even more, Connor, in game 1 tonight.
Excellent. I am going to wait. I just didn't love the price. You know how it gets with me when you get a 2-time defending champ and that can win on the road. But you talked about them losing last year in the playoffs. I think the Panthers kind of don't mind playing the Lightning. It seems like during the regular season, getting wins. It seems like it's always 4-3, 5-4 are these games when they meet up, but early 0-0. But, when they meet up, and that's regular season, a lot different than the playoffs here. But I think it should be an excellent one. And I think if you like the Panthers, this is why I love the betcast. I think maybe Lightning go up 1-0. That would be the time maybe pull on the Panthers. And how great have they been from behind, even all year, let alone the Capitals in that series, the last few games. So team that plays well from behind can get goals quickly in a hurry.
Yes, they can. And Florida's starting to put a couple of nice offensive zone shifts in a row together after a slow start. Well, they were in the penalty box a lot in the first 10 minutes, Florida. 2 Tampa Bay power plays that were killed off, and now Florida's starting to get their 5-on-5 game going. And they have themselves a goal.
There we go.
Anthony Duclair from the doghouse to the penthouse. A guy scratched in game 6, and there's that Florida first goal bet, baby.
Nice.
Placed it a couple minutes ago at minus 130. The Florida Panthers 1-0, and Anthony Duclair
beautiful
the goal. He needed that.
Yeah. Great dish. Pass. Right over the shoulder.
Sauce pass right on the tape.
Is this Florida's year, though? Can they do it? I mean, it's so tough for the Lightning to keep going. Obviously, going for a three-peat. I mean, that's just got to be, whew. So, that Panther team's really good. That was great.
Great pass by Jonathan Huberdeau. Perfect pass to Duclair, and 1-0 Panthers.
Yeah, sweet dish.
Okay, so Alex B. Smith, you're in the chat. I know you're having some headaches today, my friend. I know you planned on joining. I hope you do, but if you can't, we understand. I know you've had some headaches, haven't been feeling well today, but if you want to join us, you still can. But I know he's on over 1.5 here in this first period at a plus price, and I know that now he's got some new life with that. And I also still have both teams to score first period, Connor Mack at plus 155, a great price with that. So that's still alive if Tampa can find the back of the net here in the last 5 minutes or so.
I like it. That's a solid bet with these two teams.
Yep. Crowd's into it now. I hear them. Lots of noise. Oh, and another great chance and stopped by Vasilevsky. So Florida, huge push and that's hockey for you, right, Connor Mack? I mean, you're a big hockey fan. You've watched hockey for a lot of years, just like me. Teams after they score a goal, especially on home ice, they get that push, they get that surge, and they come rocking right back the next shift.
Oh yeah, it could be 2-0 real quick here.
Yep. Right now, it's a good push right now by the Panthers. Steven Stamkos, pretty quiet period, actually, for Stamkos, Kucherov, some of these big guns for Tampa
Nothing.
Bay that without Braden Point, you need a little bit more from these guys. And, they've been pretty quiet here in this opening period for the Lightning so far.
Definitely look a little sluggish. Yeah, out there.
Yeah, passes aren't clicking. They're losing some puck battles. They lost coverage there on the Duclair goal. I mean, Duclair had way too much time and space there to make a play with it. And we definitely saw that. Oh, man, Zach Bogosian just ran someone right into the ditch for Florida. What a hit there along the bench area. That's his game. Just knock someone on their can.
And they need that.
And a long shot taken by someone from Tampa Bay. Easy save for Bobrovsky. And looks like will be a face-off and a TV timeout as well. So, 4 minutes to go. First period, 1-0 Florida. Anthony Duclair, Connor Mack, scratched in Game 6, had a terrible series against Washington up until that point. That's why he was benched. That's why he was healthy scratched by Brunette. He had a great regular season, but you got to elevate in the playoffs. And all he gave Florida was one shot on goal and 2 assists in the first 5 games against Washington. Nothing at all. Game 6, he was healthy scratched. That's the game that Florida closed out Washington. But Andrew Brunette, new series, new opponent. Game 1, wiped the slate clean, put him back in tonight, and look what happens.
Yeah, exactly. That's huge for him, especially right off the bat. It's got to get his confidence up. That you talked about was just, man, that was rough for him last series, like you just mentioned.
Yeah, I didn't play well enough. Did not play well enough whatsoever. No question about that. Look, I know this is the hockey betcast. I get it. And look, this is going to be 98% hockey here on the betcast tonight. No question. But we will talk, especially with Connor Mack, because he's an all-sports guy like me. We do have NBA East Final, Game 1, Boston, Miami. The line's gone up. Heat are now 4.5-point favorites now. A couple of absences for the Boston Celtics. For Game 1 tonight has influenced this line, which means I'm happy that I locked in minus 130 money line on the Miami Heat when I did earlier today. But, there's no Al Horford. There's no Marcus Smart for the Boston Celtics. That's your best perimeter defender. And Smart gives you offense, too, but he's your best perimeter defender. And Al Horford's had actually a fountain of youth type of playoffs so far for Boston. He's played very well, and you can use all the size and rebounding and you can get against Bam Adebayo and some of these Heat front court players. So tough to be without these two guys, and we'll see if Boston can overcome it, but makes the mountain a little bit tougher to climb now.
Yeah, you got to think if you have Heat money line or -2 right now, you're feeling good. I have to say though, I'm gonna wait, and I wanted to maybe get to 5. Smart's the big one though. I mean, Horford's been great, like you've talked about, resurgence, and he's been unreal in and out. Whether lineup, whether he's starting or on the bench, but Smart's just so good defensively. He was so good in Game 7. He was huge for me for that halftime bet. He stole a ball from Giannis, trying to throw up that shot. He made all those free throws. They went up by 5. So he made a huge play for me to win that bet. I do have to say, though, like I said, if it keeps creeping, I don't know. They still have Tatum. They still have Brown. So I think could be tight. Those points could come in handy.
Yeah, it's one of those where I'm happy with what I have with Miami money line, but it wouldn't be one of those where up to -5, let's lay 5 now with Miami. No, it doesn't work that way. If I miss the good number on a game like this where 2 guys are out for the other team, I'm not going to chase the bad number. It's just not going to happen.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, that's something you just don't want to do. It took a lot of years to be disciplined to make sure you don't do that. Don't make that move.
Duclair with another shot just now on Vasilevsky.
Yeah.
He's greedy now. He wants a second goal, and Vasilevsky just dropped what was an easy rebound to handle there. So he looked a little shaky on that save. But nevertheless, Florida is starting to take territorial edge in this game here the last few minutes, no doubt.
Definitely. Lightning want to just, I think, get through this here. But
was that a giveaway and a turnover by Hedman of all people? It looked like it. Just a cross ice pass through the neutral zone. That's a no-no. He knows better than that. Wow, Vasilevsky in round 2. They just flashed his record 12-3 and 1.4 goals against in the second round for Vasilevsky. Pretty damn good. Wow. Hey, Big Ragu, Doc in the chat. Our good friend, man, it was so much fun down there in San Antonio a couple months ago. That was
Hell
a
yeah.
blast.
Shout out to Doc. Maybe I'll see him. I'm going to jump after this. I'll jump on the nightcap for a few minutes as well if Doc's going to be on there. But yeah, it was great to see him. I can't wait to see him hopefully in August. I missed him right after San Antonio when he was here in Vegas. So.
Yep. Wow.
And real quick, I got to give a shout out to the chat. I can't see it. The man, I have everything pulled up, but shout out to the chat if anyone's wrote anything. I'm glad to be here. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Sam Calmer, who's everywhere. Definitely. Alex is coming on. So there you go. He's finishing dinner. Alex B. Smith will be coming on in a few minutes on the Betcast. We've got Josh Lucero, who is a big Colorado Avalanche fan, will be on with us for the second game. The Blues and the Avalanche. I think Andrew McInnis as well. He said he would be on for the later game tonight. The Blues and the Avs, which is around 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, you saw Andrew in Las Vegas. Andrew was saying when you were doing the meet and greet there. Yeah,
it was good to see him. Yeah, and hang out with him for a little bit.
Isn't he a tall son of a gun?
Yeah. Man, he's a tall son of a gun. I mean, he's like 6'5", 6'6". He's tall.
Exactly.
He's tall.
I know. Sure. Basketball. I mean, that's his. If that would be at least height wise. That's his sport. That would be his sport.
Yeah. Where are you at? I think I'm 3 seconds behind you. What time do you have?
It is in the period. You're right. I mean, everybody's feed is different. I think I had like 2 minutes left in the first just now.
Yep. I'm about 2:04.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. In terms of the late game, Connor Mack's here now, so we got to get his thoughts. The late game, St. Louis, Colorado. Have you bet anything there for game one of that?
I haven't. I like this Blues team though. I mean, I loved them against the Wild. I thought the Wild were a ripoff, and nothing against them. I thought they'd play maybe a little bit better at home, but they even started folding at home. You know, especially kind of late in the regular season. I know at the very end they played well the last 10 games, but they had that rough stretch of about 15 games where it was not good for them. I think this Blues team's been under the radar. I kind of like them tonight. I wouldn't mind a first period bet, even full game. I think there's a little value. It's hard not to like the Avalanche after watching that series. I mean, just steamroll the Preds. And is this the year, though? I always, they've been the best team, I think, in the West. What do you think, the last 3 or 4 years, or 1 or 2? Yep. And they've gotten here or the finals and just kind of.
This is the round where they bow out, the second round. They haven't gotten to the conference finals under Nathan McKinnon and Landeskog and all these core players. Yep.
You're right. I thought they got to the finals, the West, 1 year, but maybe I'm wrong. But this is So this is big for them, and obviously a pretty good rivalry. Blues Avs there, so I think it'll be a good one. And the Blues got to play tough. I'm worried about their goaltending, but I think the Avs have a goaltending issues at times throughout the year, so it should be a good one. I can't wait.
It should be. There's like I said earlier, I think St. Louis can steal game one, and I really like the Blues in the first period. Plus 155 at a very good price, plus 195 full game. But I think I like the first period even more because of the first 20 minutes, that 8-day layoff since they finished Nashville.
Yeah.
That's where you could see that's where you could see St. Louis take advantage of a rough start for Colorado. Colorado's good enough that they can overcome a really bad first period and still win.
Oh yeah. I like that first period bet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it. I don't know if I want to go full game, but I'm definitely going to take the first period here.
Yeah, I think it's worth a look. I like over 6.5. I like the over in that game more than this game that we're watching right now because Colorado and St. Louis have been over machines head to head. I don't know what it is. It's just something about Blues versus Avs. There's been lots of goals. They had 3 regular season meetings against one another. Colorado, St. Louis, 3-0 to the over, and all 3 games ended up having 7 goals in them. What a save by Bobrovsky. Just a terrific chance for Tampa just now. And Bobrovsky on top of his game there to make that stop to keep it 1-0. That's probably the best chance Tampa's had. The only chance really Tampa's had the last, I would say, 8 minutes or so. Huge stop, though. You give up that goal and it's 1-1 instead of 1-0 going into the first intermission. That's a tough blow for the Panthers.
Yeah, it is. And you mentioned that over. I think it's a solid look, too. It seems like when they meet, overs happen. It's kind of when Vegas and the Blues. Yeah. When those teams just get together, no matter if there's been a couple shutouts or those teams get together, take the over. Yeah. Knights, Blues. So kind of similar, especially this year, like you mentioned, 3-0 the over.
Isn't it great too that the NHL has their rights now on ESPN and TNT?
And TNT, yeah. Both.
I mean, now people know exactly where to find NHL playoff hockey. I mean, with all due respect, I like the coverage that NBC brought to it all those years. But
Me
when
too.
when the games aren't on NBC, you're stuck having to search and look for NBC Sports Network and CNBC and MSNBC and all these fucking little rinky-dink, po-dink little channels that half of America doesn't even get. And it's an embarrassment. It was at times. So now you've got ESPN, ESPN2, ABC, TNT, TBS. Everybody gets those channels and everybody knows where to find them. And this is good for the NHL. This is good for ratings. This is good for business that they've got the new television rights that they have now.
I think it's phenomenal. I've loved everything about ESPN and TNT. I think it's gone above expectations, and to have both those channels having hockey, I love it.
Yeah, and they're trying to recreate that, not totally like rip off what they're doing with Kenny and Chuck and Shaq and Ernie with the NBA
similar,
studio, but similar, just laid back, pub atmosphere, bar atmosphere, have some fun, shoot the shit. They're doing that with Tocchet and Gretzky and Anson Carter and Biz Nasty. Yeah.
Yep. Good old Paul. Yeah. Biz Nasty.
Yeah. They got a good thing going there. It's laid back. They always say hockey players, compared to some other sports, you don't see the player personalities quite as much showing up because, they're always they're laid back, nice guys, but they're not always most charismatic people in the world, the hockey players.
Yeah. Like an interview, between periods. People are, they're just, we got it going. They just get in real quick, kind of short,
Yeah.
I like it too.
Yeah. We just got to get going and pucks in deep and more shots on goal and traffic to the net and pucks to the net. And it's the same old, wordplay they give you with every interview. Yeah. Okay, we are at the first intermission here with Lightning Panthers, 1-0 Florida. Minus 425, current live line for Florida, plus 320 for Tampa. 5.5 the total here, minus 115. And I think that's already pretty decent value. If you want to get greedy, you could you could wait for the first 5 minutes of the second period to pass by, and you could probably get a plus price on that 5.5, and you might even see it drop to 4.5. If you get more than that without scoring. 4.5.
Exactly what I was going to say.
An absolute must bet for me. Any playoff game, Connor Mack, especially with capable offensive teams, when it gets down to 4.5, I immediately lock in, especially when it gets to a decent price.
Yeah, you nailed it. I think if you want to wait a little bit, just to get this maybe plus price instead of 120 on the 5.5, get that. Oh yeah, and if it dropped to 4, they're just, these teams can unload. Lightning can do it, but especially the Panthers.
Yeah.
So I love it. I like the play. Sit and wait for me too. Alex, what's up, my man?
Hey, Connor, how's it going? How's everybody doing?
Good.
Yeah, good to see you, Alex. Alex has had some headaches and all, some stuff with that.
Yeah, it's been a rough day today. I haven't been able to look at light until literally about maybe a couple hours ago. So it happens every now and then, and it's kind of getting better over time. It's not as bad as it was 3 or 4 years ago. But
what initially caused those issues for you?
It started with a shoulder injury. I had a shoulder injury from baseball years ago, and so there was a nerve issue, and I got that taken care of. And then they're like, no, but you had other things. I've had concussions before, so they're like, they can flare up at time to time. I don't have them like as frequent enough to get like Botox or any kind of treatment for it, because there's like people who have migraines like 20 times a month, which I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, but so there's not really a lot of treatment they can do. Otherwise things would be kind of overkill for certain things. But so just kind of have to deal with it, and I have some medications I can take to ease it. But usually nighttime is kind of better for me because there's just a lot of brightness in the day that can just trigger it out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's crazy how that shit develops just out of a playing baseball injury.
Yeah.
Although we had Aaron Volpatti on the show today, and it's amazing what he went through to keep playing hockey. His story was incredible. I mean, I implore you guys, the Ice Guys, like obviously if you watch the end of the show, it's stuff that's, for today's games and they've already been played, but watch the Aaron Volpatti story about his hockey career, playing with Washington.
I gotta watch it now.
Vancouver. Yeah, he was involved. He was in a bonfire accident, burns all over his body. And they said, the doctors kept telling him, there's no way you're going to be able to play hockey again. And he just would not accept no for an answer. And he worked his freaking ass off to get back and just wouldn't take no for an answer. And he played at Brown University in college, and be productive. He actually had 30-some points in 30 games there at Brown University. He'd have crutches to get around when he didn't play because the pain was so significant.
Wow.
He'd be on crutches in between games, and yet somehow would gut it out and play on the ice and somehow be an impact player. It's remarkable. And then he got to the NHL later on, played with Vancouver and Washington.
I actually remember watching a brief thing about his story when he was because he started his pro career with Manitoba. And I remember watching a story that he was talking about that a long time ago. So yeah, so I'm unfortunate that I had to miss today's show. I would have liked to talk to him and hear his story in person. But yeah, what a resiliency that have come back and have a decent NHL career despite all of that. Yeah,
play all the games he did.
Yep.
You're talking about a guy that we thought he was going to burn to death after that accident. It was that close to happening, and they were wondering if he'd survive. Let alone be able to put on skates and get back onto the ice, and let alone have an NHL or any sort of hockey career. But sure enough, he ended up playing, because that was 2005 when he played at Vernon. Then he went to Brown for 4 years in college, and sure enough, Manitoba Moose, as you mentioned, Alex. And then, of course, the 5 years in the NHL, and he ended up playing, I believe, pretty damn close to 100 games, in the NHL or thereabouts. And he probably would have played more, and then he had a significant collision in a game when he was with Washington, and that cut his career short. And he was just finished after that injury that he suffered. So talk about all kinds of shit to deal with physically. My goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rest of his life. It's
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And it's great, actually, that Jimmy was able to join us today, Alex, because they had a little history, the two of them. Aaron Volpatti was on that 2011 Vancouver Canucks team,
right? Of course,
that went to the Stanley Cup final. And of course, our guy Jimmy Murphy was covering that for the Bruins that year. And they reminisced a little about that year and the riots. And I don't know if we want to reminisce in a positive about the riots. But we reminisced about the riots today on the show.
Right.
That was pretty good.
Yeah. Interesting game so far,
here, Alex. Second period wise.
Yeah, it always sucks to lose a bet, obviously, but at least I was able to get a good enough number and have a fighting chance in that first period over plus 165. So I'm pleased with getting that number, but obviously not the result. Looking forward, it's funny. I talked about it before. And I think this, for all the high scoring we saw in round one, we're definitely going to start seeing some unders coming in round two.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because
this is a good point. Yeah.
The matchup that doesn't lend itself to unders, obviously. These two teams, they don't like each other. They're going to hit back and forth, probably going to see a lot of scoring chances and power play chances. But right now, I would have to kind of maybe look at that over. I'm looking 5.5. I'm seeing a minus $1.15. If you don't get any score in the first 5 minutes, I might turn it to a plus, and I might jump in on that.
Yeah.
I agree. I think you're going to you can just wait a couple seconds, get a plus price on that. Worth a look, yeah.
And that's for a later game tonight. I bet St. Louis plus 185. And it's more of a full strategy for me. I'm expecting that we might see a little bit of rust from Colorado, having those days off. And you see that a lot from teams that sweep. If they're really about it, maybe they can come out guns blazing and get a jump on St. Louis, because St. Louis did have to play a couple more extra games. But more often than not, you see them kind of get a little bit of a slow start. That road team can take the crowd out of it and end up stealing a win, stealing home ice. I am hoping for that too, also, because if I can cash this, then I can get a better price. It's not going to be plus money, but if I can lay 150 for Colorado to win the series, I'll set myself up for that as well. So.
I think that'd be great. People will jump on that, and you're right. It won't be plus, but you could at least get a decent number. You can jump right on the
St. Louis have to win like 8-0 in game one for it to possibly be a plus price. That's the only thing that would maybe drive that down.
Yeah.
So.
A lot of the Florida games in the first round against Washington, you had a decent amount of games that usually if you didn't get both teams to score in the first period of that series, both teams ended up scoring in the second. So because I noticed Rich in our chat, Brent Norris in our chat are eyeing what I'm eyeing right now, and that's both teams to score in the second period.
And something that led me to betting that first period over live a little bit later is what we saw in Tampa, Toronto. We saw a lot of goals scored with literally like the last 2 minutes, the last minute of play in different periods throughout that game. Like I lost Tampa Bay Toronto on the first period puck line because Tampa scored literally 90 seconds left in one of those games, and then came back and then Tampa scored with about maybe 30 seconds left in the second period. So there've been a lot of late scoring in those Tampa games, and maybe that obviously has something to do with Toronto as well. But Tampa's that kind of team that they know the importance of trying to score and change the shift of a game late into a period, and then they make their adjustments. So it's one thing for having a team, you got a good coach, they'll make their adjustments in the second period, the third period. But to have a team be, active enough to let's get a goal before we get into the locker room, and then we can make, even more adjustments, really kind of press that other team on their heels. That's what Tampa does, and that's the reason why they're back-to-back defending champions.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. That's huge, that they, score at the end of a period like that because, not just to hold off, kind of just get to the next period. And, that's why, they're good going for a three-peat. This is going to be difficult. I didn't think they were going to win last year, and they just made it, pretty easy. So
this might be that break back series though, because this is going to be a tough one. I don't know if it's going to go 6 or 7 games. I expect it to go. It's going to be one of those two for sure. And if they get out of here, that next series, whoever they play, that might be the one that takes them out because this is I'm sure they didn't want to have to go 7 against Toronto. No. The fact that you have to do that, and now you're playing your hated rival, and now this is going to be a long, grueling series. And like you said, the hockey, it adds up. And look at Braden Point, with his injury and so forth, and a guy who it's a damn shame if Tampa does go all the way and he's not available, it'll be an absolute travesty because he should have won at least one of those 2 Conn Smythe trophies last year, in my opinion. I mean, as great as Vasilevsky's been, as great as Victor Hedman was the year he won it, but Braden Point has 60 points in 45, his last 45, 46 playoff games. It just went under the radar the whole time. You never heard any talking head on television mention him in that conversation throughout the years, and it's just unfortunate now for him to go down with an injury, and maybe that's part of what takes Tampa Bay out as well because he's a guy who just showed up night after night during the postseason.
And here's the issue for Tampa Bay. And so it's only one period. Look, we've said, this team looks slow, they look sluggish, they look done. We've said that a million times about them before. But look at the numbers in this first period. 0.93 to 0.35 expected goals for Florida. 5-1 danger chances in favor of Florida. 11-3 scoring chances in favor of Florida, all at 5-on-5. And they did not look great at times 5-on-5 against Toronto in the first round, Tampa Bay. Yeah. And they looked a step behind in that first period at 5-on-5. And they couldn't capitalize on. And I knew the moment they didn't score on those 2 early power plays they had, the Tampa Bay Lightning, that Florida was going to get a momentum surge from that. And really, they carried the first period at 5-on-5 after that. And, of course, they got the only goal from Anthony Duclair. So, there is legit questions. And what Alex is saying is really true. We're human beings, all right? We're not computers. We're not robots. We don't have machine body parts. We're going to eventually at some point feel some kind of physical and mental fatigue when you go through 2 years of cups and now a third year and already a 7-game series under your belt. At some point, that gas tank, if it ain't going to hit it at least might get damn close to hitting empty.
Yeah. I'll never forget, it was Isaiah Thomas, the Detroit Pistons, and he talked about that. The reason why he believed that they lost to the Bulls in the 90s and have to having, years of winning titles and making it to the conference finals year after year. He said, we just ran out of gas. He said, we played so much basketball and it just finally caught up with us out of nowhere. And ever since I've heard that, and I've always taken that approach with NBA or NHL playoff betting. You look at those teams, look at Golden State, a team that's played a lot of basketball, those Heat teams. You look at these dynasty teams over the years, when they collapse, they collapse. Look at the Hawks, how they got swept out. That was the end of that dynasty run. You can count back and look when those teams that have won years after years after years and played so many series, made it to conference finals, made it to championship rounds. When they do finally lose a series, it's in a big way.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a great comparison too. You're right. All those great Piston teams, and then all of a sudden, that and Michael Jordan was ready to win it. That was he was ready to learn from the painful loss.
A guy named MJ.
Yeah. Sure. Remember, MJ stunk in the play. They called him a playoff underperformer. He couldn't get over the hump. They said that for Jordan, late 80s, right into that 91 when they finally broke through. That hey, this guy's he's got a ceiling. He can't get past Detroit. He's got a mental complex.
Which was absurd considering his first playoff series, which he was coming off an ankle injury. He goes and scores 63 points against the Celtics.
Yeah.
so obviously it was they needed to build a team around him. They did, and the rest is history. So.
Yeah, and he did everything. That was the game. I think it went to overtime. That game against Boston, and really he was just carrying Chicago on the back, because that's Bird, McHale, that's Parrish, that's all those amazing Celtic teams of that dynasty era they had in the '80s. So, yeah, but he did all he could, and there's no question, and he kind of carried them to victory. Yeah, I am locked in officially, just to make it official to everybody in the chat, everybody watching the betcast. I'm on both teams to score plus 110 in the second period. Apparently there's better than that. I'm seeing Brent's got plus 1. I'm gonna have to search around. I should look to see if I can get better than that, but you can get a plus price on it for sure. I think it's probably worth a look.
At some point you're not going to be able to get really good prices with that. I think next year you're probably not going to see 150s, 160s, 170s with those anymore.
No,
books are probably going to look at what's happened this year, and they're going to adjust those things.
I already see it, and I agree. I think it's just going to get.
Look at how many twos we've seen in the first period this postseason. Like, I mean, they open at 2. Like, the only 1.5 you saw were involving the Calgary, Dallas, or early in the New York Pittsburgh series, and that changed over. So, times are changing. The books are finally after what 4 or 5 years of us finding all these good value players, and all of a sudden now the books are catching up to it. So we have to adjust just like they do.
So I've basically I sent out an email to, fellow bettors, handicappers, friends of mine, a lot of the guests that we've had on the Ice Guys show the last couple of weeks, playoff guests. I've sent them emails, send me your second round playoff series predictions. And a lot of them have gotten back to me, and whether it's Brett McLean or whether it's Perry DeRiso or whether it's Matt Carey who was on yesterday, or Travis White or Danny Ehrman, or you go on down the list, Bobby Ryan, all these guys that have been guests on the Ice Guys show. I think 9 out of 10 of these of people that have been guests on the Ice Guys show this month, and also my fellow bettors, handicappers, friends of mine, it's unreal. I swear, like 9 out of 10 of them, percentage-wise, have the Colorado, Calgary, Florida, Carolina combination as their quartet of teams to move on. Like, I would say it's not. Some have Tampa over Florida, and I think a couple have Edmonton over Calgary. But nobody has the Rangers, and I'm shocked that I haven't seen anybody liking the Rangers or making a case for the Rangers, like their chopped liver compared to Carolina. Nobody's made a case for St. Louis. There's a few people like me that have said St. Louis will push Colorado, but don't have the guts to take them to win the series. And then the other one is what's the other one? Oh yeah, with Calgary and Edmonton. No, I'm missing one. Calgary, Carolina, Rangers, Calgary, and that's it. That's it. And Carolina, nobody's taken the Rangers. Nobody's really got the guts to officially say St. Louis. Not many people are giving Edmonton. I don't know if there's a couple that liked Edmonton, but it's still a landslide toward Calgary there in that series. Just saying they're deeper up front. They're deeper on the blue line. They still give an edge to Markstrom over Mike Smith in net. So that's the huge consensus I've noticed, that there's a lot with the Florida.
No Ranger love.
No Rangers. I mean, not a one. I mean, it's Carolina, all the way down.
I like Carolina. I like Carolina, but I like them in 7 games because you can't ignore the fact that, like I said, only until really the last year and a half, the Rangers have dominated Carolina, and it's not just in the sense of if you look on the stat sheet, and I pointed this out on the Ice Guys for years. There's been at least 8 or 9 games where the Rangers were an underdog. They were outshot by a 2-1 or higher margin, and they still ended up beating Carolina. So for some reason that had now it's shifted because Carolina just become this big of a massive of a team. But there's definitely something there that I don't think it's going to be an easy duck walk for Carolina. I think they win it, but I easily see that going 7 games.
Yeah, I agree. I remember that. Yeah, I totally agree. It's kind of like how the Rangers dominated the Penguins, and then it took them. And a lot of people, what do you guys think? Do you think Pittsburgh gave that away, or you think or the Rangers came out and got that and won it? I mean, I think it's a little bit of both. What do you guys think?
3 straight losses in games where you had 3 or more blown leads. They gave it away.
They gave it away. Yeah, I totally agree. So, but I think the Rangers win a couple at least in that series. And I'm a big Carolina fan, but I think it's a little bit closer than just Carolina, like a sweep or
I can tell you guys now. I'll be on Rangers game 3 when they get home.
Like that. Yeah. because the MSG crowd has given them a lift. They've been they're a tea party, wine and cheese type of crowd in the regular season, but they really do amp it up in terms of the crowd noise at playoff time, and that's been noticeable.
It's funny. Somebody in the chat earlier mentioned about should do a ranking of best NHL atmospheres, and the Rangers, like you said, they definitely turned it up a few notches in the playoffs compared to what they do in the regular season. Like I said, more of a kind of upscale crowd, obviously, but. They were loud and vocal during that first round series, and they definitely bring it. That's the time of year where they really get amped up.
Yeah, definitely. John McEnroe's not showing up in the regular season for Rangers games. He's only coming in the playoffs, so that's part of it. You got the rambunctious, raucous, wild people coming into the playoff games for the New York Rangers, and it looks like here we have ourselves, I believe, our first penalty of the game to the Lightning. Yes, indeed, Ryan McDonough holding the stick. So here's an early power play for Florida, their first power play here of game one.
See, now, those calls always bug me. How is that? The guy puts the stick under his arm.
Yeah.
And he grabs it. He loses his own stick in the process. Like, is that not hooking? If I put my stick under your arm and pull you back, that's kind of almost a literal definition of hooking. Like, why does that never get called both ways?
You're right about that.
You know?
It doesn't get called the other way in that spot. It doesn't. And that looks a little bit too like hey, we haven't given Florida a power play yet type of call.
Yeah, that would have.
It does. Yeah, no. Although Florida might want to decline the power plays if this shit keeps going with these bad power. Look, they already have that puck cleared once already, right off the face-off, and
doing
haven't
too
really
much.
been able to get it working. This is shocking to me that this team with the fifth power play, best power play in the regular season, this inept with it here in the playoffs.
It doesn't stun me anymore because I see it all the time. You see some of the most skilled power play units do too much and put themselves in a hole time and time again. And that's what Florida's done in the first round and so far in this game, it seems like.
Yeah, we're going to find out with this power play here in this series. Was it Washington's penalty kill or no? Your power play is shit right now.
Yeah.
It might be more of the latter. The way this one started out.
Washington power play wasn't that great either, and that's a power play we see they're dangerous throughout the season with this too. So, guys grip their sticks a little tighter and make too many extra passes.
See, right there, it creates position, a cross ice pass to nobody instead of a shot on net. Overthinking it. Trying to do too much. Yeah, that's all the signs of a struggling power play. And I'm done listening to these coaches say we're working on the power play and thinking it's going to create better results. I'm sick of that shit. I fall for that bullshit every single time. It fixes it. They still struggle coming out of working on it in practice, and it's impeccable how many times that happens. Oh, we're working on the power play. We're going to have some new looks. We're working on fixing it, and the thing still sucks in the very next game. Look at this. They're about to be 0 for 19. And geez, it really wasn't that great. They had one quality look and Barkov on a one-timer down low. It's about the only thing they had on that power play.
Yeah. And for a team that passes the puck well, that's the more shocking because if you pass the puck well, chances are you have a good power play like that.
Yeah, your power play will be top tier. And
passing's half the battle because you pass, you get open look. You can create chances where you got an open net. You get a good cross ice pass going. But your shot quality and selection obviously makes a difference too. And looking at that angle, it's more of just their passing wasn't that crisp.
No, it wasn't. It's just not shooting the puck enough, which we bemoan that about all power plays that aren't effective. Looking for the pretty play, the pretty pass, that always is an issue. Someone that doesn't look for the pretty pass, Cheshire Cat, joining us here on the Betcast.
Hey,
there he is.
Up?
What up, bro?
Hey!
What's up, brother?
He's a
Good to see you,
Pub
my
Radio
man.
regular too. Yep.
Yeah, man. It's cool to meet you finally.
Hell yeah,
Cheshire
brother.
Cat.
Damn, I'm glad you jumped on, brother. It's great to meet you, my
thanks.
man.
Yeah, I wanted to jump on and say, hey, it's pretty damn cool to have you in the NHL show.
What did you
And
say?
I'm
You
stoked
wanted
that
to jump on and
you
say,
figure
hey,
out.
Jose Bouquet's not here. You see what I did there? Yeah.
Hey, yeah, say, hey,
Yeah.
Jose. That's the name of this
Not
show,
my best
right?
work there. Not my best work there. I agree.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. I liked it. But hey, I'm stoked that you guys are doing. Damn it, I just did it again. But the say hey thing.
Yeah.
But say
Oh,
hey,
shit.
listen here. I'm stoked that you guys are doing the baseball show. I think that's really cool.
I don't know about that. That's news to me. The baseball show.
Well, I thought you
We
said
put it back on. We thought we. I'm
you
at the
say this
point
morning?
where, and I said this to someone on Pub
thought you
Sport,
said
who
it
it
was
was. I can't
this
remember,
morning.
but I'm at the point now where I could actually use a little break. Over the summer. To not have to do
you're
that
quitting.
baseball show every single day when I've been doing shows every bloody day since September until now.
It's a grind. No, but I thought the same
Yeah.
thing. So
Yeah.
you know what? He's stuck in it. I
I'm
wouldn't
fine
mind
with
doing it.
what I'm
but-
doing with them. It's
Me too.
That's
perfectly fine. I'm on Jose's show once a week, and I said I'd be available certain days if you need me to fill in at his 5:30 Eastern show.
Yeah.
Say Hey plays, and I'm on Fridays with Jimmy, the bag.
Yeah,
We go through
That's
the whole
cool.
card, the whole MLB card, all the NHL as well on Fridays.
No,
with
I
him.
mean,
So
yeah.
that's good enough.
The
I'm
d-
fine with
The
that.
truth is that you do work a lot.
Well, shit,
I know.
especially this
Yeah,
show.
man.
Because I check out a lot of the shows. I have
Yeah.
it on as background noise a lot of the time. But yeah, I mean, you work a lot. If you want to take time off, you should.
Yeah, a little R&R, relax a
Yeah.
little bit.
So, Van, are you gonna wait
I'll be
here?
back storming in September, and I know Connor will too. I mean, once
Oh,
football
yeah.
starts up again, it's going to be freaking packed again, daily.
Yeah.
When football starts?
Oh
Is that
yeah,
what you said?
Yeah.
Man, I don't know about football.
The
I don't know about that.
5.5 plus 135. Let's see if it's gonna. You can grab that now, or wait till get to
It's
the 4.5.
amazing.
You think it? Yeah.
it's amazing to me how much better Florida's been 5-on-5 compared to when they have the power play. 5-on-5, they're playing very well.
They
And
look-
then they get the power play, they can't even make a pass properly or get a really good shot or a good look.
Yeah. To watch these power play, I'm like, what are they doing? They just look like a totally different team.
No, they're better at 5-on-5. They've been better at 5-on-5 all series, Florida.
yeah.
Than all playoffs so far than with the power play. Not even close. See, isn't that amazing, Alex? They get off the power play, and now all of a sudden they're playing. They're getting chances, and they're out playing Tampa 5-on-5.
Yeah, it's
Trying
like
the power
they,
play. Yeah.
they have a little bit more focus on 5-on-5, where it's almost they get a little too relaxed having the man advantage, and that's
Yeah.
an issue.
I'm so close to taking that 5.5, especially now that I see plus 150.
It's 150.
I'm gonna a small, and then I'm gonna add a little more if I see 4.5 later on. So I'm gonna bite at plus 150 right now, over 5.5, just because it's plus 150 is really good on a 5.5.
on it.
What
So,
Tampa does have to open up because they're trailing, even though it's just by one. They do have to push the attack a little bit, and Florida can beat them. They're lethal in the transition game and in the rush chance game, which opens up more when Tampa's trailing. So I'm going to go a little bit on that. Something small, but just be aware I'm officially locked in.
Yeah,
over
That's
5.5.
I might something small and then play something a little bigger on 4.5.
That's my
4.5.
plan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I might do that too.
All right. Keep the action flowing. I mean, this is our only game right now, and of course, now that we're dealing with standalone games for the rest of the betcasts,
Yeah.
we got to try to be creative with not bet for the sake of betting, but if there's even the smallest of opportunities, get in on it and just tell people, hey, small bet, and hopefully.
What do you
Like-
have, Babano? Do you have any guys have any shot on goal stuff like that today?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do. I've got the bunch of them for shots on goal. The ones I mentioned for Hagee for Florida, Huberdeau for Florida, Barkov with over shots over 1.5 points. I like that with him. He's always got that threat, especially at home.
Oh, yeah.
You get a plus price with that. And then for Tampa, I took Hedman to score a goal and Hedman over shots, Hedman a point, and Ross Colton, Nick Paul to score goals, because those are the two players I've been looking at for value since the second half of the year.
Were
Verhaeghe's
you
my
asking
biggest
for
prop.
this game?
Verhaeghe
For this
goal
game,
and
Connor?
Verhaeghe point.
Yeah, I didn't hear his bets. Yeah.
Oh,
What do you
yeah.
have?
I grabbed. I think you're in our chat, the Barry picks only. But
No.
I jumped on Perry. I saw that he was moving up to a points spot on the power play, and I thought that this is actually a good spot. He
Yeah.
was plus 300, so I took him for a goal. And then I took Ekblad, because he's been scoring in this playoff series. And then for the last game, I like JT Comfer in Newhook.
Yeah, not the first time we've gone. I've gone to the well with JT Compher a few times too. City of Compher. I'm just coming straight out of Compher.
City of Compher.
I think it was this series last year where I first really took notice of JT Compher because he scored 2 goals in like the third period, and I was like, who the hell is this JT Compher guy?
Who the hell is this guy?
So I think he plays well against the Blues. But I was also looking at Kyrou. I like Kyrou tonight.
Yeah, I think he had an okay first round, but he could take it a little better, get going a little bit more. He's playing on the third line now, but it's because they're just so loaded up front. The top six is incredible. They've got Tarasenko humming right now. Perron's been a terror. Ryan O'Reilly auto parts.
Yeah.
I mean, he just can't be stopped right now.
Yeah, you gotta love that guy.
Yeah.
And
he elevated his game in the playoffs, and he had 7 points and 5 goals against Minnesota in the first round. Damn, that's pretty good.
You can get Lightning plus 120 to score next goal. I'm considering that.
Yeah, let's see. They've actually got the shots on goal closer to even right now. Tampa hasn't had a bad start to this second period. They had a great kill, although part of that was a shitty power play on the other end. But nevertheless, they get momentum from that. Florida, despite the fact that, they look like they're winning a lot of 5-on-5, they're winning a lot of the foot race situations for loose pucks. Product of maybe some of that fatigue, just a little, weary in the legs coming off the 7 games potentially. But, they are winning some of those puck battles. But Vasilevsky is doing Vasilevsky things. He's made some really big saves to keep this 1-0. So it's dangerous for Tampa, or for Florida rather, that Tampa's hanging around. Wow, there we go. Flashback on the Rogers Sportsnet broadcast of this game to the night. They're showing scenes from the '96 Stanley Cup Final, Colorado and Florida. The Rats on the ice. A young Doug McLean coaching the Florida Panthers, and a very young Mark Crawford for Colorado. Yeah. Yeah, that was good old days there. Mellenby and Brian Scrudland, and wow. That's going way back.
I remember being a kid watching those, and whenever they scored, seeing them throw the Rats, I was like, "Oh my god!" Like at some point, the NHL's going to have to stop this. And sure enough, they instituted the delay game penalty for it.
Yeah, and they're trying to bring it back this year.
My thing is they should do it for wins. I think that would be a really cool thing. Just have them in the rafters, and like they do at streamers. Just after every win, just have the Rats just come down. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah. All right, so still 1-0. Save just now for Bobrovsky at this moment. So right now, you're right about Corey Perry. He's up on the power play tonight, Cheshire Cat. You're right about that for Tampa Bay. So it's one of those situations. Connor Mack, remember this for NHL player props. Look for the guys moving up the lineup. Players that go from the third line to the second line, line to the top line, or up from the up to the power play unit when they weren't on the power play before. If you find that, you can get great value in the props because the odds makers, and I repeat, they never adjust to this. They never adjust the price on these players when they're moving up the lineup.
They just lock them in with the regular price.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't know they're moving up. They'd be on the power play or they're second.
Yeah. Well, great back check by Kucherov of all people. Terrific. He just saved a phenomenal chance that was going to be for Florida. Give him credit for that. That's what you need. That's why they've won Stanley Cups over the years. The forwards buy in to playing 200-foot hockey. Kucherov
it's funny though, as fast and as skilled offensively as Tampa is, they don't really want to start getting into a back and forth kind of firefight with the Florida team.
No,
they want to be a little bit more defensively responsible.
100%. Yep, definitely.
May I ask you guys why you like the Panthers so much more than the Tampa Bay in this position? Because I feel like if you're just basing it off of the last series, the Panthers, they played the Capitals, and to me that's a way lesser opponent than Tampa Bay. And they struggled to get through that. And Toronto is substantially I think they're one of the top teams in the NHL this year, like top 5. I think they would beat out some of the other teams. What's that?
Oh, no, that's a good point. I was just going to answer what you're saying, and the reason I feel like that is it's exactly that. Florida finally had to get their legs wet a little bit in that series, and they turned things on and was able to take care of Washington, where Tampa, like I said, kind of going through the motions and they had their ups and downs. Tampa, that first round series looked like a second or third round series, the way that Tampa and Toronto kind of battled each other. Where Florida just, like I said, it was just a kind of a building in progress, and they were able to take care of business late. So that momentum base, in my opinion, it's more. I think Florida's got a little bit more momentum positively than Tampa does.
Okay.
Oof.
Okay.
And the thing is, too, styles make fights. When you're going through 7 games with the Leafs, and that was a pretty hard-fought series, pretty intense, and when you're defending a 2-1 lead much of the game, like Tampa was against Toronto in Game 7, it takes a lot out of you.
Yep.
It does. And you got to turn around, and you're going to play a Florida team that all they do is push pace. All they do is try to get their speed game going through the middle of the ice, and you've got to defend that in Game 1. Coming off a series like that, that's tricky. And those games can create a cumulative effect of fatigue as the series goes on. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on right now for Florida here, or for Tampa rather, is dealing with that Florida speed in this series to wear down a team that's probably fighting it from a physical and a mental fatigue standpoint. From a 7-game series this year, and on top of 2 years going to the Stanley Cup and winning a title. On top of that, great chance just now for Tampa, but good tracking of the puck by Bobrovsky to keep it out.
I was wondering about that because I know a lot of people, a lot of the professional cappers anyway, are saying something similar about the Blues.
Yep.
Not that they went through a really tough series. They kind of did. But more so that people are underestimating them big time. And I know earlier you had said that the series from last year doesn't really matter or play into your capping at all for this year. It's just hard for me to look past that. I don't know.
They got totally destroyed by Colorado last year. So
Yeah, they just got their ass.
No doubt. That was just such an easy.
But I think that team was out of it, kind of checked out.
I think
before,
totally. Yeah. I definitely think so, and I think this year's St. Louis is better than last year's. To be quite honest, they were banged up a lot more last year too than they were this year. They were never consistent. They never felt like a true threat once they got into the playoffs. But they played their best hockey, and even for much of this year, they had their ups and downs. But they played awesome in April, a terrific month for them. They dispatched a Minnesota team in impressive fashion, at least to me.
Yeah.
I thought Minnesota with home ice was going to be – now, Minnesota definitely didn't play well, but like Andrew said too, you can't take it all away from St. Louis and what they were able to do. And I think they're going to be chomping at the bit, especially tonight. They got embarrassed by Colorado last year. I think you get them playing their freaking tail off tonight. Yeah. In game 1.
It's imperative of them. That's why I'm on them. It's imperative for them to win game 1 and steal home ice if they have any semblance of a chance. But the thing is, like I said, they didn't play. It wasn't a grueling effort for them to beat the Wild. But Colorado damn near played at half speed and swept Nashville. So if they turn it up anymore, then they can get out of hand. So that's why it's kind of a now or never for St. Louis in my eyes. If they don't win tonight, this could be easy.
Did anything give you a pause, like going against the Avs at home?
I always have pause going against Colorado at home. Always.
It's
risky against any opponent right there.
Binnington's starting, right? I know he's coming off a good outing.
Yeah.
But are we all like invested in Binnington now again?
No.
Because he didn't have a stretch where he totally sucked ass.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what? I think that it was a smart move by Berube to put Binnington back in to let him build the confidence, because if he falters early in the series, now you can go back to Husso. I don't think Husso is going to be rattled at all by having to come back in the spot. He's been in the backup all year, and he's done a great job at the backup. So that's he's more of playing the mental game, I think, with those two goalies. So I think that's the sharpness of Berube as a coach. I think you don't give him enough credit. He's certainly one of the top 10 coaches in the league.
I mean, what have the Avs been doing this whole time anyway?
That's the thing.
That series feels like it ended years ago.
That's why I'm on the Blues tonight. They got to show me that they're ready for it. If it's rust or rest, and keep in mind, a lot of those guys have been banged up all season long. Think about every name you can think of has gone through an injury with Colorado, so they could use that time off. But will they be able to kind of just ramp it up out of right out of the blue again? We'll see.
Yeah,
They're really
which is the
good.
big question. That's
really
a really,
good.
really fascinating game one tonight because I think Colorado and the 8-day layoff is a concern. And I said this on the show the last 2 days, yesterday's show, which was our Stanley Cup preview, and today when we talked the game ones, how much of Colorado's dominance against Nashville was they're just too good for anybody. It's Colorado. They've got 4 incredible lines, 3 incredible D pairs, incredibly deep in both spots, and a great goaltender in Kemper. How much of that was just this complete dominant, great team? How much of it was Nashville? Defensively shitty, late in the regular season.
2 bad goalies.
Awful in that series. Hideous goaltending from Riddick. And Ingram had that one amazing game and then fell flat after that. Colorado figured him out. I think a lot of it was Nashville's just ill-equipped. They basically took a butter knife to a knife fight in that series against the Colorado Avalanche, and they were ill-equipped, undermanned to compete in that series. That's not going to be the case with St. Louis, other than Torrey Krug being out, which is a concern. He is a good defenseman. It's not optimal that the Blues are starting the series tonight without him, but they at least have Leddy and Bortuzzo and everyone else back on the blue line, which helps a lot.
And you got Taves and is it Makar?
Yeah, it doesn't just stop there. Taves, Makar, Manson, Girard, Bo Byram, and Eric Johnson's like a 6th defenseman. This is a guy that was
everybody's healthy. It's just so hard for me to. I don't know.
They're insane.
I'm all over with this damn game.
I bet the game saying it's either going to be 4-2 St. Louis or it could be 6-1 Colorado.
I was thinking like 9-2.
I think you got to take the shot though if you want the Blues now.
Yeah,
why not? I mean, this is it.
Yeah.
Like game one.
Yeah.
Come out exactly.
And the Avalanche, 8 days since their last game. This to me is the spot to take your chance with St. Louis. To me, it is. Yeah.
And listen, losing game one is not the end all be all. It's funny, we're talking about it, with earlier series, and you go back with the Blackhawks. They were an auto fade. Every game one and every first road game, you faded the Hawks, and then you bet them to win the series.
You bet them.
And that's literally what they did for like 4 years in a row. So they're teams that can lose game one, and it's really no big deal. And Colorado is one of those teams where they're not gonna just fold within themselves because they lose the first game.
Right. Yep, exactly right. And then there's teams and look at Tampa against Toronto. Were they panicking after getting embarrassed in game one against the Leafs? No, they just came back and won game two and eventually won the series, right? And that's kind of why I like Florida tonight in this game against Tampa. Tampa's not going to be all that. You think Tampa's going to, not get any ounces? They're going to have a sleepless night tossing and turning all night, this Tampa team, if they lose game one. No, that's not happening. Yeah.
But it can rattle Florida a little bit more because Florida just hasn't been in this situation. I mean, it's the first series they've won since '96. Haven't been in this situation before. That makes a difference. And
this is Tampa. They're hanging in there. Like they're really 5-on-5. They've been outplayed here tonight, but they're only down 1-0 in spite of all that. And obviously, there's still plenty of time left.
They were outplayed by the Leafs.
Yeah,
the whole series they were outplayed by the Leafs, and they still won.
Yep.
We're getting in that range now where over 4.5, I'm seeing -120, so plus prices should be coming in next.
I will jump on that.
Need a goal here.
Price. I need to jump on it now with 4-on-4. Honestly, you might have to pay the price.
Oof.
Now I'm going to be greedy this time. I'm going to be greedy this time and wait for that plus price. Anything plus, I'll jump on it.
120, I'll lay it just to be safe because that's a lot of open ice for these two clubs.
I mean, that's important. That's impossible to pass.
You're muted. Yeah,
I did.
Sorry.
I just realized that. I was like, wait a minute, I'm talking here and nobody can hear. Yeah, like, that's impossible to pass up.
I just went blank. I was like, what's up?
I was like, oh shit, am I in a void? What? Did I go in between space?
Yeah.
I hate it when this happens.
Yeah, 4.5 at a plus number I'm in. I mean, 1-1. Think about it. Over 4.5. If somehow you get 1 goal more from Tampa and 2 from Tampa, or there you go. There's your 2-2. Yep. Oh, now we got a penalty to Nick Paul, the hero of Game 7 against Toronto. So now a brief 4-on-3 for Florida, and then it'll go to 5-on-4. Oh boy, this is going to test the theory of waiting. No, actually, it won't. Florida's power play sucks. What am I thinking?
Yeah, it's been bad.
I should wait till the power play is over and then bet the over 4.5.
Or unless you have certain books, I won't name offshore, that as soon as everything gets to a 4-on-3 or 5-on-3, they just decide to not give you anything.
Yep.
So,
see, there you go. An easily telegraphed shot right into shin pads from Huberdeau there. Yep. They're passing when they should be shooting, and they're shooting when they should be passing. Yep. Like that was actually, we should have been passing there. You got shin pads in front of you.
These aren't that bad at penalties, actually.
And there's a bad giveaway, right? I mean, the power play's got zero confidence. This looks exactly like it did against Washington. Zero confidence, like with the puck.
Oh, that's
knowing where their outlets are. Everything that makes a good power play.
And the way they move the puck so behind the circles is tragic. That's the real issue. Like, most teams, obviously they know what they're doing, crossing between the circles and getting down low, getting toward the net. But when you don't know how to move the puck well enough, or you're having troubles moving the puck well along the blue line to set up those, secondary passes and shots, that's where the issues lie. And that's what Tampa Bay has had, or Florida has had right now.
I mean, this is an incredible assortment of personnel out there on this power play. It's unfathomable that if they don't score here, they're 0 for 20 on the power play. And these 0 for 20, it hits 0 for 20 if they don't score on this.
And you can read exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah. See, we knew Ekblad was floating in a long shot there, and they're easy, no traffic either.
They cut to the near side circle or on the board, and then try to cross over. They're telegraphing everything.
Yeah.
I don't like that they. I don't know. I'm gonna shut up, but I still don't love. Did Connor leave?
He did. I don't know if he's coming back. I know he's going to be on the Pub Sports Radio's got a show tonight on their channel. I know he's jumping in on that a little bit, so he might be back though.
What I was going to say is, like, I just don't. I don't, and I know he's really good, but I don't love Giroux on the top line, on the top power play anyway. I think it would be helpful to put him on the second line.
Holy fuck! What a shot block for Tampa. I think that saved a goal. Wow.
Yeah.
And
the chemistry seems just a little off to me.
Yeah. That's the power play in a nutshell. Even when it looks like they've got assuredly a goal, and then the Tampa Bay, I think it was McDonough maybe, stepped right in front of that and blocked it. Oh, no, it was Chernak. Wow, what a play by Eric Chernak. Yep. Huge kill for Tampa. Let's see if they get moment. This might be the time to strike with the Lightning next goal. For those of you maybe eyeing that.
I got it plus 120. It's still plus 125 right now. So.
Yeah. And this is Vasilevsky doing his thing like he often does. His team is they're a step behind tonight. There's no question about that. Yet right now it's a 1-0 game with 5 minutes left in the second. And they're still very much right in it. Combination of great goaltending from Vasilevsky, ill-timed bad power plays from Florida. Although it looked 5-on-5, I like the way their game is going right now, Florida. But eventually, the power play's got to come through for you.
Yeah.
At some point,
it's only been 6 seasons for Vasilevsky, but has he already built himself up to be a Hall of Famer? 2 cups, a Vezina.
I think that might be the case. Yep.
Arguably one of the best playoff records of all time right now.
Yep, exactly. And you see, look at just now, what a chance for Florida. Shot it high. It's because that's what a great goalie will do. He'll make you try to be too cute, too fine with the shot. And you try to pick the perfect corner. And that's when the goalie is that good and covers that much net, that's when you shoot high.
Florida doesn't get physical enough with guys in front of the net. Obviously, you're not bumping the goalie, but they got a wall around Vasilevsky. You got to get physical. You got to bump one of those 2 guys out in front and clear a lane. And they're not doing it. Look, 2 guys literally blocked that shot right there. So there's a lot that Florida can do to tighten up that power play, and it's pretty simple stuff. I mean, we're seeing it in real time, like what some simple changes they can make.
Yep. Yeah, no question. And we kind of see what their issues are on the power play. Alex has actually got a great beat on it. What he said is 100% right. It's the same damn thing I'm seeing. Yeah. They're basically letting Tampa. They're trying to run the same shit on every power play.
Yeah.
And Tampa Bay knows what's coming, just like Washington did. Like at some point, you got to say, you know what? Yeah, we ran this kind of stuff all year with the man advantage, but it ain't fucking working right now. Let's give them something different to chew on.
Stretching the ice is not always the best idea. Sometimes condensing the ice, maybe get behind the net, work along the boards, deeper in than just trying to stretch everything out and get a guy in the point and then create chaos down the middle. You can't always just stretch everything out east to west. So.
Yep, no question. And that's their issue with power play. Still unable to find pay dirt in this entire playoffs. That's now 6 games against Washington. This is the 7th playoff game for Florida, and 0 for 20 now with the power play.
And Chernak took that right on his back.
That's
gotta hurt.
That's sacrifice right there. Yeah. That's why you win multiple Stanley Cups in a row. You're willing to dive in front of a shot like that.
Yeah, they really sacrificed a lot against the Leafs in the last game. I was pretty impressed with how much they stepped up, actually. Yep. That looked like the Lightning that I was expecting in the first game. And then when I actually saw it, I was like, hey, all right.
Yep. Oh, they just showed one of the Claude Giroux clips they showed here coming out of commercial break was a deflection goal against it must have been the 2010 Stanley Cup final against Alex's Chicago Blackhawks. Antti Niemi, yeah.
A wild and crazy series for sure.
That was, yeah. But
so
that was a moment, one good moment in the series for the Flyers. They didn't get the best moment, unfortunately, for them. Yeah.
I'm going to ask one more question about this Blues Avalanche game,
and
then I'm going to shut up. So
that's all right.
Do you think? So you think the Blues are going to score in the first period, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I do too. I'm on a little both teams to score in that game in the first period.
Both teams to score. Okay.
Yep.
For the Blues to score a goal in the first period is -140.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you get that better in game.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's what I'm gonna do.
That's actually
a great stop, Vasilevsky. Wow,
but it's important for them to, like I said, it rolled into the handicap of you got to take the crowd out of it early, build your momentum.
So you think it'll be 2-1 at the end of the period?
I can see that. I can see 1-1. I can see 1-1. I can honestly see tied at 1 at the end of the first. Yeah. So I would recommend both teams to score.
Okay.
Looks like penalty to Florida. I could see that coming. A hook on Kucherov through the neutral zone there. Actually, just coming into the Florida zone. So, and Weegar lost his stick on the play. So, the evidence was there. So, power play Tampa. What a glorious chance.
Okay, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Now, you see Kucherov's hand?
Yeah.
So how is this not called both ways? We literally have seen this twice. I've seen this all season.
Yeah.
Why do you not call holding the stick and hooking? They literally go hand in hand.
I think it's because, hey, we could call it both ways, but guess who got the last power play or two? Florida. Let's give one to Tampa. Part of me thinks that enters into their thinking.
Like he literally grabs his stick and holds it to pull it off of him, and it's a hook. Well, it's also holding the stick.
Dude, they do all sorts of little sneaky shit like that.
Oh boy,
I've noticed that the Lightning are really good at doing like little tricky shits like that too.
Oh, yeah. And that's a veteran team. That's a veteran team. That's the mark of a good.
That was partly why I like them in the series.
Oh my gosh! What a play by Kucherov!
Holy shit!
To Perry and in the back of the net, power play goal Tampa Bay to tie the game. Wow!
Did you say for Perry?
Perry.
Corey Perry. Yeah.
There you go. You mentioned it. Yeah, Corey Perry on the.
Yes, sir.
That was all Kucherov, though. Fantastic, right there. Yeah.
You guys got the TNT feed, the Lightning fan going down to mess with the Panthers mascot.
What a goalie can do for you. Vasilevsky shutting the door. Florida not scoring on a couple power plays.
Transition.
And now here you go, 1-1 tie.
And look at Kucherov selling that
300 to score a goal tonight.
Wow.
I was like, when I saw that, I was like, that's kind of ridiculous.
Close to offside. He was on side. But Kucherov selling that fake shot, that was a beauty. That's what caught Bobrovsky way out of position.
There we go. So
he was getting in shape all like the last month.
Yep.
Like in April, he was getting in shape for the playoffs. You could tell. Kucherov, that is.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Kucherov, that was it's a fantastic play. He drew everyone to him, and it was poor coverage on the penalty kill by Florida, but That was a great play by Kucherov, no doubt about that. All right, so I do have both teams to score here, second period. So now we need a little something from Florida here in the final 3.
You guys had Lightning to score next, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Plus 120.
Hey.
There it is. Winner for Alex, and I'm on over 5.5, 4.5 here. So
I got both of those as well. So
yeah,
good shape on everything so far.
Yeah, 4.5 at even money, by the way, is what I got, plus 100.
You can get over one. Oh, it's over 1.5. Yeah, over 1.5 plus 240 if you think Panthers can score late. I don't know about taking a shot with that. It's a good price. But...
Thank goodness I bet over 4.5 right after that penalty kill.
Yep.
Right after. I said, you know what? Yep. I said, I'd wait till after the Florida power play, which is bound to fail. Fails once again.
Did you get the plus price out of that? Because I had 120. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, there you go.
100. Yep. Right on the nose. Yep. And 5.5 is at plus 150.
Yeah, that's what I got too.
Yeah.
I jumped on both teams to score 2 goals. At intermission, it was plus 105, I think. But it's minus 110 right now.
See what Bogosian just did now. I missed. That's where I missed Doc Emmerich. The dub the shot when he fans on it. I loved hearing that. Oh, he dubbed the shot. Yeah. Only Doc would use that term. Yeah.
No more squirts.
Yeah. What a chance for Florida just now. It was like it reminded me of Sagan in Game 7 overtime against Dallas, like a redirection, and he had a wide open net, and they put it just wide. It just happened now for Florida. Very close call to regain the lead. See, 5-on-5 here, Florida controlling things a little bit. Yeah, see, I don't know what it is, but 5-on-5, they got Tampa just, running around a little bit here. Like, Hedman looks like he's gassed or something, but he's barely moving right now. Florida's killed their momentum in this game with special teams and especially their power play. Yeah, that's another penalty, I think, to Florida here. That's another Florida player high-sticking Hagel, so going to be another power play for Tampa. Brandon Montour gets this one.
Cannot afford to take penalties against this Lightning team.
No. Especially when it's right in front of the referee. It's hard not to call that.
I just read a tweet. It says, it's from Kevin Paul DeMont, the Globe. He says, if the TBS and ESPN hockey studios are an acquired taste, I haven't acquired it. And I responded to him, what if I told you that 90% of the pregame shows nationally and locally in all 4 major sports actually suck?
Yeah. Yes, they do. They really do. They're really pathetic. They're really bad. And look, ESPN has been a horse shit pregame network for years in all sports. So don't act like this is breaking news or anything.
I can't tell you the last time I actually watched a pregame show before a game.
Yeah.
Been years. College game day is kind of like a ritualistic, like Saturday morning thing, or whatever. But you're not watching it for like acting. It's more entertainment at this point than anything else.
Yeah.
That one guy that I thought I liked that does play-by-play is just fucking, oh my God. He's way too much.
For who?
Like when it's getting close, like if anybody's putting a shot on goal, it's like he's trying to set it up like they're going to get a goal. And then when they don't,
I wish I knew who you meant, but yeah.
Too much. I know. Hold on. Let me look him up.
Randy Hahn?
Might be.
He does that.
Randy.
Right away, any bad comment about Randy Hahn, Alex?
And he's gonna get a goal. Nope, he didn't get it, and then he's gonna go back. It's not.
That's
Randy
a huge
Hahn.
survive the period moment for Florida. At least not concede there at the end of the period. So it'll be 1-1 going to the third.
I think it's not John Tortello. Definitely not him. I don't know.
You don't know the names.
I'm just forget it.
I mean, and there are some guys who, they just get overhyped when there's a chance, or that was my one rub with Doc Emmerich, to be honest. I mean, if you were just listening to the game in another room, you'd think that there was about 100 scoring chances in one period. It was really like
Look, by the way, what was the game they had on the weekend? I believe it was Boston and Carolina. ESPN had Game 7. I think that was the one game they had the late game too, but they had Game 7, Boston, Carolina. Toronto, Tampa was on TNT, but they had Boston, Carolina Game 7.
I think he did that game. The guy that I'm talking about.
That was that game, Boston, Carolina.
I think so.
Yeah, that would be Steve Levy if it was ESPN.
Yeah,
I think it was.
Yeah,
actually,
he was doing that Game 7 with Ferraro.
I think that's his name.
Yeah, might be him. Yeah.
No,
but in the studio. Yeah, in the studio, it was, I think it was Bucci. I think it was that day. It was Chris Chelios, who's actually done an okay job. He's kind of blah, but he's done okay. He's not great, but he's not like the worst I've ever seen. But then the other guy in that panel on Saturday was Barry Melrose. Now, Barry Melrose is one of those guys that's been with ESPN since the beginning. He was there at ESPN all these years, 2004 to 2021, when they didn't have hockey. And he's still on the network as their one analyst that they kept employed. So I know they're loyal to him, and I know they want to give him airtime now that they got the rights back. But the guy can barely put a sentence together. Yeah. I mean, that's where we're at right now with Barry Melrose. I mean, he could barely put a thought that makes any damn bit of sense together. I mean, they asked him about Tampa, Toronto. What do you think about their chances? Well, when you got Palat and Killorn and that on your team, you can win a series like this. And that was his analysis. That was about it. First of all, those two guys didn't do a whole lot, if you ask me, in that series against Toronto. And second of all, they're not the main impact players. And the sentence he used to formulate that opinion, it was like a broken sentence, and he cut off his thought midstream. It's like, what? What?
It was Buchagras. So
Barry does that all the time.
Yeah. Sometimes he gets too excited. I really like his commentary. Sometimes he just gets way over the top, and it makes me feel like I want to punch the wall or something. And I'm not even the person that does that.
It's funny you mentioned Buchagras and Melrose, because obviously the pinnacle of those two back in the day was NHL Tonight. Yeah. They did a wonderful job. That was the best highlight show. That was better than anything we ever saw from NHL on the Fly in the last 15 years on the NHL Network. Yeah. And I thought they were going to really bring that back with the two of them. But having Buchagras in the booth, like I said, I've heard him call Frozen Four games. It's just something just off. Like he knows the game extremely well, but he doesn't have that flow of a natural play-by-play guy, and that's not, because he's more of an analyst. He's more of a in-studio kind of guy. It's a tough transition, I'm sure, for anyone to make. And so it had to really come natural.
I do like him a lot, but sometimes his damn commentating is so intense that it's like, dude, just a little bit, mellow out, just a tiny bit. If we can mellow out, take some deep breaths. Nobody's gonna score right now.
The less is more approach is big with play-by-play, and some of the best announcers in the world let things develop and don't always say much. Just let the game tell the story itself.
One of the women that does it is really good. I forget what her name is too. I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names, so it's not going to be helpful.
Leah Hextall got pretty much grilled in the last series because she just sounded completely lost at times.
It wasn't her.
There's nobody that's been scorned and ridiculed more in the history of hockey broadcasting, it seems, in one season than Leah Hextall this year.
Yeah, in the regular season wasn't too bad, but in the postseason it's been pretty off. And honestly, as much shit as I give Randy Hahn did a better job than she did in a couple of games that he called with LA Edmonton. So,
wow,
that's saying something.
That sure is.
That's saying something for me. Yeah.
No, that sure is. There's no doubt. I like TNT. I like Kenny and Edzo tonight doing this game. Nothing wrong with that.
I think it's
Kenny
the chick that does the Flames commentary every once in a while. I think that's the one I'm thinking of.
She does. You mean analyst, right?
Yeah, the analyst.
Cassie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. She does a good job.
What's her name?
Cassie Campbell, Pascal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She's good.
Related to Campbell?
No, not the goalie. No relation at all. No. Different.
And I forget the young lady who does radio for the Arizona Coyotes. She does a great job too.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, she does. Yeah.
I caught a lot of Arizona games on radio instead of TV. I had that on radio watching something else, but like I said, everybody's giving a crap, and it's not a whole we don't want women in sports kind of thing. No, there's a ton of women who are doing phenomenal jobs, especially in the NHL, But you gotta, there's a whole lot of guys who do shitty jobs in the NHL. We call them out too. So that's the thing. When you're good, you're good, and when you're not, you're not. Simple as that.
As Randy Hahn crosses through Alex's mind again, as he says that.
Oh yeah, you can only imagine the look on my face when I found out he was going to be calling some games in the first round.
Well, he's done. His playoffs is over for Turner now. So Kenny and Brendan Burke. Kenny and Brendan Burke for the rest of the playoffs. And Brendan Burke's a good young kid. He's an up and comer. He's pretty good. Yeah.
So you think you picked the Oilers to win that series, right?
I'm just going to hope for it to go 7. I'm torn in between that series.
Yeah,
I think once Draisaitl's 100%, they've got more than a puncher's chance. I don't know about the first couple games if he's still hobbled. And we had Matt on the show yesterday, and he said that don't worry about Draisaitl. With that ankle sprain, they said with what they can do for recovery and for treatment of an ankle sprain.
I remember that.
By game 3, Matt thinks, in his opinion, that Leon is going to be close to 100% by game 3. With the hydro ice treatment and everything you can do for those ankles and really get them back to heal quicker than ever before. Maybe game 1 he's still feeling it, maybe game 2, but he said, watch out, game 3, Leon's going to be much closer to at 100%, if not fully back by then.
The story of that series is, who do you trust in 7 games, Jacob Markstrom or Mike Smith?
Yeah.
Based on what I saw in the first round, as good as Mike Smith did, he got the shutout in the clinching series. But Jacob Markstrom was absolutely stellar in that Calgary-Dallas series. So it's gonna be interesting to see.
And at the same time, too,
the Kings Calgary did really well, but they don't have that. They don't have what the Flames have for firepower. I don't think.
Well, Calgary's got deeper up front and the blue line for sure. I mean, there's I can't believe what they got out of Ceci. He was fantastic, and I didn't expect that. But there's no question marks for the Oiler blue line. Nurse can't play every shift, and he's phenomenal. But they need Ceci to be good. They need, they need those other blue liners to be very good. Chris Russell, when he gets in there, he's got to be able to step up for them. They need that collective to be very strong, and there's still, to me, some question marks, especially when you get to the 5th, 6th group. Brett Kulak. Evan Bouchard's still very young. I mean, I think, unfortunately, he's had a Hall of Fame great career, but less Duncan Keith, the better. I think for the Edmonton Oilers.
Holy shit, he got smashed in that last series.
One game that was just
that last game, he just got. Oh man, it was rough.
There was one game.
Deneau slammed him in the boards. I was like, shit, man. Yeah, he just took it.
Yeah, I am just that one game was just an abomination for Duncan Keith, and I felt bad more than anything because this is a guy that I remember in his prime, and so does Alex, Blackhawks fan. I don't have to tell Alex how great Duncan Keith was at one time in his career, and him and Seabrook. I mean, good luck trying to do anything against that pair on the back end, and they were so good in terms of moving the puck as well up the ice and getting the offense started as well. They were a complete both ends of the ice defensive pair. In their prime, but unfortunately, guess what? Father Time waits for no man, and we're seeing that right now with
and perfect example of they talk about playing a lot of high impact playoff series and games over the years,
and his hips are fucked after all these years.
Both of them literally broke down. Seabrook said both of his shoulders were so bad that he couldn't lift his kids up, when they were born.
Man, that's Brett Favre probably can't remember his name.
Right, that's what I'm saying. These series and
sorry, that was really fucking dark. I don't know why I went there. My bad.
I know what you meant, but these and we always talk about in the NHL, and it's always the most interesting thing too. We'll see it in the next few days with teams that have been eliminated. When you see the injuries these guys played through during the playoffs, and of course sometimes during the regular season, when you do that for so long, that it takes a toll on you. You just can't, all the surgery and medication in the world, you still are going to feel these things, long after, and things just never heal or recover the same always. And so, that's why you don't see defensemen play 18, 19 years anymore. You see some forwards doing that. You damn sure don't see many goalies playing past 15 years anymore. There's a reason for that.
Yep.
So the 7th game, if it goes 7, the 7th game will be played in Calgary. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah,
it is. It is in Calgary. All right, I need a refill of beer. I will. Yeah. Mike, and I just want to say before I get beer refill, Mike Jersey. Mike, I assume you're in New Jersey, but I see your chat name is Mike Jersey.
Jersey
thank
Mike.
You. Welcome to the Ice Guys. We hope you're with us every day. We're on every day. Every day there's NHL action, 7 days a week throughout the season. And welcome to the Ice Guys. Glad you found us.
Yeah,
all right,
definitely.
I will be right back.
Yeah, and everybody in the chat, I think it's like 63 people watching. So hope you guys click the like button and
smash the like.
Yeah,
smash the like, y'all. So Alex, what would you lean towards? Do you lean towards the Flames for that?
I do.
That series, or
I haven't bet. I probably won't bet the series, like just the prices wise. It's funny, somebody asked me about series spreads. I'm like, it's not really. I'm not a big fan of doing that. I've done it a couple times, but if I had to bet that series, I would probably look at Flames 4-2. I think that's like plus 425, plus 430.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see everybody's expecting 7 games out of that, but I wouldn't be shocked. Like I said, it depends on what we see out of Edmonton at the beginning. Like I said, with Draisaitl not being healthy, Mike Smith we've been waiting for the ball to drop on Mike Smith for like 2 months. We've been asking that question for 2.5 months now.
That pressure's so intense.
And just
Holy
how many
cow.
And the physicality, which it's gonna be there in this series, of course. These teams hate each other, but it's gonna have to be kind of reined in a little bit. And which team does a better job of being more disciplined? I would lean toward Calgary. I think Sutter's going to have his guys, playing a little bit tighter and say, hey, we can't fuck up and give this team a bunch of power plays. We've got to be a more disciplined. I think the more disciplined squad will be Calgary. I think between that and Markstrom, those are the 2 big factors for them to advance.
Yeah, I think that's a great breakdown. I can't shake it out of my head either. The last game that they played for Battle of Alberta. Do you remember that one in Calgary?
Yeah.
Where the Oilers took the lead right away. And it looked like it was going to be a smash spot for the Oilers. And then the Flames came all the way back and it ended like 9-6 or something.
Yeah, that's insane. And like I said, you see those in the regular. We're not going to see any of that in the series. It's not going to be that kind of an intensity, or at least scoring wise. But we will still see that intensity and that back and forth kind of battling. And like I said, it depends on how the refs want to call it.
God, the game was awesome.
I got to address this in the chat from Rye Guy. Yes, explain Pitino games. So Rick Pitino had a famous rant. He was the NBA coach for the Boston Celtics in 2000 when they were going through the rebuild. And he says, the rant goes, he goes, Larry Bird's not walking through that door. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door. Robert Parrish not walking through the door. We got a bunch of young guys, and we're trying to rebuild the culture. So whenever a team gets eliminated, and I actually kind of stole this from Almin El-Hassan from ESPN, there's a whole thing where if a team gets eliminated for the playoffs, you just name a bunch of random players from that eliminated team, and you say, oh, this guy's not walking through that door. So it's just a fun Twitter game that started with basketball, and I kind of stole and adopted to hockey. So, it's like the whole, let's name some guys thing that they used to do on Deadspin years ago. Just people sitting around just naming like old players from their favorite teams or something. So that's where that comes from. To kind of explain that. Let's see.
So I need both of these teams to score in the third period. They better.
That's always a good thing to do now. And we talked about the whole third period overs and elimination games, but now that that's available with certain series, you might want to look for both teams to score in the third, especially when you're talking about, because we're going to see more overtimes. I think in this, it's amazing. We only saw 4 of them in the first round. 6 of them in the first round. I think we'll see more overtime games. So you don't want to go for third period overs in that, because then you're looking at a lopsided score where the team probably ends up winning. But both teams to score more often than not would kind of protect you and still keep your draw bet alive. So kind of stacking,
that's a good idea.
Stacking things together.
And so you have the Blues in the last game too?
Is that right? No, I had Wild. I had Wild in Game 6. I thought they were going to force a game 6.
Oh, sorry. No, I mean for tonight.
Oh yeah, the second
not
game.
Last
yes.
game, yeah, for the last game tonight.
Yeah, for tonight's game on. Yeah, I'm on Blues. I got plus 185. And,
plus 185.
That's all. That's all I did with that. Like I said, that Blues to score first. I will jump on that live. I didn't want to lay 140.
Are you gonna hedge it? Like no. If the score is like 3-1 at the end of the second period. Oh,
and then I might look for some stuff in game. I might look for if I'm seeing it's 3-1 and Colorado's just on a tear, I might look for a live over, keep hitting them to score. I've done that before where if I see a team just dominating, I just keep hitting them to score next goal. And I've gotten lucky with that. But no,
Dude,
I
did that the other night with the Dodgers. It was amazing.
Mm-hmm. Just next
I
one.
just found
Next
this spot.
run,
I was
next
like,
one. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. This is the time of year for that. Like, I mean, hell, I didn't get to do it. It sucked. One with the I think it was game 5 or 6 in the Rangers Penguin series. We had really bad weather in the area, so my cable kept going in and out. And I couldn't hit after Crosby got hurt. I got one of the Rangers to score next goals, but I couldn't keep hitting it over and over because I didn't even see the tying goal, and then it came back. It was the go-ahead goal. So I've done well with that. Try to on a comeback, hit next team to score. I'll hit it 2 or 3 times, but it's just unfortunate timing that cable goes out and I couldn't see what was going on. So
I guess what I was, I don't know. I guess you just have to be comfortable with whatever side that you bet on. Because I was trying to think like maybe it would be better to take the Blues live or before the game starts, and then when they get up, maybe you could cash out if you think the Avalanche is going to come back, and then you could put a bet on the Avalanche. Take
Blues first period and then look to grab Avalanche live. That's not a terrible idea.
No.
Yeah.
They've kind of done the Panther thing all year too. Where they have those comebacks in the third period. I know a lot of us have cashed on those.
Yeah.
It's been really nice.
Yeah, Panthers and Wild were the 2 best teams this year to bet live once they were down a couple of goals.
Yeah. I did that with the Avs quite a bit too.
Mm-hmm.
It was really, really nice, especially at home.
And especially early in the year when they had goalie issues. They were riding their third-string goalies.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Games, yeah.
That's where their games were really high scoring. It was before Christmas.
All right. So I'm just by the way, the third period is going to start here, Tampa, Florida. I'm just going to remind everybody what I've got for the game coming up. We're on St. Louis plus 155 first period. That was also my best bet on the Ice Guys show today. St. Louis plus 195 full game as well. St. Louis, Colorado, both teams to score first period, which is at plus 1. It's a nice price there. Plus 150, I believe. Close to that. Let me just double check. I forgot. Plus 155. Yep. For both teams to score first period. We're on that. I'm actually going to go on the first period over as well with St. Louis, Colorado. It's minus 160, but I'll lay that price with it and the over 6.5. We're on that.
You going to play that now or going to in game?
We're on the betcast. Yeah, you know what? We'll take our shot that we can beat in game for something better. It's a good call there. We are on the betcast. Yeah. We'll shelve that. But I am on both teams in the first period. Plus 155 to score. Over 6.5, minus 120. Blues first period money line, plus 155. Blues full game money line, plus 195. I do like the Blues first period a little bit more than the full game money line. And props, we've got O'Reilly, Tarasenko, Perron are the main props for St. Louis. For Colorado, I like both blue liners on that top pair for props tonight. Goals, point, and shots on goal. Makar and Taves. The 2 big offensive-minded defensemen for the Colorado Avalanche.
I wanted to
look there.
May I add on to that really fast? They have a special on BetMGM for over 5 shots on goal for Makar.
Yep.
And I jumped on that. I didn't put a huge bet on it, but he's
that's not bad.
Yeah, and especially if you're thinking they're going to be down, he's going to be one of the people that's going to be shooting on goal a lot.
Yep.
I actually have Cale Makar plus 600 to win the Conn Smythe, which is essentially my bet on. That's my Colorado to win the Stanley Cup bet because I'm not going to play plus 150. So I took that personally. I didn't even give that out to clients or anything. I just kind of grabbed that in the middle of the night a couple of days ago because that price is going to be gone. So,
so it's plus 275 for the Cale Makar. He only has
it jumped already. Yeah,
they're saying three shots on goal for Cale Makar. I mean that's minus 175, but that's ridiculous.
Yeah, because he's the quarterback of that power play, and he's just one of those guys who's liable to shoot more than pass on the point. So.
His goal scorer prop is 200 plus 200.
That's not bad.
By the way, Cale Makar, 4 shots on goal in the clinching game against Nashville. Only two before that, but then he had that 12, although that was a crazy overtime game. against Nashville, and they gave up 50-some shots. Then before that, he had 2, 5, 1, 4, 3, 2, 3, 3. There's more 3+ games than not for Makar. If you go all the way back to
in the playoffs, I was assuming that maybe they'll be down, and that would be a good opportunity for him to be shooting on goal.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly, that's another thing too with these. If there's ever consistent availability of in-game props, man, you could find great situations. Obviously, team that needs, to score more goals, put more pressure on. That's always a good situation. To look at in-game overshots when a team's trailing. They got to shoot the puck more. No question.
Are those available to you anywhere?
For me, no.
Okay, me neither.
No,
I wish they were.
We're not there yet, but I think we're going to get to a point where you'll be able to bet that live in game. I think we will.
God, that would be awesome.
I saw the limits are going to be low as shit.
Yes.
I had an issue the other day. It's in Game 7. I messaged Ian in our Ice Guys chat about it. I tried to just put $50 on Boston plus 350. They were down, I think, like 2-1.
Right. And
it kicked me out, and it says my limit was 54 cents. 54 cents.
That's all you can bet now.
Yeah. And then I didn't do it. Thankfully, I didn't. I mean, they kind of saved me because then Carolina went on and scored another goal. But, it's just like, it's just crazy how they're doing that now. So the more things that are available live betting and they can't keep track of everything, you're probably going to see the limits kind of go down a little bit. So, I mean, I've never, hey, listen, even if you bet $1,000 a game, if you see something worth betting and you put $20 on it, it's still $20.
Yeah.
A win's a win. So I've never been one to shy away from. I can't get how much I want on it. No, we'll put something on it. 54 cents is insane, but $10-$20 on something, it adds up. You can have a nice night of live wagering just going only $20 a game if you're hitting the right prices.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what a save just now by Bobrovsky. Tampa Bay had a really good chance to try to take the lead, but still 1-1 early in the third. We're only 3 minutes in. But definitely it's been good to see. Wow, what a save he just made again there. Wow, the puck somehow got through Florida there. Tampa Bay is coming here. Good pressure. It's what happens when a team hangs around and they've got the goalie that they do in Vasilevsky.
And I'm going to tell you something what Tampa does, and it's something that reminds me of what the Hawks used to do too. There's moments and stretches where it looks like they have almost too many guys on ice. That's how open and just like available they are moving up and down the ice. That it seems like every time you look at the screen, there's at least 3 white jerseys in each zone. That's not the case, obviously, but that's what it looks like, and that's when you know a team's just moving around well and putting themselves in good position.
No, this is
playoff lightning.
Yeah, this is as good as Tampa Bay's looked at even strength tonight here in the first, I would say, 3 minutes of this third period, because they've not been the equal of Florida at 5-on-5 in the first 2 periods. And look, we talked about how Vasilevsky made a bunch of good saves, when it was 1-0 Florida. It allowed Tampa to tie it. Now it's Bobrovsky's got to show he can do it, and he did. That was a great sequence there for Sergei Bobrovsky. Goalie Bob, as I call him, yeah. And now we start entertaining the prospects of, do we think it's going to overtime? And if we do we bet the draw now? If we don't think it's going to overtime, do we take a shot with a regulation price on one of these teams?
I like all these things you're throwing out there.
Well, I want to see it. I'll have a stronger opinion
exciting
on any of that certainly by the first TV timeout. If I have not bet the draw by then, I will not be betting the draw, because if you let it drop any further, the price is going to get really bad.
Right now, next for no goal, the rest of regulations at plus 325. That plus price will be gone in about 8 minutes.
Yeah. The way the goalies are playing, you never know.
Yeah.
And just as I say that, Tampa scores.
Yeah.
Right off the
Awesome.
face-off. Yeah.
Sorry. That's good. For me. I'm going to shut up.
Pierre-Edouard Bellemare, third-line goal for Tampa Bay. And
man, he's been showing up.
Yeah,
I mean, he may be worth it.
Making the face-off dot, too.
Yep. Scramble off the draw, loss of coverage. It was just a scramble. Puck was lying there, and Bellemare snaps it home. That's just right there. Puck tracking. Florida lost a little coverage, and 2-1 Tampa. This is a really bad blow for Florida if they don't win this game, because this was set up very nicely for them in a nice little package here with Tampa coming off Game 7, and Tampa, and no Braden Point either.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. This would be a little bit of a mental setback. You talk about mental adversity. Not winning this game would be hard for Florida to handle that and accept that, and they'd have to fight through it and be ready for the next game, because I think they know it. I think this game they felt, hey. We really
score one more goal.
We really could use this game with the situation Tampa's got going for them. Yep.
And from a home ice perspective too, because I'm looking around, obviously, in state rivals, of course, it seems to be a fairly mixed up crowd in Florida.
Yeah.
You're not going to get that in Tampa Bay. It's going to be all blue and white in the crowd in Tampa Bay. Where here in Florida, you're seeing a little bit of half and half. So that's got a lot to do. So you talk about stealing home ice for Tampa, that could be a bit crucial.
Now it's going to be, can Vasilevsky do his pat? Because is this going to be 2-1 like all over again, like Game 7? Now 2-1 lead, third period, and we know what happened there. Vasilevsky was a brick wall, and he shut the door. That was very, very solid. So 2-1 Tampa Bay here in the third, 15 minutes to go. Lots of time though for Florida.
He's got to let one more goal go in, and then the Lightning can score again. I don't care. But we just need
5-on-5. Look, they've got Florida turning the puck over a bit. I don't know what was said, but this is a better 5-on-5 looking Tampa team. Way better than the first two periods.
Pressing the action for sure.
Yeah.
This is what they look like in Game 7, to me anyway.
Yeah.
Of the Leafs anyway, against the Leafs.
That's what I'm saying. They're just swarming at all aspects of the ice right now. That's when they turn it up, when they appear everywhere and they're doing everything they need to do.
Yep.
So.
Holy shit. Kucherov. It's looking good, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Florida trailing in the third period, right where the Panthers, they better hope so. They have been the cardiac cats all regular season, multiple times in the last round against Washington. They were down in the third and came back and won, but this is Tampa now.
And playoff Tampa.
Yeah, and playoff Tampa. And Vasilevsky that you got to deal with. A little different. But they can do it. They're capable of it. But Tampa Bay is equally capable of protecting a lead on the road. We've seen that many, many times. But that's why this is a good chess battle right now. You got a team that's incredible at comebacks and a team that's very, very adept at protecting a lead on the road. So something's got to give. And now Florida. This is better from Florida. Nice cycle in the offensive zone. Bad play by Ekblad, though.
Man, this is a fascinating game. I don't think this is going to be as interesting as it is.
This is going to be a good series.
Yeah, it will be. It'll be a good long series. I mean, even if Florida loses tonight, which would be, I think, a little bit of a setback, they're not going anywhere. It's going to be a good long series. And we saw Florida get stronger as the Washington series gone on. Maybe that's going to happen here, too. They get stronger,
but Game 2, if they lose, that's going to be the real big spot for them.
Did you guys handicap? Did you guys handicap the President's Trophy curse on this one, or no?
Nah.
Well, I think of the President's. I didn't want to say I threw it away, but I figured that after beating Washington, in the first round, that dimmed the whole curse thing a little bit.
Yeah.
But when we'd say President's Trophy curse, we're talking specifically about winning the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
And that hasn't happened in forever with the President's Trophy winner. But lately, it's been also barely getting out of the first round or never getting out of the second round.
That's what I was going to say. Right.
Yeah,
the curse kind of turned more where there were just teams that were getting, Tampa Bay, arguably best season of all time, and then they end up getting swept. So.
Yep.
The Avs got through the Knights beat them last year, right?
Yeah, second round.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing too. We talked about how Leafs can't get out of the first round. Well, Colorado hasn't been able to get out of the second round in ages too. So that's something to kind of look at in this series.
Interesting.
See, the shots are even. Now, this is up. This is impressive by Tampa because the third period, I actually thought third period, might start to see them slow down even more. But they've rallied the troops here at intermission. It's been a nice period for them. And by the way, we have over 4.5 and 5.5 now. So we're sitting in a decent spot with both of those right now at the moment. I'm going to be tempted to take this draw, though, because I think Florida's going to have one more push in them at the end. Although I know they let the 2-1 lead stood up against Toronto, but we'll see where this price keeps on drifting.
Great shot block right there.
Yeah.
The Gudas has actually been playing halfway decent this year, considering how much of a traffic cone he was.
Way out of his net like that. Holy shit.
That was a risk that paid off, but you're right. That was definitely a risk. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm way behind you guys.
Yeah, we're going to have a good finish here. Yeah.
Tampa Bay is hounding Florida in the neutral zone. That's why you can't get anything rolling right now.
Yeah. We've seen this for 3 years running. The great neutral zone play of the Tampa Bay Lightning. Yeah.
Me shitting in pants, man.
Man alive. Every shift Tampa's coming down the ice now against Florida. One of the Florida defensemen's getting caught in the neutral zone. Like every single shift now. And that almost was like a 2-on-1 they gave up there. And it's just because they're putting pucks in good places. It's what good teams do. It's what Stanley Cup championship winning teams do. Puck management. They put the puck in places where their guy can get it and where the opposing player is going to get caught.
Oh, my God.
Wow, that puck just hopped over Barkov's stick just inside the blue line. He would have had a really good chance, like grade A chance, I think, if that doesn't hop on him. That was a good shot block. They're helping out Vasilevsky a lot, too. A couple of really nice shot blocks here tonight for Tampa Bay. Up offside. We're halfway through the third, 2-1 Lightning.
10-12 left.
Oh, shit. Sorry. This is what I do when I watch these games.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
We got Matt Barnaby on the commercials now. Another betting commercial. Matthew Barnaby this time. Yeah.
I'm just reading this on Twitter. This is from the NHL public relations account. Round 1 of the 2022 Stanley Cup Playoffs between ESPN, ESPN2, TNT, and TBS averaged 678,000 viewers, up 58% over last year's round 1 on cable, and up 20% from 2019's first round on cable. So, good job on them.
That's good. It still seems like it's a little bit low, but man, I guess they were really getting weak numbers.
You got to keep in mind, no one knew where the hell to find CNBC and USA.
That's right. That's another one. I forgot them. I mentioned that with Connor Mack earlier. It was CNBC and MSNBC and USA and
at least, God. We all know TNT. We watch basketball. TBS, they've got baseball stuff, and of course the ESPN network. So it just would have been a little bit easier to find.
Not only that, but look, there's going to be some nights where the NBA fan is going to look for the NBA game on ESPN, but it's on TNT instead, or they look for it on TNT and it's on ESPN instead, and they're going to realize, oh, the hockey playoffs are on the network where the NBA's not.
No, great point that they're literally flip-flopping every other night. So, so that's giving good exposure to both, honestly.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do with Bob when he's coming out of his goddamn net like that? Jeez.
Just got to hope
he's playing against a really good team. That's really dangerous.
Well, that's how you got caught out of position. Yeah. That's how he got caught out of position in the 2-1 goal. He tried to challenge Kucherov, thinking he's going to shoot it, and Kucherov, pump fakes and makes the pass. So, if they start catching on to that, then it's going to help them.
Kucherov looks good. He looks really good actually tonight. I think this is probably the best I've seen him look. But I haven't watched hockey forever, you know. When people are saying that he's really good, I'm like, I don't know what you mean. Because I just see his temper tantrums. But he is good.
Yeah.
Oh, Bobrovsky?
Yeah.
No, Kucherov.
Oh, Kucherov. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, he's a great player. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, if Tampa loses tonight, and you would think, yeah, I'm on Florida tonight, I'm going to come back with Florida in game 2 if they lose tonight. That's not an automatic for me, especially if they're going to be minus 160 again or minus 150.
You're saying if
Tampa were to win tonight. Like a big part of the reason why I like Florida tonight was the situation.
Yeah.
And if they're not going to take advantage of this situation, I actually think it's a better thing. But Tampa's going to be, I think, better in game 2.
Yeah. I mean, but
I might be back.
But Florida, yeah. I mean, Florida has to win game 2 if they lose game 1.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So
I
don't think I'd go against Florida in game 2, but I don't know if I'd be for sure. Yeah, let's go back on Florida in game 2 because the big reason I was on game 1 is the situation.
And that's the thing. So I think a lot of people are going to jump on Florida in game 2 because they realize like if they lose, they go down 0-2 heading to Tampa. It's pretty much lights out. Yeah. Which means you might get a better price to bet Tampa Bay in game 2. So we'll see.
I think I would take Tampa or Florida in game 3.
I would take Florida first period in game 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just first period.
Which they did win tonight, the first period. Yeah. Kind of disappointed I didn't take that first period and just went full game, but might come back to bite me. But we'll see. There's lots of time left. Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of time.
Tampa's doing a really nice job right now. Very nice job. Yeah. And Corey Perry's greedy now. He's looking for a second goal, but Bobrovsky down and keeps it out.
He's feeling like he's got to fill in for point.
Yeah. I know for sure one thing in this series or any playoff game, there's no way I ever bet against Tampa off a loss. There's just no way that's going to happen. It's somehow, some way off a loss, they win. So if there's ever a Florida victory in this series, you know what I'll be doing the next game. Which there should be a Florida win. They're not getting.
Yeah, there should be.
That's shocking if that happens. But no, Florida will win some games in this series, and when they do, it's Tampa or pass next game. I'll just say that right now. You don't even have to watch the show if you're busy. You'll know if Florida lost the last game. We'll be looking Tampa Bay in the game after that. Throughout these playoffs, Tampa will not be a team I step in front of when they lost the last game. Just won't. Yeah, it's a bit of a sloggy third period, and Tampa wants it that way. This is what Tampa did against Toronto. It was a slog of a third period. They created that against Toronto in Game 7 when they had a 2-1 lead, and they're kind of doing that again. And Florida was coming in waves in the first period and parts of the second. You're not seeing that now. They've got that slog going right now at the moment. Tampa
makes you wonder, like what was the Lightning doing in the first 2 periods? What were they doing? Were they just throwing a lot of hits, or did they slow down the Panthers? Did they confuse them? What happened there?
That's I think in the first period I liked Florida's 5-on-5 game. I thought that was the best period. Florida for sure in this game, and Tampa got a little bit better in the second, and here in the third they've played a very good third. Tampa Bay. So that's where we're at the moment, and it's 2-1 Lightning currently. And yeah, Florida having a hard time getting everything generated right now. And by the way, in the basketball, yeah, I'm seeing that now. Miami is sputtering to say the least against Boston. Boston's got Horford and Smart out, and I like Boston to win the series, but I thought this set up impeccably for Miami tonight in Game 1. With Boston coming off the 7 games against Milwaukee on Sunday and turning around 48 hours later for this series, Miami rested and not a good start for the Heat. So
that Suns thing killed me.
Yeah, the Suns were yeah.
I mean, it was good because I like Luka too, but I bet it. I bet on the Suns.
Oh, we got interference. Oh, yeah, we got a Florida power play coming up.
Sweet. Thank God.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to be right back.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm going to leave you by yourself. I think he'll be all right.
Oh, yeah, of
He'll leave
course.
you by. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Are you heading out for good?
No. I just.
Oh, you're just taking a break. Okay.
Yeah, I just
All
need
right, all
to
good. All
take
right.
a tiny break.
Cool. That is a dubious interference call right there on Tampa Bay. I don't know if that puck was out of the area yet. Now, that's definitely interference if the puck isn't in that area. But, man, that looked like the puck was still in the vicinity. So I understand Cooper being a little ticked there. Nevertheless, you got to kill it off here. Oh, good save. Look at that. Great save and no rebound from Vasilevsky off a blistering point shot from Huberdeau. This is it's not just the save. In the positional save in the right spot, it's swallowing it up and no rebound. That's terrific from Vasilevsky right there. I didn't bet that draw. And I'm not going to bet it now because you'll get slightly worse price now that the Panthers are on a power play. All right, so Florida's won the face-off. Huberdeau drops it back. Oh my gosh, what a crazy turn of events there with Tampa and Florida. Tampa thought the puck, I believe, and Vasilevsky as well. I think they all thought the puck hit the netting behind the net, and that play was going to get stopped. And that did not happen.
Cooper and the coaches looking at the little screen.
They can challenge this, I think.
Let's see.
Yeah, that can't count. And I'm on Florida, but that can't count. That hit the netting. Yeah. No wonder they all froze. I was going to say that thing had to have hit the netting. Yeah, it deflected off that. Yeah, right there. It's about to be blown dead.
Wait, let's see.
No, it has to count.
Yeah,
it has to count.
That looked like glass to me.
Did it hit the glass? It looked like from this replay.
I wish it was a better angle, but it looked like it hit the top of the glass.
Fucking count.
Oh man, and here's the thing: there's no clear angle to catch if that's not the net or the.
If he challenges this, and there's no clear, and they say stands instead of because it could be stands, right?
I
think it stands.
If they challenge it and it stands, it's not only Florida goal, it's Florida power play.
Power play again. You better be damn sure this is worth a challenge if you're Cooper. You're right.
Yeah. I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't risk it. This would be a bad.
No, the puck hit the net. I'm seeing the replay on Sportsnet. I don't know if TNT's got the same
TNT's angle is not that good. No.
That hit the netting. There's no question about that. And he's going to win this. Yeah.
Okay.
It's Duclair, right?
Yeah.
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 All right. Far angle, the backside that's like from the upper deck level. You can't from there. It's awfully close. Let's see here.
Don't challenge that
you
shit.
Can't. They just showed.
Fucking take it.
They just showed it coming off of what looked to be out of the stick of the post, and at that angle, it's literally on the cusp of the very top of the screen and the net. Right. Here we go.
Don't you fucking challenge that shit.
Yeah, no goal, and they're going to wind the clock back to 8:09. So there you go.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck you, NHL.
Yeah. I mean, it was
that
close.
It's nice that is a reviewable play. I sometimes forget that's reviewable.
You have to.
Yeah, you have to because look at that. That could have cost someone a goal in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah. And quite possibly a lead because, like I said, they challenge it and then it's still a good.
Now, if you're Florida, you're finally getting some traffic and you're starting to get shots.
It's still on the power play. Yeah, and it's still on the power play. So
damn it.
I'm betting Panthers to score next goal. The old thing of puck don't lie. They might come back and still score this.
Is puck don't lie going to come through again here? Yeah.
Please.
I'm taking a shot with it.
See, this is where sometimes you got to go through the depths of hell to get something working, and maybe that's what it takes. Now you had a goal taken back on your lousy power play.
Yeah,
and now you're finally going to get the breakthrough now. Yeah.
Yeah, you just get Ekblad up there in the front.
Yeah.
Let him jam it in there.
And just get more traffic and get players moving around. Too stationary half the time as well. Yeah.
I'll give them credit. They're working in deeper. Right?
Yeah.
Still a little too spread out, though.
Yeah. And there's 45 seconds left in the power play. So here we go. Panthers working it around. Huberdeau to Barkov. That shot blocked. Little power play-by-play here. Barkov takes it to the net. Stopped by Vasilevsky. Puck taken in the corner. Bogosian after it. He'll backhand it back down the ice. Right in on Bobrovsky. We'll leave it there for Barkov. 25 seconds left in the power play.
Florida just refuses to hit the man that's at the top of the screen on their power play. They just drop everything to their weak side.
And then we're just going to have a hopeless pass to nobody in particular there. Absolutely pathetic right there. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
This power play is broken. Absolutely broken for Florida. Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been working on it, Ian.
They really have been. Oh, yeah. They've been working on it all right.
Well, and you know the irony of it all is that obviously, of course, he had been gone since October, but this is technically a Joe Quenneville team.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know some power plays.
Haven't seen this before.
Yeah, we've seen some power plays that leave a lot to be desired in the Quenneville era. Yeah,
Unbelievable.
I guess Joe Quenneville handed down how to coach a shitty power play to Andrew Burnett.
Hey,
that was the parting gift. Yeah,
you little sons of bitches. Now you're gonna get those puke bags out, and you're gonna skate them fucking rounds back and forth until you get a goddamn goal.
Yeah.
Bag skate. Have everybody. What was it? One year he had everybody, even the forwards, taking D shifts on like penalty kills. Like,
wow, what a hard
Thank you, Rich.
shot in the slot from Montour, and he didn't even hit the net.
There's another goal coming, Cats. Let's go. Come on, Cats.
Yeah.
All the momentum's on their side right now. Honestly.
Yeah, they are. The crowd's back into it. They're attacking nicely.
Yeah. This is definitely not the Leafs crowd, is it?
No.
That shit was wild. God, that game, that series was like electric. It was really fun.
Yeah. No, that was a hard fought series. Both teams, fought their guts out in that series too. That's what made it a really good one.
And
do you think that will affect the Oilers and the Flames series? Because both of those motherfuckers, both of those teams took a beating.
Carter Verhaeghe, he's been quiet tonight. Oh, and what a save by Vasilevsky there. Fantastic. Oh, my goodness. And all set up by Verhaeghe's speed down the wing there.
Yeah, be careful the other way.
Yeah. But Florida's got to open it up now, so you're going to see chances back and forth now.
Florida wants a transition battle game right now.
Yeah.
Get somebody back in front. Oof, ugly collision.
Yeah, that's a penalty to Florida. I think they're going to call it for roughing or
Really?
elbowing. Yep.
They both collided with each other. I thought they both went up high on one another.
Yep. And they're going to get Forsling here. Yep.
Oh, I don't know about that. That was an unfortunate collision, but.
Yep.
I guess there's kind of two ways that you could look at that. You could look at it as if they're coming out totally beat up. You could also take it as, well, they just had to level the fuck up.
Yep.
Yeah.
They just leveled up big time to get better than
the shot. Killorn blocked the shot
teams in the NHL
and popped up, and then he kind of led forward with his hands, and then Forsling to just kind of self-defense put his hands back up, and that really shouldn't have been a penalty.
That's a debatable one for the time of the game that it is.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's contact on both. Killorn just took the worst of it, and they make a call. I don't know about that.
All right, so this is a vital penalty kill. Obviously, it goes without saying for the Florida Panthers, down by 1. Got to kill this off to give themselves any sort of shot to tie it up.
I saw people online saying that this was going to be a blowout by the Panthers.
I didn't believe that.
Yikes.
I was thinking they'd win because they had a lot of things in their favor.
Yeah,
but
they still could. I mean, there's still enough time. This is what they do, man.
Yep.
They make you stress.
That they do. Yes.
Till the last 2 minutes of the game.
Yep. Over 3, yeah. I mean, if you can find that, definitely take a look at that. The over, obviously we're going to have the empty net going. Oh, Mike Jersey. I'm trying to start. Yeah, I mean, get a Twitter following, get a channel, stick to one topic and stick to it. Be devoted to one, topic type of thing, and you'll get people coming back. The worst thing you can do is try to talk about 10 different things in one show. That's always one of the first YouTube rules.
Or have a show if you want to talk about multiple sports, but just like every episode kind of rotate and have different people on and kind of go with the time. Shout out to Sammy P with Chicken Dinner. Like the way he kind of just wrote, whatever's going on in the world of sports at that time, he kind of highlights on. That's also a good way to do it too if you want to do more than one thing.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so this is huge right here. Massive, massive kill coming up for the attempt at a penalty kill, I should say, for the Florida Panthers at 5 minutes, 4:51 to go in the third. They kill this off. There'll be 2:50 left, and they'll still be timed down by a goal. I actually liked the last 5 minutes or so of this third period from Florida. I didn't like their first 10 minutes. First 10 minutes, this was Tampa was better, I think, in the first 10. But this is concerning now. Killorn's going off. It's you don't want to have more injuries and more key absences up front. You're already without Braden Point if you're at Tampa Bay. Yeah, you're right. There's been a tough period for them. That was a bit of a debatable penalty call. I don't know how they didn't spot that puck hitting the netting on the Duclair goal that was taken off the board. I know they got it right, but the fact they missed it in the first place, that's like a bit of a blemish against you when you get your grade, because they grade all these referees after every round. That's how they determine who's going to go through and referee the next series or the next round of the playoffs. It's all merit. It's how good of a job you do. And when you can't clearly see that puck hit the netting there, it makes you wonder what the hell you're looking at. How did
you're
you
fired.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be a Vince McMahon moment. Yeah, you're fired.
You're fired.
Yeah, it definitely could be that. All right, Tampa wins the faceoff. Kucherov over. What a pass to Stamkos, and somehow it didn't go in. Did that hit something on the way? It looked like he had an open side there for a one-timer and didn't even hit the net. Still working it around the zone, though, Tampa. Oh, Kucherov scores. There's your dagger.
Yeah, you had a pretty good idea that he's going to.
That's pretty rough. Yeah. Considering what that penalty call was, that's tough.
That's kind of like the goal he scored against Toronto in Game 6 with the 5-on-3.
Yep.
Really reminds me of
that series. I tweeted, I said, this is the series right here. If Tampa scores, they win it. If Toronto had killed that off, they would have won that series. And that really, I think, was kind of the turning point.
Yeah.
I almost don't even know who Kucherov is anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It's just too much time and space. I don't know what Reinhardt's doing, and Uyghur's got to close the gap a little bit better than that. And Reinhardt's taking a nice free skate there in the zone, not guarding anybody.
Meanwhile, you got a Lightning player right in front of screening in front of Bob. So
yeah, terrible by Reinhardt, and we got a challenge. This is desperation challenge here for Florida. I don't think they're going to win this. This is just
goalie interference.
What are they challenging?
Yeah. Oh, they're going to look. Cirelli.
He didn't bump him.
He bumped in the head and the helmet and the head area, the mask area of Bobrovsky. Just grazed him. Is that enough?
No.
Why would they do that?
That's a clean screen to me.
Oh, see that angle? It looks like they didn't even contact him. Then there's the overhead angle where
that's
there's
a clean
little graze. Yeah.
Overhead you see it, but on ice level, that's a clean screen. And like you said, the defenseman should have picked him up.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. The overhead looks like he grazed him, but the regular angle looks like he didn't even contact him.
Right.
It's crazy how one angle looks so different than the other.
And in full time, it didn't look like he grazed him either. So this should stand.
I think
and get
that
usually you have to hit the pad, the body, the arms. I mean, that's just the head.
He's still in position to make a save.
Yeah.
Interference is like throwing your whole body into him or like really fucking with him.
Well, no, with the goalie, it's just if the goalie can't make a play.
Well, obviously, if you slow it right down like Rogers is, I think Rogers is rooting for Florida here. But they slowed it right down. Clearly, you can see the elbow contacts the side of the head, the mask area of Bobrovsky. No doubt.
I mean, you see it. I see it too. You see it from the inside the goal cam too. But that's not enough to impede him to make a save, and that's the rule. You know.
I mean, if that's goalie interference, what are we doing? I mean, really?
Seriously,
I want it to be no goal, but yeah. I think that's got to stand.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yep. It's going to stand. Yep.
Yeah, I just feel like that would be too much.
Yeah.
Shit. So does
And if you're
Tampa Bay
Florida,
want another power play?
Yeah. I don't love the challenge, but I don't hate it. You know, it's a 3-1 goal. It's an important goal.
You have to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now it's Tampa back to the power play?
Yeah. Well, it's actually going to take Florida off the power play. Or it is Tampa actually back to the power play.
Right, Tampa just scored, so Tampa gets another 2. So this should
there we
go. Here's our 4.5, 5.5 chances right here.
There we go. We got 4.5. Now I don't care who the fuck scores. Just give me a goal. Florida's lost.
Dum-dum.
Yeah.
The dum-dum coach for the Boston did this too.
Yep.
He would make really bad challenges throughout the season. Yep. Sorry for saying that. I hope he's not watching.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
Dean Everson didn't do the best job of challenging either.
By the way, it looks like we're going to have a 9:50 p.m. Eastern time opening face-off for St. Louis and Colorado. It was supposed to be 9:30, but usually TNT is 20 minutes after.
Right.
Yeah.
Ian, you're totally right, though.
Yeah.
If that's goalie interference, what are we even doing here?
Yeah.
Desperation. That challenge was.
Yeah.
I think if that's a goal to make it 2-1 instead of 3-1, Andrew Burnett ain't challenging that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. It's like we're going to lose the fucking game anyway. You know, what do we have left to lose right now? Challenging that.
We really do need another Panthers goal, though.
Any goal. Yeah. Panthers, Lightning, anything.
I would like a Panthers shorthanded goal so that we can assure some empty net time, but it's 4-1. It's gonna be tough trying to get the 5-1.
Yeah, this is a missed opportunity for Florida. Great energy to start. Great 5-on-5 early in the game. I'd say most of the first two periods at 5-on-5 they were better than Tampa. Yep. But then Tampa got that late goal, the power play, 1-1. And Tampa really got their game in the third period. And to do this without Braden Point, so well done. You know what I'm probably going to do? I'm thinking strategy. Florida first period does feel like it's going to be a good way to go in game 2.
Game 2. Yeah, definitely. Because they have to, you have to have everything on your side, at least in the first 20 minutes.
That's all I'm going to take, though, because they're going to be damn near minus 150 or 60 again. Oh, there it is, 4-1.
Yeah.
Ross Colton, too. Yeah. There we go. I'm going to celebrate that. Goal scorer prop. Ross Colton.
Nice.
Does it for me again. Woo! Yeah. There we go. Plus 350.
Very nice.
All right, come on,
4-1.
Panthers.
Let me do my Dave Mishkin impression. There's a shot. Rebound. Scores! Ross Colton!
good.
2:30 to go in the third. That's the Dave Mishkin impression. Score! 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 Rose Goaltend! Rose Goaltend! That's how he sounds, yeah.
That's really good.
I seriously, I often think the Straight Jackets, are going to come for him one day.
Okay.
And he actually called their first Stanley Cup in 2004. He's been the radio voice of the Lightning for a very long time. Yeah.
Oh, everybody hitting the exits now.
I did, and the calls are like these 30-second, like long-winded calls he has.
Yeah.
He always sounds like he's out of breath. Lightning win it! Lightning win it! The breath in between each line. Yeah.
Come on, Panthers, do something.
We'll do it. We'll now I'm on the Michigan kick here. There we go. We'll get it up here. I know we'll find it here with the freaking.
With the I think I know the call exactly you're talking about.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, we do have an empty net.
No.
Nice. I was not expecting that. Okay. Here we go for 5.5. Empty net magic.
Come on, you fuckers. Get a goddamn goal. Panthers.
All right, so over 4.5's a winner. Ross Colton goal scorer. Now give me a 5.5. We got an empty net. I love it. Wait, thank you, Andrew Burnett.
Yeah, I did not think we were going to see that after that 4-1 goal. I'm thinking they're just going to kind of hold it up.
Well, he better man the fuck up. It's his fucking fault that they got another goal anyway.
Yeah.
Let's get a Vasilevsky goal. Why not? Why not add to his legend, huh?
All right, so Florida, empty net. Wow. See, look at even on that save, Vasilevsky's just in great position. It just hits him and it goes wide.
Get it the fuck in the net.
Fantastic.
Can you crash at least two people to the net with a 6-on-5? You know?
Yeah. Come on. Guess I have some of the best fucking players in the NHL.
And, of course, a Florida stick betrays them, as Doc Emmerich would say to one of the Florida players. Their stick betrayed them. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Why they won't pass to the left side, to their right side on the point is beyond me. They've been doing that all night. They've just been left heavy on these power plays and odd man situations.
Yep. Connor Mack is going to swing back around here. It looks like in the at some point during the Blues Avs game. So he's on pub for a bit, and he'll be coming back here for later on for that. And Andrew is slated to be joining us at some point during the Blues. He said it after the Ice Guys today, Andrew, that if he's joining us, it'll be during the Avs game.
Come on, you pussies. Fucking score. Do it. Don't be pussies.
Come on now, get that empty net. I can't rely on Florida to score.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
Tampa's got to get it for us here.
Don't just chip in shit either. Just put it in the net.
Yeah, just kill the clock. They know they don't need another goal.
These guys suck. Fucking suck.
Here we go. Oh.
Look at, they're still blocking shots. They're going down on one knee to block all these shots, Tampa. Here's a chance for the empty net. Your ex-Blackhawk let us down there, Brandon
Hayden. God. 4 years of this shit, man. Unbelievable.
Here we go again. Clear it out. Florida's going to get to it. Tampa's going to have no. Stamkos wants his goal. There we go. Interception. Can they take a shot at it? Now they're just going to put it in deep. I think that's going to be it. Time's running out. Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
That's it. Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Oh, my God.
That's a very disappointing split.
Fucking
Two live totals. Yeah.
It is unbelievable. It's been 4 seasons now of this.
Yeah.
Jesus fuck. A bunch of losers.
That's a very disappointing 1-1 split with those in-game totals. That should have been 2-0. Seriously, yeah.
Except, but one thing, if they didn't pull the goalie, okay, fine. They just packed it in, but no, they pulled the goalie for 2.5 minutes. Still nothing. It's amazing.
Oh, we got Harna Ryan Singh doing the play-by-play of the Blues Avs game for Roger. He's terrific, by the way, Harna Ryan Singh. Yeah. Of course, it's Brennan Burke for you folks watching on TNT. Yeah. Brennan Burke with Pang and Nighty. I think Shane Nighty's the other guy who, of course, does Vegas games.
What's his last
during
name?
The year. Shane Nighty.
Nighty?
HNIDY. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, Nighty.
Yep.
Got it.
Yep.
I thought
Jimmy
it was
knows him well.
like lingerie Nighty.
No.
Yeah.
That's what I thought you were.
As in not nighty, but
No.
night, but sounds like it. Yeah, nighty. Yeah. Yeah, I knew Arna Ryan would do this series because they're going to clear the deck for Chris Cuthbert to do the Battle of Alberta for Sportsnet. Yeah.
Wow.
And then who has the Cup final for you guys? I know it's ABC for us.
It's ABC for it's always Sportsnet. Yeah, CBC. That it's actually on both networks, Rogers Sportsnet and
really?
CBC. Yep.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Or wait, one French or they're both English?
Both English. Yeah.
Oh.
French is TVA Sports in
right. Okay.
In Canada and Quebec. By the way, good start for Colorado with an 8-day layoff, and the puck's been in the St. Louis zone here for the first couple minutes. So,
Neil, Vasilevsky is better than Ottinger. A show.
I mean, let's give Ottinger credit, but come on, I mean,
no. But here's the thing. No, right now, yes, Jake Ottinger will be a top 5.
Are you asking for the balances of their career? Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. I like I said, I was pretty high on Jake Ottinger a couple years ago, and I watched him lead. Yeah. He led that Texas Stars in the AHL team to a Calder Cup final. Yep. He's good. He's gonna be up there someday. But.
He's good.
Say what you will about Colorado and 5-on-5, they're great. Special teams, they're great. They've still got to stay out of the box because of how amazing the power play was for St. Louis. Like, you still can't be giving them too many power play chances if you're Colorado. That's the one way they can lose this series, if they're undisciplined and they're in the box a lot.
And you guys talked about that series last year and the carryover and what we saw at the beginning of the season. Yeah, like I said, they got to stay disciplined. Can't let that kind of shit, bubble up again.
You know what? The amazing thing about Colorado, you're seeing it already, but even Bowen Byram, number 4 on this shift for Colorado, they have green light to pinch on every shift from the Blue. Mm-hmm. It's incredible. It's like 0-0 in the first 3 minutes. They're pinching the D.
Because they do
this all the time. Yeah.
And when you got a guy like Makar as a D man, he doesn't always have to be the one to pinch because he's the one that can get back faster than anybody. So
yeah. And that's the thing. They can pinch, and most of their defensemen are good enough skating-wise to get back and in good defensive posture for any transition or a rush chance. It's unbelievable. It's like they're one of the few, if only, team that can play this way and get away with it.
Carr's ridiculous.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Yeah.
But I like that Jared Bednar lets the horses loose on this team. He knows I've got the personnel to play this way and succeed playing this way. So we're going to play this way. We're going to accentuate what we do well and our strengths. Play to what this team can do. Wow, what a burst of speed right there. Just shows you right there, Nathan McKinnon. My goodness. I mean, look at that.
Oh, yeah. He's been great, too.
Yeah.
He's really
good early save for Binnington. Binnington's been good here. He's already faced a couple good chances here early. Great pace.
Like 3 minutes in.
I know. Great pace. I mean, they haven't waited around, these two teams. They've jumped into this series in this game already. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? Here you go. You're 1.5 right now. It's minus $1.20. So we're getting some plus money available there in a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to be greedy with this. I'm going to wait just even a little bit longer.
Yeah. I'll wait for even plus 100.
All right. So I'm going to jump off. But it was great seeing you guys, and I'll see you next week. And I'll be in the chat and shit.
All right, sounds good, man.
All right.
There he is, Cheshire Cat. All right, so there we go. Great pace to start this game. Incredible. Wow, holy shit, what a scramble right there in front of Jordan Binnington, and somehow found the puck before they did.
All right. Minus 115. You got to jump in now because this may be gone.
there may be a goal any second here.
Yeah.
Oh, piece of it with that blistering shot there from wow.
All right, minus $1.10.
Yep. Yeah, good save. That's tough for Kemper. He hasn't faced a lot of pucks yet, and he just had to face a shot that looked like it fluttered in midair. I mean, Jordan Binnington better be ready to rediscover the year 2019 in this series.
For sure. Yep.
And because he's going to need to be not just good, he's going to need to be like, I don't want to say Jake Ottinger against Calgary type of good, but he's going to have to be somewhat in the ballpark.
Yep.
In this series. And he looks like early, at least, he's up to the task. He's been very good. He's been tracking pucks. He's been making saves.
Not rattled by contact.
Yep. Look at him diving, battling for every inch there.
Yeah.
Great save on that blistering shot. Oh, no, that caught crossbar. Oh, he had a little friend. The iron was his friend there.
Yeah. But not getting rattled by contact. That's the thing, Colorado. They're sneaky about that. So they do the most. They can bump you over and over and kind of get in your head that way. So.
And you talk about a loud rink when they're playing well. That's the Denver. Yeah.
Ball arena.
Yeah. And you're hearing it, too, on a couple of those chances, no doubt. So St. Louis, that's what they got to do. They got to win the face-offs and the offensives. That's the thing. I mean, they're going to have to win some face-offs in this series because you're going to give Colorado the puck. You're already seeing what they can do with it.
Yeah.
Possession is going to be critical. The best way to defend them is don't let them have it. What a pace already. I mean, it feels like we've seen, a period's worth of incredible chances so far.
Right.
It's like
just on the 5-minute mark,
yeah.
I think now you can get plus 110 now in the first period over.
Yeah, I'm going in now.
Yeah.
Yep. I got you don't have to be greedy. We got our buy point here with the over 1.5 at the plus number. It's good enough for me. Wow, it's already up to plus 140. Holy shit.
Really?
Even better. Just jumped to plus 140 right before I locked
it
in.
125.
Good old MGM there again. MGM's been, but since it came to Ontario, man, MGM's been true. I've found so many good prices there with some stuff. Yeah. They scored! Oh my gosh, what a crazy bounce.
There it is.
Right on the stick.
What they needed. Ryan O'Reilly.
O'Reilly. And I just got that in 30 seconds ago. At plus 140 on that over one. And oh my gosh. Yeah.
That's the need. Blues need that to take this crowd out of it.
Just a bounce. And look at that. Great backhand finish by and O'Reilly right away on the board. How about that?
Nice move. Yeah. And you know what? That's the way they kind of catch Kemper, too, because, like I said, so many prolonged Colorado efforts in the opposition zone. All of a sudden, they'll rush back. He can kind of get caught out of position.
Yep.
That's pretty much what happened there. Great start for the Blues.
It was, definitely. Wow. How about that? Against the run of play, because Colorado was just peppering Binnington there the first 5 minutes or so. But that's why St. Louis has got a damn good offense themselves. Mm-hmm. They don't need.
And they're not afraid to play a faster pace. I mean, they just did it with Minnesota, one of the fastest teams in the league. So it's not that they can't keep up and play that kind of style. It's not their preferred style, but they can play it.
Absolutely. Yep, no doubt about
that's
it.
What I think. That's what we'll see with Calgary and Edmonton. Calgary didn't get to play their pace. They played for 7 games. They're going to get to play their pace now against Edmonton.
Yep. They're not a snail anymore. Oh, off the post again for Colorado. That's 2 saved by the pipe.
Yeah.
As the great Tim Brando would say, football and basketball, the iron unkind for Colorado twice now in this first period. Yeah. I mean, this is look, Colorado's going to attack in waves in this series, and there's going to be nothing St. Louis can do about it. It's just going to be, can they withstand it? Can they keep the puck out of their net? And can Binnington come up with the big saves?
Got to weather the storm.
Weather the storm. If you're not going to be able to do that, you're not going to win this series. And so far, they're doing that. Is it pretty? No. Is there going to be extended periods of this series where Colorado's going to dominate St. Louis territorially? You bet. but they've got to be able to survive it. Yeah.
And they're playing the physical game well.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm totally transfixed my eyes on this game, and it's only been like this series looks like it could be pretty damn good.
It could be, yeah.
Like you're gonna have pace, you're gonna have physicality because they can both play that game too. I had no problem with the Tampa Florida game. I thought it was a solid playoff game, but this is a step up so far. What I've seen this first 9 minutes of this game. Maybe that's why Cheshire Cat was chatting about this game so much on the
and rightfully so, because think about it, these are the two teams that had the most time off, combined. Not just Colorado the 8 days, but St. Louis in their series in 6. So
Pang. Yeah, they gave Darren Pang this series. Darren Pang always works TNT though with Brendan Burke. I know he's got Blues, affinity because he does the Blues games during the year, but he's not a guy that's really a homer for the Blues on the national broadcast. He'll be pretty neutral.
Yeah,
he doesn't show it. No. Wow, they came close again. The Blues there. Perron almost redirected one home.
Yep.
I mean, they're just going up and down right now. You can tell these are teams that have got a little energy in them.
Yeah, definitely.
One's been off for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and the other's been off for 8 days. Yeah.
And didn't have to exert much in the series that they played.
Yeah.
And for Colorado, like I said, they've had health issues all year long. So they 7 days, 8 days for them to rest. That's a huge plus for them.
Yeah, it is.
Kemper had that eye issue. I know a couple of defensemen were battling injuries. McKinnon and Landeskog both have been banged up all year.
Yeah. Robert Thomas, Hamilton Bulldog alum. Yeah.
The halfway point with no TV time out yet, too.
Yeah. Oh, great action. Yeah, very few whistles, too. Yeah. Blues are starting to get a little ozone time. This is good. This is a promising sign for them. Let Colorado defend a little bit.
Plus 135 for them to score again.
Yeah.
Avalanche minus 175. Of course, everyone's expecting them to even it up.
Yeah, I know I was pretty harsh on Minnesota, I thought it was terrible the way they lost that series, but I don't want to make it sound like it was all Minnesota not getting it done. St. Louis Blues played a good series. Yeah.
It was 60-40. 60-40 Minnesota beating themselves, but 40% was the Blues really showing up.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. No, and Blues the Blues, this continuation of the way they played since the start of April, last month of the regular season. Not many people had a better record than St. Louis.
Yeah. I mean, that home ice advantage between them and Minnesota came down to the last 2 days of the season. So
yes, definitely. By the way, this is the only series that is in action on Saturday, believe it or not.
Yeah, because isn't it a back-to-back game 3 and 4?
I think so, and I think there's the way the schedule is. There's the way it's set up is I think there's 3 games on Sunday, which is bizarre. I'm going to bring the schedule up. Yeah, there's Florida, Tampa, Carolina Rangers, and Calgary, Edmonton on Sunday. It's going to be a triple-header, 1:30, 3:30, and 8 o'clock are the 3 games on Sunday. Why the hell is Florida, Tampa starting at 1:30 and Carolina Rangers at 3? I know 3:30 is that time slot ESPN loves. They just love a 3:30 playoff game. Just look at the NBA all these years. 3:30 NBA playoff games. Well, if that's the case, TNT, move your fucking Florida Tampa game up to 1 o'clock or 12:30. There's no reason that should be 1:30.
Oh, ESPN. No, ESPN has that as well. So that's why. So ESPN's got both day games. Sunday.
No, TNT's got the Florida Tampa, the 1:30 game. Florida Tampa's on TNT.
Oh, really? I'm looking on the NHL site. It says ESPN. So
really, huh?
Unless something changed.
Maybe something changed because I see TNT. I see Florida Tampa 1:30 TNT. NHL.com.
That's the only. Well, yeah. So something might have changed. I'm not sure because I thought TNT had that whole series, but it says 1:30 Eastern on ESPN, and then ESPN2 has that late game, Flames Oilers. So.
Well, we'll figure it out. What we do know is it's to me 2 hours, but gap between the 2 games is crazy.
But I just think it's interesting.
All night.
I think it's interesting that there's a Sunday, Monday. There's a back-to-back with Florida, Tampa for game 3 and 4. That's the other reason why I think now game 2 for Florida is going to be humongous. Yeah. You go down 0-2 to Tampa, and now you have to play back-to-back in Tampa for Game 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And the last time we saw Tampa Bay play a back-to-back series was, if I'm not mistaken, 2015, where they knocked out Montreal in a sweep.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, building occupancy, to steal the name of our good friend in the chat, occupancy. Building occupancy probably for Tampa on Saturday is probably why they're not playing Game 3 of Tampa, Florida on Saturday.
oh, okay.
That's got to be it. They just tried to get it probably for Saturday, and there's a concert or something already planned there, and they couldn't do it. So now they're going to have the back to, because they want to get realigned again with Colorado, St. Louis.
And it's interesting that there's no, with the Bruins getting eliminated, there's no conflict arena-wise for NBA and NHL. We haven't had in years.
That's I mean, that's a mission accomplished in and of itself, right there. Yeah. Okay, DraftKings is making moves in Ontario all night long. We've seen DraftKings sportsbook ads like just all over the Hockey Night in Canada broadcast, and they even have Hockey Central presented by DraftKings sportsbook because they're getting ready to launch in Ontario, but they just don't know when yet.
So are they waiting for, would CFL season probably be when they would open?
I would, that's probably, I would say June. They haven't announced a date, but they say coming soon. It's probably June 1st, if I had to guess. Probably going to be June 1st, yeah. Yeah, Miami Heat, there's probably a good halftime bet taking Miami, but I totally missed the halftime line, so that's all right.
I have Max Struss over 12.5 points.
Yeah. I have Hero over 14.5. That was my favorite Heat prop in that game. 5 minutes or under 6 minutes to go in the first period. Like, this has been it has been flying this first period. Pace-wise, very few whistles. Like, look at this. This game didn't start till 9:50 p.m. Eastern time, 50 minutes past the hour. And look at it's 18 minutes later, and we've played almost 15 minutes of the period.
Yeah.
I said the betcast will end approximately midnight when this game ends. This game's on pace to end before midnight right now.
Yeah, it is.
Offside. The way Kadri reacted, I thought for a minute it was a penalty. No, it's just offside. Just offside, and there we go. Finally a TV timeout. 1-0 Blues, 5:27 to go. Sitting on over 1.5 here, plus 140 in the first period. You are as well, right, Alex? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, need one more. We got lots of time, though. Still 5 minutes and change left. And I've got the Blues plus 155 first period money line, plus them in the full game. But let's get the first period to the win column first, which was also my best bet today on the show. So there we go. Heroes cash. 15 points for him already. There we go. Here it is again. DraftKings Sportsbook's coming to Ontario.
All the commercials.
That blonde lady that does all the freaking DraftKings ads.
You guys get the stupid one where it's this lady talking and all of a sudden it's just like a dude playing the organ. And it's just I don't understand why these commercials have to be so like fucking silly. Like every single book, and this is not calling all of them out, calling every last one of them. They're just really just silly, kind of like, I don't know what their angle is with that, you know?
I think they're treating the sports. It's almost cornball commercials make you think sports betting is a cornball business that you're promoting. Yeah,
and are they
doing this for serious money, like you, me, and for people that are in this industry? Like maybe put some professionalism and seriousness even a little bit into your ads. How about that?
But here's the devil's advocate to that. Do they not want to make it seem so serious so it scares people off?
Yeah.
I think about all the people you talk to that aren't involved in sports betting and how sometimes it sounds like we're speaking in Mandarin to them. You know what I mean? Because it is kind of a complicated thing if you're not familiar with it. So I guess they have to toe that line as well.
I appreciate that, Michael. I realize Ian deserves to have a life, but man, I wish we had this betcast every night. Hey, if there wasn't such a thing as a need to just have a little downtime, I'd be doing it every night. But once a week's good, and especially because in the playoffs, I've committed. Once we got into the playoffs, I'm going to be here for a whole night of hockey. Like tonight, I'm here right till the end of the Colorado game. We'll hang around for all of it. And because of that, but I'll make the announcement now because I was going to hold off, but since you brought up the wanting the betcast more than once a week, when we get in to the conference finals, in a couple of weeks, and there's just that one standalone game every night, just one game, and that's it. So the betcast would be 2.5, 3 hours, depending on how long that game is. We will have 2 per week in the conference final. We'll have 2 betcasts per week, probably Tuesday and Thursday. It's probably when they would be, more than likely. Conference finals, and we'll do the same thing for the Stanley Cup finals. Because then we've got just the one game, each night. And instead of a 5-6 hour betcast like tonight, you're going to have just a 2.5, 3 hour short one. And I can do 2 of those in a week.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that. That's great. I'm fine with doing that. So there we go. There's your big announcement. Conference finals and beyond, we'll have 2 betcasts per week. Probably, obviously, the Tuesday one isn't going anywhere. That will continue, and we'll probably do the other one on Thursday.
Or maybe we switch it up. You don't want to have the same team twice. So.
Oh yeah, we could do that. Yeah, Tuesday, Friday type deal, perhaps. Yeah.
Monday, Wednesday, or something maybe.
Or Monday, Wednesday. Yeah, we can arrange it. Yeah, because you're right. That's really a good point. We do really want to have the same series on both nights. Yeah.
Right.
Vary it up. Get the East final one night. Get the West final on the other night. Yep. So for this round, it's still going to be 1 a week every Tuesday, and then we'll expand it after that. So St. Louis is calming this game down a little bit. They're in the offensive zone a lot more, I would say, the last 5-6 minutes after that.
Are we going to see 2 more whistles in the next before the end of this period? The next 2 stops. If we see, unless we don't see any more stoppages, but every stoppage now will have a whistle behind it.
This is one of those Billy Walters and his crew type of things where we ask over under 2.5 whistles for the rest of the period. I'm putting 100 on it. What are you putting on it? Yeah, just actual dollar bills out of your wallet type thing. Yeah. That's a good question though. I'm going to say under 2.5 whistles. I say we have 2 whistles max before the end of the period. Look at McKinnon go, man. Jesus Christ. Look at this guy when he's... Oh! Wow.
It can go in? Wow.
Binnington, basically it hits him, and he drops down in that, stop, drop, and roll pose.
Yeah.
Yeah. For fire drills. Oh, there's one whistle.
Okay, so see, that's...
I've got wiggle room for one more whistle in 3:49.
It's I think by right they have to do at least 3 TV times, no matter what gap of time.
That's right, because they didn't get the under 10 timeout in at any point.
Oh, the under 15 didn't come in either.
That's right. No. Got to still get it. Yeah, I wish that the rule was changed. It'd say, "Hey, snooze, you lose, everybody. If you booked ad time for the under 10 minutes timeout, you're fucked.
Yeah,
you're not getting it back." You're not getting an extra TV timeout. It's just if there's no stoppage from 10 minutes to 6 minutes left in the period.
If the NHL had some really cutthroat people in their front office, they'd write that non-refundable TV ad money.
yeah, 100%. Andrew McInnis, there he is. He said he'd be here for the Blues and Avs. Here he is. What's up, Andrew? How are things? You've been doing a lot of radio tonight, haven't you? I think you were doing radio earlier, right?
Yeah, I was on with Chris Thurston and those guys in Boston there. So. Fun breaking down those games. We had to dissect what happened in the Boston series, but they kind of threw me off with a question. They asked me, will we see Patrice Bergeron stay in as a Bruin for the rest of his career, or at least for next year? And I was like, I'm not even really sure I have an opinion yet. So it was, I kind of just said, I don't think that he'll be a Bruin for life, but maybe he will still be next year. But anyway, first game, look, I said it today on the show. I think that the Tampa Bay Lightning, their defense is slept on, not just their actual defensemen.
That's huge to win this game, in my opinion, because this was a great setup for Florida, and to let this slip through their fingers is an issue, in my opinion.
Well, and the score isn't what it actually reads either. Like it was a 2-1 game the entire game, pretty much, right? Yeah. And like I said on the show today, Florida has to score 4 goals to win games. I will stand by that. If they want to win this series, 4 times they're going to have to score 4 goals.
Yeah.
I don't think
the power play has got to stop being a disgrace, which it is right now for them. Terrible. Again,
but look at that. I mean, Ian, you talk about Ross Colton. I talked about Nick Paul. There's Ross Colton, gets on
plus
the board.
Plus 350. I did have him to score a goal tonight. Even though I like Florida, I had him to score a goal tonight. Yeah.
It's worth the value, so.
Yep. And we had an over 4.5. But And it seems like with Alex on the Betcast, it just had to be a night where someone was going to miss a wide open net. They knew Alex is on the Betcast. He's bet this goddamn over 5.5. We're going to show him one of his favorite things that he's seen for
2.5 minutes
endlessly.
with empty net and nothing.
And you could tell Alex too, not to rub it in because I liked it too, that you could tell that they didn't really care. Like they were just dumping it to corners.
Just dumping it in the corners.
That.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Wow, man, I am fucking Bon Jovi-ing this St. Louis first period bet. I'm living on a prayer right now. That's another post for Colorado just now.
I hope you get it, Ian, because I'll be doubling up on my over.
Whew, man, we're surviving right now. Come on, man, 3 minutes. Hang on here.
You know what I like, guys? That goal was actually nice for the Blues. It wasn't like a crappy goal. It was actually a nice goal.
Beautiful finish by O'Reilly to the backhand. And he had to make a quick transition to the backhand with very little room. The puck just came on to his stick, and right in front of him, there's Kemper. So he's got to make that move quickly. What a pace in this period. Unbelievable. Oh. No, they're playing at a different speed, Andrew. I mean, we were talking about this before you joined it. They're playing at a different speed than Tampa and Florida were earlier tonight, these two teams. Yeah.
Colorado fans looking for a call there.
Yeah, they're buzzing right now, too, at Ball Arena. I think Grant Arnold told me he might be going to this game tonight. I don't know if he actually ended up going, but...
The stretch passes from the defensemen in this game, you can see the difference in the last game with Tampa and Florida. They were very careful with the stretch passes because if they get intercepted, they're going to go the other way. But in this series, I think both teams realized, let's do it. You know, it's like the Chiefs are playing the Bills right now, 1st to 40. You know, it really feels like it's that type of game. Even though it's a 1-0 game.
It's a third timeout, by the way.
Yeah, there it is. You're right, because they missed the first 3 in a row. They went from they went right on through the under 14 timeout. They went right on through the under 10 timeout, and by the time they had a whistle, it was under 5. So they have 3 timeouts, and they're making up for it.
Actually, I never paid attention to that until I started live betting. Yep. You know, and of course when you go to games, you realize that when they're taking those timeouts too.
Yep.
But the importance of that, because if they do miss one, they have to make up for it. So you get chances to catch things late in the period because of it.
Yep. And it shows you how much I've been watching hockey, or maybe that I watch way too much, that I've known for years. Under 14, under 10, under 6 are your 3 TV timeouts every period. Yeah. I don't know why it's those 3 numbers in particular, but it is.
Yeah, just because the gap of essentially 5 minutes of play, and you give the guys a break.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about a little Miami Heat comeback, though?
Very good, because I took them earlier today on the Bub show, so that's good to see that. But they're up 8 right now. Dominant, 18-2. Holy fuck. 18-2 in the third quarter for Miami.
Yeah.
Whew.
So I did some in-game betting, and then I threw together like a 3-teamer of teams that were all down, and it was like Miami, Cleveland Guardians, and I can't even remember what the other team was, but Cleveland was plus 425. It was going to be just like a ridiculous payout with Miami and Cleveland in the same.
Yep.
Bases loaded, down 1, bottom of the 10th, and Ramirez can't bring 1 run in.
Of all people, and he's their best hitter, their biggest power hitter.
Their offense is so bad, though.
Yeah. He's the one guy, and he can't even come through for them. Yeah. Although that Stephen Kwan's had a great year for them, but
yeah, I'll be honest, I'm fading the Reds tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll be.
They lost. Did they win or did they lose tonight?
That's who they played.
Yeah, they won. They won at 10.
Forgot about. See, I have my baseball. I'm totally out of the loop, and I put baseball totally on the back burner because of the Betcast. I'm totally locked in on the hockey tonight. I did lean Cincy in that game. It was Overton against Plesac. But the Cincy bullpen is bad. You would have expected Cleveland to do something there.
Awful.
Yeah.
What are they, 6-23 or something right now?
Yeah. All right, 1:30 to go, first period. 1-0 St. Louis. It's weird because I'm in a position where,
See, if we can get up
over 1.5, but I want that goal to be St. Louis. Obviously.
Me too. Yeah. For many reasons.
Yes. 108. No turnovers in the neutral zone. Come on now. Brandon Saad knows to get the puck in. There we go. That's a veteran player right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a guy that's been around the block a few times in Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yep. Just doesn't know how to
Here
finish.
we go. Here's McKinnon galloping up. Here he goes again, around the world. Did he keep that in? He did, barely. Oh.
It's funny you say galloping because that's
literally what he's doing.
That like they first started saying that to him at the Memorial Cup.
Yeah.
They were like, he's like a horse. He's like he's like Giannis on skates. Like he just takes like 4 strides and he's like across the whole ice.
Yep. It's amazing skating stride he's got. It's really you're in awe when you see it. And it's actually different from the McDavid and McKinnon are both speed to burn, but it's totally different styles of skating stride.
Yeah,
it really is. Yeah. You're right. He's got that little like the horse. He's got his head going, and he's got the feet going up and up and up. It's right. It's very much like the horse for the course right there. All right. So face off in the Colorado zone. 15 seconds.
Quick draw on a shot.
Oh, big save. Nice save off a one-timer off the draw for Kemper. 2 seconds left.
I'll do it. But you know what? Hey, Blues did what they needed to do.
There we go. We're home.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good stuff.
St. Louis plus 155 first period and the best bet on the show today. There we go. Earlier today. Yep.
Yeah, that's what they had to do. They had to control that first period. They didn't dominate it, obviously. Colorado dominated the pace and possession. But getting that first goal, and that gives them a little confidence. But they got to come out the exact same way in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, you cannot let Colorado build on that momentum they had for the majority of the period. So
no, I mean that 5.5 at even money is already interesting to me. But you know, I don't know if this is a game where I want to get greedy and wait for 4.5. Not in this year. This thing could be a powder keg waiting to explode with the way Colorado hit 3 posts. All right, 3 posts in that first period.
Yeah.
Could have been 3-1. Colorado. So that's why I'm a little fortunate there with the Blues first period. Yeah. But yeah, this will open up that 5.5. As soon as it hits plus price in the second, we're gonna get in on that probably. We should have had the 5.5 at plus 150 in that Florida game too. But Brandon Hagel decided, you know what, I'm inside the center ice line and I've got a clear shot at the empty net, but I'll put it wide.
Just 2 more strides in and shoots, and he'll be good.
Yep. Former Blackhawk couldn't make you happy there, Alex.
No, and the Hawks did that often, like many other teams. So.
Nope. The Ross Colton thing really was good. Like that really helped out. That and the 4.5 at least cashing made that a better game for me. Yeah.
But if you're a Florida fan, you got to be kind of upset about that Forsling call that led to that 3-1 goal. You let that.
This was not a good night for those refs. The calls on both sides were iffy at best all night. They missed that freaking. I don't know how the hell they missed that puck hitting the netting.
Two cases of where you could have called 4 on 4 penalties for hooking and holding the stick.
Yeah,
one or the other gets called. It was just,
and they call holding the stick on one and hooking on the other. Yeah.
The Kucherov one was just so blatant; it was ridiculous. Like.
And here we go now, Jamie Foxx, BetMGM. It's endless. Yeah. It's endless, man. I mean, that thing I posted on Twitter and Facebook is so true. Like Sportsnet, you know, canceling the hockey for gambling commercials. Yeah.
Well, people are really like, it's become a huge problem. Like I was talking to, when I was in Montreal, I was talking to some members of the media there, and I was telling them what I do, and they were just like, "Oh yeah, it's good for you and stuff." But like, I'm sick and tired of these commercials already. And like, tell people I know my hometown, like they're content creators, like I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, I'm in the space. You guys are in the space. I actually agree with them. And like, there's Budweiser commercials, you see Heineken commercials or whatever, different beers, but to me, like, they're absolutely shoving this down people's throat. Like, you know, people are going to think that, like, people with positions like us that, like, do content and betting, sell picks or whatever, think we'd be on the same page. No. I think it gives a bad rep to our business. Like,
it's too much now. It's overkill.
Like, you know, like, I just saw Stu Cowan just tweeted out, Daryl Sutter says NHL coaches shouldn't talk about injuries during the playoffs but every second TV ad during the playoffs is for a gambling website led by Matthews and Gretzky and other people.
Yeah.
Right. It's kind of like Dave Koken was even saying it last year. He goes, if the MLB is going to partner with like different sports books, I need to know who the goddamn pitcher is hours before the game, you know, and that's just part of the game, you know? So I think it's, to me, I think like I have a buddy who actually got pouched to work for DraftKings as an analytical person. He's a very smart guy. And he told me, he's like, no, I don't like how they advertise. Like they make people want to get into betting too much. So it's like all three of us bet all the time. I bet very seriously. And as you guys know, I bet like some fun parlays and stuff. Like I'm not afraid to admit that. It's for fun. But like,
but you separate fun parlay amounts from the more serious, you know, strong opinion.
Yeah. Oh, like I don't know if I think I told you guys about that one I had when Memphis was down like 23 and and people were saying to me that wasn't good enough, and I parlayed that with Dallas money line. It was like 24-1, like, you know, like that's just like for shits. But
the goal is to hit one once in a while, hit one of those crazy parlays.
Well, Teddy covers every Sunday. He was saying that he does money line parlays every Sunday just for fun, like not like big units. But
and that's like a 20-year better and more than that. Teddy, you know, Teddy's breaking me into the business. That's how long he's been around, and I've been now at it for.
But they really are shoving it down people's throat in both America and Canada, it seems like.
But here's the thing, too. How many times, and we watch how many sporting – I watch about, maybe 1,500 sporting events a year on television. How many commercials do we see for Geico and Progressive and Liberty Mutual and all this other shit? Like, I mean, it's the same thing. They're shoving everything down our throats. That's how advertising on TV works. You know, I don't think just because it's sports gambling like that – yeah, you know, people already have that negative connotation about what it is to begin with, so they kind of focus in on it more. But it's no different than seeing, like you said, 55 Jägermeister commercials or 100, you know, Geico commercials, you know,
or you know, 50 smoking commercials of some old cigarette from back in the day. Yeah, smoking.
Well, a lot of people, I've heard some people argue. There's two sides to this argument, but I've heard some people say like, why do they even advertise it if someone's going to gamble? They're going to gamble. But I disagree, because you know what? Like in Canada and like where I live, I know a lot of people that actually tried weed at like for the first time when it became legal. So I like a lot of people were like, well, no, everyone's going to just all the smokers are going to be just regular smokers. It's not true. Like I was surprised, but like how many people are opening up betting accounts because it's legal now? I know that like even some of my dad's friends, they're like, oh, this is cool. Like I can legally do this now. Like, so it's working on some people. Like obviously,
friend of mine who hates betting. Like I said years ago, because he's really interested in me getting into the business at the time. He said, but I love sports, but I'm not really much into the betting side of it at all. Now, all of a sudden I get a message like 4 weeks ago saying, you know what? I know you've been at this career of yours for a while. I really want to get started here, especially I see all these ads right now for all these different places.
So it works, right? It
get my advice. And he asked us, how can I start? How can I sign up? So these ads are hooking him in.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what we're doing to other people?
It's great for us as handicappers.
Me being here and being in what's still kind of an outlaw state, as soon as it hits here, I'm going to have my phone. I'm anticipating my phone blowing up because everybody's going to ask, who do I sign up with? What book? What do I do for this and this?
Yeah.
Because people always ask me, even during like March Madness or Super Bowl, you know, how do I get a bet down, you know, somewhere? So yeah, there are people who have just a slight interest in it. And that's the thing. And these books want the casual person. You know, they really don't want our money. They'd rather have the person who watches on TV, gets hooked on that commercial, and say, hey, you know, I'm going to put $20 on, you know, my team to win this game tonight. Yeah. You know, that's the base they want. And it's proof when you start seeing people, you know, higher limit players get limited to, you know, me trying to make a $50 bet get turned down to 54 cents. They're doing shit like that to people around the country. And then, you know, they don't want real better money. They want, you know, the casuals, and they want the parlay action. That's why you can do same game parlays.
Yes.
If you're smart enough, you can cash them and make some big money with it. But most people are just going to tie in their favorite player to hit a home run. Or
exactly.
Shohei Ohtani to get 10 strikeouts and 2 home runs. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
you'll like this one, Alex. So we were watching UFC. This is 2 years ago with my roommates, and one guy just like doesn't bet, like doesn't like to bet at all. He's like always out, like he likes sports, but he's not really, doesn't sit on the couch and watch with us. So his girlfriend's out of town, and we're like, oh, dude, like you have no excuse now. You're chilling with the boys tonight. Like we told him, having some drinks, and he goes, all right. I'm loading up to my account. I'm going to deposit like $100 or $50, whatever it was. So he builds it up. Like he takes the over or under in every fight. I think it was under every fight. He wanted knockouts, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like up a good amount going into the main event. What does he do at the main event? Put it all on it, right? Lose. You know what I mean? But he couldn't give a shit because like he paid for the experience. It's like same thing as like I know many people that are like, if I'm going to the bar and I see this game's on, I'm gonna put $50 on it, and if I lose, it's just part of my expense for the night. You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I get.
But for us, we're like, what the fuck? I don't want to lose.
I don't place a bet unless I've got some kind of expectation of a great result. Right.
And you know, I'll take a perfect opposite example of me going to a bar, and I literally wrote an article about live betting. This is how I started. It was one night I was at my bar down the street, Allery's, watching a Wild game, and I'm looking at the pace of play, and I'm going, Wilder's scoring the next goal. The guy next to me, he's like, I don't even think it was a Wild fan. He's like, they're not scoring. I go, I bet you a beer and a shot the Wild score the next goal. It was maybe 2 minutes later. Wild get on the power play, score a goal.
Did he give it to you?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he honored the bet. But it was just like, you know, so yeah, the difference of like you're saying, people just putting some money on it because it was on TV or whatever. And, you know, me, I'll walk into a bar, and I've done that with college football. I walked in a bar, from the time I left home to walk in, this team scored a touchdown already, and they got the ball back. Well, I'm going to make a real live wager on it. You know?
Yeah, remember when we were in Hamilton together? I remember when we were at that bar, and it was like Army Navy, and we took the in-game under or something like that. That was funny.
Yeah, Tin Cup there.
Yeah.
Ancaster. Yeah.
Yeah, Ancaster. It was funny because it was already like not even that high scoring of a game, but it was for those two teams.
Yeah.
So Ian and I are at this bar, just like catching up, chatting, and just hoping for a shit football game behind us. Like
that was Army Navy last December. Yeah.
Yeah, which is under like what was it, 30 years and like 28 unders or something like that. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it still got through there. It still ended up hanging on.
All right, guys. So I'm in with the over 5.5.
I am too, but waiting just a second. Speaking of waiting, the one thing I can't wait any longer for is to piss. So I'll be right back in 2 minutes.
You know what's funny? When we talked about that, we're waiting for over 5.5. It was, in my book, it was minus $1.05, and now it's been bet up to minus $1.20 just during the intermission. So
wow,
yeah. So everybody's kind of thinking the same way.
So who are you on in the Panthers series?
I don't have a series bet in that.
No series bet,
but I'm gonna have Florida first period
next game,
and hope that cashes and look to bet Tampa live.
Next game,
if Tampa goes up 2-0, and especially like I said, realizing now it's gonna be that back-to-back for Game 3 and Game 4 in Tampa, we might see a sweep. You know?
Yeah, like I like Tampa quite a bit. I thought it, man, like this is a problem like I'm running into right now is like I'm not an analytical guy, and like I hear the way you handicap too. Like, you don't bring up a lot of numbers. Like we talk about numbers, but like so. Without being like that guy that I don't like without being the person that I'm like saying I don't like, that always like diminishes other people in the industry. I think that right now there's all these people that are just numbers people that don't know anything about sports that are acting like they know the game because this goal should have went here. And the fact of the matter is, like in some of these, like Florida should not be that big of favorites, I don't think, in it.
No.
But they're the President's Trophy winners. You know, they had this to their season. They had the, but like hockey is the most. It's where there's regular season doesn't mean shit. Like look at the Leafs. Like I always fuck with them, but like come on, they had like 5 goals a game in the regular season, and then they lose 2-1 in Game 7. Like I don't know. I just think that Tampa Bay, like they're so deep, and they have the best goalie in the world. This is coming from a Habs fan with Carey Price. They have the best goalie in the world. And they were plus 145, Alex, to win the series.
But here's the thing, too. And hockey is the most emotional postseason of all. And that's all the more reason why you can't just look into direct numbers when you're talking about betting hockey. And I think a lot of people who are siding with Florida have to be thinking this is the factor of, okay, Tampa Bay's got to just run out of steam at some point. That's the reason. If I was lining that series, I probably would have opened Florida minus 150, minus 155 as well, because you think Florida's pretty fucking good. Tampa's just got to be like, how much more can Tampa give? How much more can Vasilevsky give? You know, and so if they can continue to defy that, then Tampa's the more skilled playoff team, but Florida's one of the best hockey teams in the league for good reason, but it's not always that. It's sometimes situation. The reason I liked Boston to win that series, I just thought Boston had the better playoff pedigree. That's why it went 7 games. Carolina was the better team and they won the series. But sometimes you can bet against the worst team in the series if you feel that the other intangibles are worth it.
Yeah. And that's just the thing. Like, because, okay, so, and actually, you know what? You made the point that I was trying to make is that the way what you said there is that the line isn't wrong to what it should have been. As a bettor, I just think it's overvalued. You know what I mean? So like the bookmakers are going to do their job, but it's my job to think if that's what it should be. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, exactly. Right. They're setting a number. Books set a number for many reasons. They're not setting a number always just to say they're right. They're setting a number sometimes to draw to reaction. Right. They're setting a number, because they kind of see something where if this is a back and forth series, especially when you talk about Florida and Tampa, if that's such a back and forth series, that Tampa won tonight, you can't just go and flip flop and all of a sudden make Florida a dog. It probably would have opened up, minus $1.10 each way if Tampa had won game one for the series price.
Yeah.
So they got to play the long and short game of it, and that's what it's our job as better.
Wait, did DX Filer just say Shesterkin's the best goalie in the world? Nah. Come on, man. No. I hope you're joking with me.
He's like somebody was talking about Ottinger too. Shesterkin's up there. Shesterkin's going to be a mainstay as a top 5, top 10 goalie in this league. Same thing with Ottinger, but not right now.
What's Fernando saying here? Odd Shark had Florida losing. Okay, great. Why am I getting a million question marks here?
Oh, yeah, odd. Yeah, you can't. The Odd Shark, that predictor thing. I've never paid attention to that.
Neil says I think Jake Ottinger might disagree. Yeah, he played great, but let's not label him the best play. I mean, Devin Booker was getting labeled Kobe Bryant 3 months ago. Look what happened to him a couple weeks ago.
I tell you this, I wouldn't shy away from taking an Ottinger Vezina prop next year.
Well, I mean, look at Anton Khudobin. Look at all these guys that have played for Dallas. Dallas has always had good goaltending. They've just never had clutch scoring to pick it up.
Okay, but here's the thing, though.
I'm not comparing those two guys. I'm just saying in the playoffs, that's what they are. That's what Dallas is.
Oh, they're a defensive-minded team. But Ottinger to me looks like the best goalie they've had in quite a while. Because if we go back to some of those Dallas teams, Ottinger, he's got to be 25.
He's not even in his prime yet, right?
Yeah.
Because goalies don't get their prime for a while.
23. Oh, 23. So yeah.
He's 23 years old.
That's a baby for a goalie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To be playing like this, so yes, we will be talking about him as one of the top 3 to top 5 goalies in the world at some point, possibly soon. And the fact now that they don't have that weird law, because remember we were wondering what the hell was Dallas doing? They had 4 goalies. They thought Ben Bishop was coming back. I don't know how they thought that when it was clear his career was over a couple of years ago. Braden Holtby, you brought him in for God knows really what. His time has passed. Then they had there was another goalie they had too. It was Ottinger seemed like he was going to be the guy that went out at the beginning of the year anyway, and they just never gave him a chance. And you couldn't because you had all these other guys in front, and they were paying the big money. And they overpaid Holtby as well just for a 1-year deal. So now he doesn't have any of that to worry about. He's the clear-cut number 1 guy, and he's the kind of guy who probably could be more of an old school workhorse type. He could probably give you 60 games in a season. Now, he may not want to do that because he's 24 years old. You might want to try to extend him for a while, get a second, a 1B type to back him up next year.
To get you 25 starts type.
Having that is just so key right now.
It is.
You need to know. I think you have to know who your number 1 is, though.
Yes.
Because look at Boston. Boston's a perfect example of that, where it's good to have 1A, 1B when it was Rask and Halak that time. Mm-hmm. But you can't just have is Allmark number 1? Is Swayman? Oh, here comes Tuukka Rask. What?
Vegas did a bad job of it.
You can't have too many cooks in the kitchen either.
Right. Yeah. Boston did a bad job of it. But then teams like Minnesota did a good job of it this year, where they had Kokkonen and Talbot. That was a good 1-2 tandem. I'm trying to think of another team.
I got to give a shout out to my buddy Adam in LA right now, joining us on the live chat. What's up, Adam?
Oh, really? I have someone you know in the chat. Good stuff.
I actually met him in Vegas. He was at our event, but great guy.
Nice.
All right.
We had a really good time together, and we stayed in touch. So
I got some breaking news. Actually, we're going to have another guest added to the rotation. It's a ways away because he's busy for the next couple of weeks. But Thursday, June the 2nd. Assume we're going to have a show that day. Assume there's going to probably be the conference finals at that time. Carl Alsner will be joining the show. So there you go.
Okay, nice.
We'll reminisce on some Canadians days there with the He was there for a bit with Andrew's Montreal Canadiens, although most of his career was with Washington, of course, earlier on. And I told him I'd do his Craig Laughlin impression for him.
Any thoughts on Colorado -0.5 second period? What do we think?
I like that, but for me, I'm torn because I got St. Louis in the full game, but I felt better about the first period. So if you want to take a shot with Colorado -0.5,
because I'm on already over 5.5 and 6.5, but I'm not.
What is that price for the puck line?
I'm seeing +100, plus 105.
I'll let that go up a bit. I might get in on that if the price gets a little bit better.
I like to have some fun here when I join you guys on this, so it's nice, you're on.
Of course. Yeah, we want to make bets. Maybe a good time to endorse Colorado because the man joining us now on the Betcast, Josh Lucero here, he's a big Colorado Avalanche fan.
What's up, Josh?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Andrew, nice to meet you. Alex, Ian, good to see you guys again.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to have you back. Josh, you've been on the Betcast, I think, a couple of times now. Yeah, definitely. I think twice. I think this is probably your third time. So
yeah, a couple times recently.
Nice. Yeah.
So what do you think of that Colorado first period? Obviously down 1-0, but a million chances. We know that. And
so
missed the net. Wow, 2-on-1.
Yeah, so actually, I just got home. I had a family function that lasted longer than I was anticipating. So
yeah, I know.
I actually missed the whole first period.
Every sports bettor knows about that. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
God damn it! I want to get out of here. The hockey.
Yeah, I thought there was a chance I'd miss the beginning, but not the whole first period. But I'm here now. But maybe you guys can kind of fill me in how the first period went.
Yeah, it was basically Colorado had the edge in play. Binnington was terrific. They missed some point-blank chances. 3 goal posts. Actually, a crossbar and 2 posts in the first period for Colorado. And I was kind of fortuitous to hang on with St. Louis first period. I was, but
and 2 of those 3 posts. I mean, they beat Binnington and just hit the post. So we could be talking about a 2-1, 3-1 game right now.
Yeah. Which adds fuel to the fire for Andrew, kind of thinking Colorado maybe in the second period on the puck line. Because look, a little bit of fortuitous, like I said, the iron unkind, the old Tim Brando line for Colorado in that first period. Or else it could have been different.
Okay. You guys got the live line up on the money line right now? I got
money line is pretty much even money right now. And if you want Colorado, we're eyeing more Colorado like the puck line in the second period, which is +100, +110 right now in most spots, -0.5. Colorado, just basically Colorado to win the second period.
Right.
The full over 5.5 at -$1.10.
Yeah. Pre-game earlier today, I took the Avs plus over 5.5, one of those like combo bets at +110. So that's what I started with.
Okay, that's solid.
Well,
I still like that.
You need St. Louis to score to win that, so you're probably you need some goals out of St. Louis probably to win that. So
yeah.
Oh, someone didn't stay on side there for the Avs. I mean, that totally killed what looked like a decent looking rush there. Bad Burakovsky there. That was him that went offside. Yeah.
Did you guys hear about the Arizona Coyotes will not have their logo at center ice this year?
Yeah.
It's too much of a disgrace. Is that why? Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Like I said, their IHL teams in the 90s didn't deal with that kind of shit. Like they're just going to be – they're literally the second tenant in a college arena. That's embarrassing.
That is. Arizona State Sun Devils logo takes precedent. Yeah. Sorry, guys. You snooze, you lose. You're a professional team in one of the big 4 major sports leagues in North America, but you're fucked getting your logo on center ice.
Sun Devils hockey probably has a bigger following than the Coyotes at this point. Wow. And they've only been D1 for like 5 years. Granted, the club team was huge in the 90s and 2000s, but still, it's embarrassing on all levels.
No.
Ian, what what's the time on your TV right now? What are you guys seeing on your TV?
17.
You mean in terms of I'm at 17 on the nose right now.
Okay, he's Ian's ahead of all.
17:05 right now.
Right now, I'm 17 on the flat, like right on the dot. Okay. Yeah.
So Ian's ahead of all of us, then Andrew, then me.
Good to know. I will mute myself if there's a goal. I will try to stay still and no sound, no emotion, no facial expression, nothing. Yeah. I'll remember that now. Yep.
I was on the phone with Carmine earlier, and he said, "What are you talking about? You must be behind me." And then like a minute later, he goes, "Oh, never mind, you're ahead of me."
Yeah. Arizona State doesn't want to dirty the ice. That might be it too. Yeah.
You know, I've heard though that there's like because your tweet cracked me up, Alex, for sure. But come on, let's go. Oh no, Alex didn't. Oh, he didn't react either. My bad, Alex. Fuck. Sorry. I thought fuck, my bad, bro. I'm always the one that's
there we go.
last.
See, I did it. I said I would test
Damn.
myself, and I didn't know I would test myself
I thought
that
Josh
quickly.
was
But
last. I looked over at Alex and immediately felt guilt.
No, well, you know what? And then I saw everything lock up on my live odds screen. At first, I was like, "Well, something that's ahead of my cable as well." So
Big Val, yes, I was waiting to see who scored. I thought it was him. Yep, Big Val. There we go. We're on the board. Goal scorer prop, Nichushkin, and a point from him. That's just been automatic for me taking that with Colorado most games. Big Val does it again. Yeah.
brand new game now.
Yeah, see John Massey. John Massey knows what I'm talking about. He's always ahead of anybody when he's on these betcasts.
Right.
And he's kept the poker face going and no sound effects or no noise emanating from him when there's a goal. He's done a great job of that the last week especially. Like he's just still face and no emotion, no reaction whatsoever. Thank you, John. I appreciate graduating from the John Massey school of not making a sound, not making a flinch or a facial expression when a goal goes in, so that you're not spoiling it for anybody else. Oh boy, this is batten down the hatches time right now for St. Louis. Just call it that building's into it. They're swarming again right after that goal.
Yeah, honestly, I'm biased, so it's going to sound a certain way, but I'm looking for the Avs to pour it on right here. I think they're going to be more determined than usual in the second round this year. With the past 3 years, all they needed was that first one to go in. I'm looking for them to really put it on them.
Yeah, Binnington has to have something, and we said this, Alex and I, earlier. He has to have some kind of performance in this series in the ballpark of Ottinger. Not like maybe that good, but something comparable where he's going to have to steal some games, stand on his head more than a few times. He's got to do that. And look he's got to do that right now. They are absolutely all over St. Louis right now. It's amazing how they get a goal, and it just goes right to them.
And once again, that arena gives them all the electricity they need to when they score.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And certainly, if you have like the full game over 6.5, which I do, I know Andrew does. You know, you're still in a very decent spot right now. There's so much time to go. You know, it can explode any minute.
Didn't take long for me to regret not pulling the trigger though on the puck line second period. I didn't do it. No, because I liked what you said. Plus 100. Yeah, wasn't a great price.
I would have if if the goal didn't happen that quickly. I was waiting for just plus 120s, but hopefully you got in. Yeah.
Let's get one more before the 10-minute mark. How about that?
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, Big Val strikes again.
As soon as that's gone, you go get in the shower, okay?
Yeah, it's my car.
Let's go sit next to you.
Yeah, that was a huge sequence of stops by Binnington. He's getting pushed all into the net.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. And you know what? This is a tough game for a Kemper to be in goal for. You know why? Because he's not facing the same volume. Kind of like Markstrom against Ottinger in Game 7. You know, and every player we've talked to said the same thing. You know, it's difficult for that goalie to stay sharp when he's not facing the shots and the quality the other guy is.
And you got to wonder, too, about Kemper. We saw him get banged up last series. He's had an issue with injuries. If they gets physical and stuff in front of the crease, he gets bumped around a little bit, you know, taking some hits and different things. You know, you wonder about that as well.
Yep.
You know,
man.
I called that with even though he ended up coming back in the series, but with Antti Ranta, I said, you know, you got to be worried about him. Sure enough, he ends up getting hurt. You know, it was a game 1 and game 2.
Yep.
So.
I mean, people are still wanting. I heard someone on radio today. I think it was one of the local Toronto stations. They were talking about the Carolina situation of Freddie Anderson, and they talking about what would there have been a difference for the Leafs if he was in net this year. And I'm like, come on, guys, come on. But then they said, well, Carolina, he's not even playing right now for Carolina. And I've always said about Freddie Anderson, this guy takes a decade right now to heal from injuries. That's an issue. We'll mute Josh's mic in the background while he's dealing with his personal stuff there. There we go.
But yeah, Frederick Anderson's record was great, but because he wasn't in Toronto. He was in Carolina. Like, who knows what his record would have been? It probably wouldn't have been anything. We wouldn't have been talking about him possibly being a Vezina Trophy candidate halfway through the season if he was in Toronto. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, Miami Heat sure woke up.
What is this going on?
Yeah, unfortunately, Ian, I did take them live, but that would have been a pretty nice payout if I had them and the Guardians when they were plus 425.
Yes. Oh, man, that's painful, right? And the best hitter on the team.
I really think every team should score a run in extras. Like,
you get an automatic runner at second with nobody out.
I hate that rule.
How about put a bunt down, you fucking morons? Get the guy over to third with one out and make it easy to get
and literally just get a sack fly and lob it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you see how most guys bunt in the league these days, that's not
they can't. They've lost the fundamental skill of getting a bunt down properly. It's 100% true. Yep. What a save by Benny. Like, they got to wake up here, St. Louis. They're going to this is going to end up 5-1 Colorado if this level of pressure keeps going. You can only a turnover right there. What a save. That was a quick turnover. Yeah, Colorado's got the alarm went off in the first intermission for Colorado. Yeah, the Manfred man. That's right.
Oh, man. Max Strust only has 5 points in this game.
No. It's funny, in the intermission, one of our guests asked me, should I take Colorado, that we had on Ray from last Friday. He was on, should I take Colorado first to 3 plus 170? I kind of like that. I'm like, man, you got your own mind. Come on. If you like it, bet it. Yeah. Can't always steer everybody in the right direction. The value did seem pretty good. Colorado first to 3. Yeah. Plus 170. Yeah.
Man, unfortunate story out of the NFL. Tariq Cohen, who was the running back for the Bears, he had already been cut because he was recovering from a torn ACL and MCL. Did a workout on Instagram Live and tore his Achilles.
Yeah, it's really. I saw the video, man. It was so sad. Yeah. And the worst part is he knew immediately. Yep. He was like, "Wow."
Yeah. That sucks because he's a really talented player and a guy who could have been using a lot of different types of offenses, but.
That's a whole different meaning to the phrase social media can sometimes get you into trouble. Yeah. Yeah. That's terrible. Wow. Yeah. It's bad that he suffers that alone. He suffers that on an Instagram video for everybody to see. Yeah. I mean, gosh.
Yeah. And all in the same leg. So now he's got to recover from his knee and his Achilles. That's
That's a long, lengthy recovery.
I remember when because the surgery I had 2 years ago was kind of like an ACL surgery. It was like kneecap. And I remember at one point I'm just like you just think you're not going to be able to put pressure on it again. And then literally after weeks, it just heals up. But you have to do physio and all that stuff. The worst part is for these guys, you know how sometimes you see Jamal Murray, he's chilling the sidelines, wearing street clothes, getting all hype. And everyone's like, this guy's getting hype. Why can't he play? Because it's not lateral movements, you know what I mean? They're just standing there and being normal people, but you can't do crossovers and go in the paint and stuff like that. Football is all about stop and starts, and they're all non-contact. That's the most shitty part about it, is that it's never someone just hit you hard. It's no, you move one way weird, you know?
Yeah. Right. And people, I think, don't realize too that there's certain injuries that they take an athlete out, but if you're a regular, just human being, you can kind of deal with. A lot of people probably need Tommy John surgery in their lives, but if you aren't a baseball pitcher, then you just don't get that surgery done.
No. They never. Yeah, it seems like only baseball. Oh, look at. Wow, with a capital W at what just happened.
Robbery.
Oh,
Robbery by Pennington.
I mean, how does he not elevate the puck? You've got it's Eric
Right.
Johnson. That's
Right.
why. I mean, Eric Johnson's a great defenseman. Finishing things off offensively is not.
He thought he had a wide open net, and he pretty much did.
Oh my
for
gosh, that's
90% of it.
Yeah.
Oh, it slips off his stick.
Yeah, it did.
No, it slips off his stick. He gets a full puck on that. That's a goal.
right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say he couldn't have fumbled that
It
bad.
rolls and slips right off the top of that. That's unfortunate.
Yep. That's
That was
basically what
an
you're
over better nightmare.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about with like the kind of over the top saves he's going to need to make or whatever.
Sure.
Even though that one did slip off the stick.
I mean, it's just amazing how they come after it in waves. It really is. I mean, even against St. Louis, they're coming in with. This is what they did all series against Nashville. I wasn't shocked by that. Nashville didn't play well defensively down the stretch here, but and the goaltending, of course, down to their third goalie. I mean, all of that. But
Yeah, Ian, I'm always listening to the show, and you are talking about like how deep St. Louis is offensively, and which they are. They got a lot of talented offensive players, but to me, the difference in the two offenses is like the explosiveness, like how quickly the Avs can just come at you, like kind of like they're doing right now. They're just
it's wave after wave,
waiting to put them all in the back of the net or whatever.
And because they're constantly pinching their D, Josh, in the zone, you can't get pucks out. You try to chip. Good luck doing that because they're always pinching the defense to keep it in.
Right.
You can't just chip, the pucks past these guys on Colorado because they're just so aggressive with their D-men at all times.
Yeah. The whole team is so fast. Once they get going, it's hard to slow them down.
So that's definitely a misfire by Eric Johnson as they're showing that on replay again. But at the same time, that's a great job by Binnington to at least get over there and get the glove down. Because if he's even just 1 second or split second late reacting to that, he probably could still trickle that puck in, even though he half whiffed on it.
That's tough to watch, man. That's tough to watch.
I mean, DX Filer, come on, man. You're a great longtime supporter of this show and watching most days and in the chat most days. You know better than to put that in our chat. This over 5.5 may not hit. It's 1-1 with half the game to go. I mean,
I've got a friend that does that like every single time. That there's especially in the playoffs, the third period is always going to be the highest scoring, especially if it's like game 3, 4, 5, or 6. Like I always, if I get one goal in the first period, I'm happy with some of these. Like, do you know how many overs I've hit in this playoff so far where it was 0-0 after 1? Yep. Still like a handful.
Or kind of like this, 1-0 or 1-1 halfway through the hockey game like it is now. Yep.
How about that Capitals and Florida game?
Yeah, there was one
game
that
7.
just exploded. Yeah.
4-3 overtime, right?
Yep, exactly. And it was low scoring at the very beginning. It just exploded. Yeah. So DX Filer, think the good thoughts right here. Long way to go for 5.5 and for 6.5, which was the initial bet that I've got as well. Yep.
Yeah, in the playoffs, all these teams they're so skilled and they're so motivated, that they're not letting up like you might see sometimes in the regular season. Like kind of it's not our night, and they just never get anything going. You're not likely to see that very much in the playoffs. Like everyone's going hard till the very end.
Yep. The one thing that has me thinking this could stay under, though, is this going to be one of those nights again for Colorado? They end up with 40, 50 shots, and it's like Ingram type of deal for Binnington tonight.
Yeah.
We remember that game, too. It was the one game Nashville had a chance to win, and they only had a chance to win it because Ingram just had one of those anomaly nights in net. Connor Brodeur for one night, like I said,
Yeah, I still feel like I got lucky cashing that Colorado to sweep at plus 425. I thought for sure Nashville had a couple of chances to win a game in 2 and 3.
People are saying, why is St. Louis just sitting back and letting them come after in waves? Why are they not doing anything? Well, they're trying. They're actually trying, but that's Colorado. When they get the speed. Yeah, it's just They can leave you in your dust, and they could pin you in your own zone for 5 minutes straight, 6 even. Yeah. Let's just hang on and try to get a chance and a goal with our counterattack opportunities if you're the Blues. That's what you're trying to do. Like the first goal they scored in the first period.
Orlando won the number 1 seed and the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. I just saw that.
I saw that.
Are we all good?
Yeah.
I was waiting for Alex's reaction.
All seen
talking
what
about
happened?
Orlando.
We've all seen what just happened? Yes.
Come
Yeah,
on.
we all did.
Goal Colorado,
Goal
2-1
Colorado.
Avs.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm a dumbass for not taking that puck line. Second period.
I'm just a dumbass for waiting too long. I knew
I
I
had
was gonna.
I
but-
had two chances to get over 5.5 minus $1.10 and didn't take out one of them. So
Yeah.
I guess we've all done something stupid right now.
Hey, at least it's documented on the betcast. We were all thinking the same
Yeah.
thing. We
Yeah.
did put it out there. -0.5, +100 second period. Yeah.
Well, this is slowly ruining my full betting strategy because I was hoping Blues win this thing so I get a good adjusted price on Colorado and they'd maybe roll off 4 straight or 4 of the next 5. But
I don't know. This version of Colorado, I don't want to say that they give them the cup right now, but when they're doing this night in and night out, this is a Blues team. This is not Nashville anymore with the third goalie in net. This is a pretty good Blues team that's had a great record since the start of April, and the score is downright flattering right now for the St. Louis Blues.
to use the old phrase, they came to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and they ran out of bubblegum.
Yeah.
So.
It's a great saying, yeah. Oh, that is. And look, it's a team that's sick and tired of losing in either the first or second round
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
This is an albatross. This is their exercise demon series, Colorado, because they've never been past the second round under Nate McKinnon and
Right.
Rantanen and Landeskog and this core. Yeah. They mean business here, and that St. Louis. The St. Louis just needs spectacular superhuman out at Binnington.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder. We talked about obviously Toronto. We talked about obviously Edmonton. Do you think having teams like that in the league kind of gave some momentum to say Florida, who hadn't won a series since '96, or Colorado, who hadn't been out of the second round since the old Patrick Waugh, Joe Sakic days? Hey, let's not have our franchise get into these kind of scenarios and situations. Let's take care of business. I always talk about that when you see series end.
No.
I always not so much this year because we saw 5 Game 7s, but usually when you see a team get a sweep or a team in the series in 5, and I've always said, wow, I look to play those other teams that are in elimination spots to clinch their series. They don't want to have to wait around and get beat up and play 2 more extra games when they'll have to wrap things up. And you tend to, I guess this year was different because most of the teams went 7 games, but on an average year, if you were to see 1 or 2 sweeps, then you tend to see another series into 5, another series into 6, because everybody's thinking, hey, we don't want our opponent to get too much rest. We want to take care of business as quick as we can so we can keep things moving forward.
Yeah. All right, Andrew, here's your chance. I can tell after that way that Rangers-Penguins series ended, you're sick and tired of this Rangers team. You're fucking done with them. I want this shit to end. It's kind of the way I felt about Dallas watching Game 7 against Cal. I'm sick of this Dallas team. They have no business winning this series. Get them out. Get them out. Get them out. Get them out of the playoffs. I'm sick of them. And thankfully, Calgary survived. I get that sense going into this Rangers-Carolina series. My Dallas Stars are your New York Rangers here, Andrew. Get them out. I'm done. I'm sick of them. They were lucky as shit to get past Pittsburgh. Get them out. Am I right?
100%, man. Just the thing is New York, I think, is capable of more than what we saw. You know, they're better than what we saw, but I guess you could, someone replied back to my tweet. This is why I hate when people bring up Money Puck on Twitter, because I only really do it when I lose. But I mean, those expected goal numbers were just crazy. But
those are off the charts, one-sided. Yep.
Yeah, but I was on a Sports Map radio earlier, and they were asking me okay, so what do you think of the series? And I said Carolina in 6, and they were like, okay, so you think Carolina's going to win 1 road game? And I was like, yeah, I think that they're really good at home because they really do well with mismatches, and Rod the Bod does a great job with the last change. But I got to also give credit to Boston. at home with Marchand, Bergeron, Pasta. Think about it. Those guys carried at home, right? Like they played very, very, very well at home. Like if it wasn't for those guys stepping up, the Boston Bruins were nothing without their top guys. So unless Kreider, Zibanejad, and those guys can go off too, then I really think Carolina can steal one on the road because there's just too much. What I love about Carolina is that there's just the average hockey fan doesn't even know half their roster or even 3 guys on their roster.
Right.
It's not like they've got Panarin. They don't have Kreider. They don't have Shesterkin. You know what I mean? Like that's what's cool about this team. Why I've kind of gotten behind them is just because there's got like several guys that work their asses off that can score. And you know, Shesterkin's great, but we'll see what happens when he gets peppered by shots again because Pittsburgh peppered him, and I think we're going to see Carolina pepper him.
Yep. And I think for the Rangers, look, 2 teams that were very kind to me in the first round, Carolina series bet, Rangers series bet, cashed both, happy about that. And I knew obviously I'm going to have to pick one in this second round. Can't bet both teams anymore. And, you know, for me, I'm not going against Carolina's, you know, I've been buying into the team from day one this year. Who picked Colorado Carolina Cup final? I did. Yeah, I know you did too, Andrew. I'm going to ride or die with the Storm Surge. You know, that's what I'm going to do.
What do you think about the price though, Ian? Like it's gotten shot up. Like I don't think I'd put my money on that, like on that series price just because it's gotten so steep. That's why I took him in 6. Like I understand the numbers.
Did you take minus 1.5? Maybe the spread? Yeah.
Not behind it. I'm obviously paying less juice for it, less gains, but like I don't know. I didn't like how it got shot up so high.
I think that's going to be a series where you'll have plenty of chances to bet either side at a plus price. I think it's going to be tight early, and then but one team pulls. I think Carolina pulls away with it late. Like I said, I think Carolina could go 7 games because Carolina, for what it's worth, even though in the last year and a half they played well against them, they've had a lot of trouble in Madison Square Garden over the years as a whole. So maybe that bounces back in one of those games, and Rangers can make it a series.
Yeah. If I want to put a tape in the machine to teach kids how to play a perfect period as a team, I'm popping in this second period for Colorado. I mean, this is fucking unbelievable. There's been one wave after another this whole period for the Avs. Unbelievable. I mean, it's just one wave. It's one attacking wave of furious pressure after another. It's been that way for 15 straight minutes in this period. And it's just relentless. It's a wonder St. Louis is still 1 shot away from tying this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, am I ever glad I split it up with them. I mean, I was initially just going to go full game, and I'm like, wait a minute, I should do a first period here. Did that go in, or did that hit the post? It looked like from the naked eye it might have went in.
Yeah, they're gonna review that next whistle.
Listen for the horn. That's what they do. If the video review crew in Toronto looks at it and sees that it goes in, they'll blow the horn in the arena. I don't think we're going to hear it, though. They probably would have seen it by now. Yeah, it probably did stay out. Another post then, probably.
What's 5 now?
Yeah. Look at this. It's a fucking onslaught, man. Josh got to be enjoying this. Yeah. Except we wish we'd finished a few more of these chances. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Honestly, this is what I expected from them. Right now, they've just been so motivated. You know, I follow the team pretty close.
All the quotes that they really want a second round, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it all started last year when they got knocked out, and McKinnon had that quote in the post game about been in the league. Was it 8 years? Haven't won shit.
Haven't won shit.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it started like pretty much right then, where the team has been on a mission ever since that moment.
Yeah. Wow. This is impressive, man. This whole period, it's like it's been in front of Binnington's face, the puck, the whole period. Yeah. Essentially, yeah.
Just like a bunch of like flies at a barbecue, you know what I mean? Just
get
out of here. But I think, you know, going back to that Colorado Carolina series, New York Carolina series real quick. I
haven't met a single solitary soul like in New York, and it's not like New York's chopped liver. It's amazing to me.
Yeah. I always have this thing with I'm born and raised here, so I'm not a New York guy, but for me, it's just like whenever like the Knicks or the Rangers, when those teams are in the playoffs, I don't know, there's something about the energy in that building, that it's exciting to watch. Obviously that game 7 on, what was that, Saturday? It was was crazy, So personally, I'm glad they're still in it just for the excitement. I don't really have a horse. I didn't bet any futures in the East or whatever, but I think it's going to be a close series, but I can see it 2-2 and then Carolina getting the next 2 and winning in 6. But I can see it being a pretty close series.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's a situation for me where, Rangers aren't going to be totally, railroaded and destroyed by Carolina, but I do think they've got an edge. Carolina with the 4 lines, with the 1 through 6 defense. I love this group. Jacob Slavin, you see the play he made to block the Marchand close-in chance to preserve the Game 7 win. What a play he made. I mean, that's just instinct. That's knowing where, one of the dangerous players on the ice is when they've got the extra attacker. That's just an outstanding instinct, IQ, moment in time, making the right play and decision as a defenseman. I mean, and that's a lot what you get a lot from Carolina. It's just sound, good, smart team on the back end with their defense, make the right play. They don't panic under pressure. That's why I like them so much. And what's great is they're often undervalued because, look, it's Carolina, small market, and there's no Norris Trophy winner on the blue line, but it's 1 through 6. They're all good. And it's, not a standout true superstar. I know they've got great players like Svechnikov and Aho and Teravainen and Niederreiter, and the Seth Jarvis is going to be a big deal. He's going to have a nice career there. None of them are superstars, though. And because of that, they don't get the betting market attraction or the public love. And so there you go. There's your value on Carolina.
Right.
Yep. Somehow this game is still 2-1 in favor of Colorado. By the way, we're on over 5.5. A few of us. Alex is on that. I got it at plus 100, I think, something like that. But I missed out on the Colorado puck line. That's the one.
And 5.5s are coming back. It's right now minus 154. So get out of this period with no score, might be able to catch up.
I'll bet it again. If we get out of this period 2-1, we'll get even better with.
I laid 110, so I'll catch it again if it hits the plus price.
Yeah,
that's what I got too, Alex. 110.
Yeah. Like St. Louis does have to open up, and that's going to make Colorado even more freaking terrifying at the other end. Yeah. It looks like St. Louis has stemmed the tide just briefly. Like finally, a couple shifts where it's just not Colorado just working the puck around in their zone.
Thanks, Ray. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for watching.
There we go. Good stuff. Yeah. Oh, what a save there. Kemper having to make a big, Kemper has to stay dialed in and sharp, and it's not easy when you're almost doubled in shots, and now all of a sudden the Blues are getting a couple shots on the Colorado net. And now Colorado's iced it. That's the dilemma with just, having a million chances and it's still only 2-1. Here's the Blues just one mistake and all of a sudden they could tie it up.
Yeah, they survived that power play too, and then they got the commercial break.
Yep.
Kind of reset.
Yep.
We're still in it. You know what I mean?
Right.
We still got a shot here. Let's get it going. So
Craig Berube is a good communicator, actually. He really is. So I'm sure he's saying, come on, boys. I know it's fight through it and let's get our, legs back under us here and let's keep fighting. You're right. And that TV timeout and that penalty kill, look, all of a sudden now the Blues have they're getting some ozone time. I didn't know what that looked like in this period.
Hopefully it looks like a goal.
Yeah. Because we need goals for somebody, anybody. Yeah. We got lots of time, though. I mean, are we really panicking here 2-1? I mean, we've seen these third periods explode all playoffs. Yeah.
Like Jersey Jerry says, it was always the third period over.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially because the Blues, with all the defending they've done, they could tire out a little bit. It's a thin air altitude as well. When you're defending, the Colorado team total over might be a look in the third as well, going into the third. Especially because if St. Louis is trailing, guess what? Net empty. I'm going to probably look at that too. Colorado team total specifically. Ryan O'Reilly's been once again the best forward tonight for the Blues. Outstanding. He had the close chance just a minute ago. The O'Reilly hockey business is even better than the car parts business. Yeah.
All right. I'll hang out with you guys at the end of this period. Then I'll be taking on off, kind of winding down a little bit.
All right, cool. I'll actually, you know what? But before you go, I did want to play
I
this.
don't want to leave you alone.
Oh, there we go. I'll mute that for a sec. But we'll play this. We wanted to play the one of the Dave Mishkin moments. This was the Shen goal to beat the Leafs. I did the impression of him earlier.
Point Cirelli, center point Chernak, shoots, tipped wide left by Killorn. Rebound to Marner. He'll float it out to center ice. Matthews fell down and it's taken away by Hagel. Back across the Toronto line. Hagel with the left circle. Hagel put it in front. Killorn shoots, save made. Rebound point. Score! Score! Brayden Point! Brayden Point! We're going to have a game 7! Brayden Point wins game 6! 4-3 in overtime!
Ian, can you send that to our group chat?
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
That still shot of those Leafs fans is priceless.
I know, just so depressed. Here we fucking go again. Game 7, yeah. And we know what happened there.
That's rough.
Oh, he's had some. If you go back and Dave Mishkin, like greatest calls of his lifetime.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember a Detroit Tampa overtime win years ago when Babcock, I think, was still coaching there in Detroit, and he's just shitting this bricks over an overtime.
They came, but then they had. I think they came back from like 3 down to beat Detroit in one of those series. Yeah, I know you're talking. It's like a whole compilation of it.
Yeah. Holy shit! More pressure, Colorado right now.
Oh. All right, 5.5, so back to minus 115. So,
told you that guy was pretty wild. Dave Mishkin, Lightning Radio.
You know what's crazy is that St. Louis are in this game. They don't look like they are, but they're only down 1 goal.
Down by one shot, one mistake, by Colorado. Yeah, one penalty at a bad time. Yeah. Wow. Somehow St. Louis gets out of this period down 2-1. I don't know how, but they did.
Yeah.
If you want to bet anything Colorado, though, bet it now. Don't wait for the third period to start.
For sure.
Might get one in the first 2 minutes.
I mean, you're not getting any value at this point either, but yeah, it's only going to pick up from there.
Oh my gosh, that's man. All right, here we go. Let's take a look. Get into some serious live betting business here. 5.5. I'm interested. See, do I take it now? Do I get the plus price early in the third? Colorado team total. I'm locking that in actually right now. I'm not even waiting on the team total. Colorado team total over 3.5 minus 120. That's good enough for me.
Yeah,
that is good enough for me because think about it. They could easily get 3-1, and even if it's 3-1, guess what? St. Louis is pulling the goalie, and you got a great shot at 4.
I'm sticking with over 5.5 at minus $1.10. Like, so you can grab $1.15 right now, and I'm leaning toward taking Blues to score in regulation next goal, and then I can try and catch Avalanche to score again. I may not play. That's the thought process of now, because the Blues need to come out and score first in the first 5 minutes of this period if they have a chance. They let the Avalanche score first early in this third period, then things can get out of hand. So I'm teetering with that, but I already have Blues money line, so I may stick away from that and just stay with the over 5.5 line.
Yeah, I'm on both 3.5 team total, and I'll be jumping on more 5.5. If not yet, maybe the first minute or two in the third. I'm not going to wait too long. Right. Just get me down to plus 100, and I'm locking in that 5.5.
All right, guys. I'm about to take on off. So
great stuff, Alex. Good to have you.
Yep. And I'll be back on the regular show tomorrow.
Yep, we've got Danny Ehrman with us tomorrow. Okay. So good stuff.
Good.
Yep.
All right,
Josh, are you kicking around for a little bit?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah, he's here for the whole Colorado game.
I'm gonna head out, all right, guys, too, because I'm gonna take it easy, and then. But
you've got that, and you got radio with Gabe, and sometimes you need a little mental calm down when you're talking with Gabe. Yeah,
you got to get ready for that.
Yeah, you got to get in the right frame of mind. Yeah, good stuff.
I need to get some of those smelling salts.
Yeah.
All
right,
guys.
Andrew. Good stuff. See you tomorrow. There we go. Andrew McInnis. All right. So it's Josh and I to wrap it up here for this third period. And when I look at this game, Josh, I think it's a situation where Colorado, I'd like to hope St. Louis can still maybe win this game because I do have them plus 195 pregame. All I know is I'm thankful I split the bet up with first period and full game, and I'm actually going to come out profitable because they're both plus prices.
Right.
Plus 155. Even if St. Louis doesn't win the game, it's 1-1, and it's going to be profit because they were both plus price. So,
right.
I did that.
A minute ago, where did you which book did you get the over 3.5 at what price?
Minus 120 Pinnacle.
Okay. So I'm looking around.
Minus 130 at 365. It's minus 140 at BetMGM. How about our DraftKings folks? What is it there?
Minus 130 there.
30? Okay. Yeah, so you always get that. Looks like the Celtics aren't going away quietly against the Heat. I mean, we will keep an eye on that since it's intermission with the Blues and the Avs game. I know this is a hockey NHL betcast, but we'll keep an eye on that there.
Just scrolling through the options here.
Yeah, that's true. Ken Carson is kind of right. I mean, and by the way, I want to address Ken and everybody about apparently there's some kind of streaming issues the last couple days. There's problems playing back the Ice Guys show, is what I've heard. All I can go by is because I usually try to go back and look, make sure everything's playing back okay. When I play back any recent show, I have no issues. It's fine for me. I truly do believe there's a group of people having issues because I've seen comments from like 4 or 5 different people saying the archived playback of the Ice Guys shows hasn't been working properly the last few days.
Yeah,
So,
I actually had a little bit of issue with that yesterday, or it ever kept buffering on me.
Now, did it eventually start playing again, or was it just constant buffering?
I never got to finish the show. I was too busy at work. That's how I got stuck behind it in the first place.
Right.
But it was right in the middle of the show. It started buffering on me, and then it cleared up or whatever. But I never got to finish it. But at some point it cleared up and it was working fine again.
There you go. Miami's going to put the finishing touches on a Game 1 win, 118-107. $41 points for Jimmy Butler. I should have known he would have been a good prop. I know I already cashed with Tyler Hero. I'm happy about that, but
I don't know.
Okay, Chrono Kenny, this is very important. And anybody that's I noticed that too. You're not seeing things. It's not a figment of your imagination. YouTube does not put the video, the show we do that day. Like let's say today's show, Tuesday. Oftentimes you will not see it in the archives of when you click videos for the Ice Guys channel. You won't see it till the next day for some reason. I don't know why that is. I've asked YouTube about it. They never fucking get back to me, which is not surprising. And all I can do is what I will do is I can post the link maybe of that day's Ice Guys show, the exact YouTube link on the comments section of the show from the previous day. And that way, if you can't find it the day of the show to watch, you will at least see the link of that video on the video from the show from the previous day in the comments. I might start doing that. And also keep in mind, I post the link on Twitter at Bobano every day for the Ice Guys show. Every day. So if you can't find that particular episode of the show for that day on the YouTube channel for whatever reason, you can go to Twitter at Bobano. Every day we go live, 2 p.m. Eastern through the week or 12 p.m. Eastern on the weekends. I post the link, the exact YouTube URL, site URL for that show and that video. So make sure you go there if you can't find it on YouTube as well. My Twitter, we post at Bobano. I post it every day there. So there you go. There's your workarounds if you have issues finding it. Yeah. Like, look, if you go at Chrono Kenny, if you go to my Twitter at Bobano today, you'll scroll down and you'll see Tune In Live at 2:00 p.m. ET for the Ice Guys. And there it is. That video, youtube.com. You see the video. That's the URL to the episode for today, for Tuesday, May 17. You just click that and you will find it. right there. Hopefully it doesn't have the buffering issues there, because I actually just clicked it and I noticed it did buffer for a few seconds, but it did eventually start playing. So there you go. Hopefully that clears it up. All I can say is people, the viewers and the listeners that asked me about this, I haven't done anything different than I've done for the last, 2 years, 3 years doing this show. I just create the link on StreamYard. We go into the studio, we hit record live, and it's broadcast live, and we end the broadcast, and nothing at all has changed in that regard. So in terms of how I can fix it, I'm not sure how I can fix these issues. I think these are internal YouTube issues, and it's up to them or me to. I try to contact them, and they never get back to me on any of this shit. So it's like they don't even have a clue what's going on with this. So, and I know people, and I know I'm with the situation with the video from this day, like today's show, not showing up for 24 hours. That has happened for me as well. That's not just people out there having that issue. Can we get your pod on any other Spotify, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts? I'm trying to rhyme off all the platforms we're on, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah, it's definitely, I think, a YouTube issue. Yep. And always remember, if you cannot for whatever reason find the episode you're looking for, specifically the one we did that same day, go to my YouTube or go to my Twitter account, @Bobano, and you will see the link there. There we go. Hopefully that addresses that. But I wanted to, because it was a lot, more than enough comments where I'm like, I got to try to help these people, everybody out, and see if we can fix this. So there we go. All right, back to the betcast. Josh, third period, is there anything you're interested in betting, or are you just going to ride this out as an Avs fan?
No, I'm interested. I like the Avs team total or the puck line. I like either of them. They're both at minus 130 is kind of the books that I play on is the prices right now. I'm not big on laying juice. That's how I end up going with Avs and over 5.5 to start the game at plus money. Minus 10, minus 115 would be better, something like that. But I think there's a good chance they score an early one and all that is gone. If for some reason they don't and it gets 5-6 minutes in, then I'm probably pull the trigger at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ken, yes, glad I could help. You'll see it today. Tune in live at 2:00 p.m. ET for the Ice Guys, Tuesday, May 17. And you just click that link. And same thing with tomorrow. Right before we go live tomorrow on Wednesday, May 18, 2 p.m. Eastern, I'll post the exact same link. Tune in live, same tweet. Tune in live at 2 p.m. Eastern. I'll have the youtube.com URL to that show for tomorrow on Twitter, @Bobano, in a tweet. And there you go. You can click that and you'll find the show for that day if you cannot find it on the YouTube channel. There you go. Hopefully that gets everybody straightened out and avoids the issues.
Yeah. Give me 1 sec real quick, Ian. I'll be right back again.
All right, cool. Yeah, so it is a final with the NBA game. Miami won 118-107, so they take game one there. I'm already on Colorado, team total over 3.5, third period, or obviously full game, rest of the game. Colorado team total over 3.5, minus 120. I will be looking at 5.5 for the full game over as well, but we're going to wait for maybe a couple minutes. Maybe we get a couple minutes of no goals in the third, and we'll end up getting in on it. Because the way I see it, I don't want to be stuck with it's just St. Louis plus 195. I don't feel confident in that. The one thing you can maybe hold out some kind of hope for with the St. Louis Blues is the fact that they've been absolutely dominated, especially in that second period, and they're still only down by 1 goal. That's actually a positive for St. Louis, that they are still just 1 shot away from tying this game. I mean, Josh is an Avs fan, and I know he's probably thinking it right now. It's still kind of unsettling that with this great 40 minutes they put on the board, the Colorado Avalanche, it's a 1-goal hockey game.
Right. On one side, I feel confident. I feel like it's going to be more of the same, and I could see him getting 2 or 3 goals in this period and putting them away. But on the other hand, All it takes is that one lucky bounce or something of that nature, and it could go all bad. So, like you said, unsettling is probably the word.
Yeah, that's not a bad thought from Cheshire Cat there. That suggestion as well. It's something you can consider at least, no doubt. That combination bet, Colorado and over 5.5. Colorado to win and over 5.5 is plus 135. Yeah, that's good too. That's especially if you think Colorado can win. You could really go if you think the Blues come back and we get goals. You could do Blues to win and over 5.5 plus 675. How about that for a price? If you're St. Louis, this is because you know what Berube is going to say, and Ryan O'Reilly, one of the leaders on the team, Shen as well. That's the leadership group for the Blues. We've been dominated. We haven't played great, and we're one shot away from tying it. Let's go. Let's give this the best third period we can. That kind of discussion's going on right now for the St. Louis. But I almost shudder right now to look at the advanced numbers in this game because they're going to be lopsided here in favor of the Avalanche. What have we got here so far? Not as much as I would have thought, but still pretty one-sided. 1.66 goals for Colorado, 0.97 for the Blues. High danger chances are only 8-5, but 7-1 in the second for Colorado. 15-3 for scoring chances in the second period for Colorado. 15-3. So, if you're the Blues, you're saying, hey, let's steal a game right now. Easier said than done, but that's probably what they're thinking.
Yeah. It could be unsettling for the players too right now.
Yep.
That feeling that, we should have this one in the bag with the way we've been playing, but we don't.
Right. Yep.
Maybe start tightening up a little bit in the third period.
Well, we'll see if they can. Colorado can't be. This is where, all these teams, Josh, there's a theme with them. The Leafs, the Flames, the Oilers, and Colorado to a certain extent. All these teams that have been miserable, disappointing, bounced out early in the first or second round playoff teams the last few years. They haven't been able to respond to this kind of adversity where we're dominating the game. We're absolutely all over them, and we're only up one, and you get down on yourself a little bit. And that's when you start, being cautious, trying to, be too cute, trying to make, avoid making mistakes, scared to make a play a little bit. That's where we're going to find out Colorado's got to learn something. They shouldn't feel, like, wow, we should be dominating, we should be up, and then we all of a sudden fall apart. No, just keep playing. Keep playing. Show some fortitude. Show some mental toughness. You should be winning this game. You should win this game. Finish it out the right way. Don't get scared. Don't get worried. Don't be scared to make a play. Play your game. Finish this out.
Yeah, and even one step stronger, if you were to drop a game like this one that looks like you should win, these teams you're mentioning, you got to be able to respond the next game, get that game right back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then take the next one as well, get the lead back in the series or whatever. So it's definitely tough getting over that mental hump in the playoffs.
Yep.
Or whatever. For most teams, it takes at least 2 or 3 years of getting playoff experience before they can get over that hump or whatever.
Yeah, no question about that. And for some teams like the Leafs, it takes 6 years, and even then they still can't figure it out. So
yeah.
I got to stop with the jabs at the Leafs. Enough's enough. They're done. They're going golfing as of tomorrow. So after they cleaned out their dressing rooms today. So, but yeah.
Yeah, some teams will go to the playoffs every year for 10 years and can never get over the hump, and see it in all.
Washington Capitals even took forever. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. He actually took basically 10 years or almost that before he finally won that cup and got over their hump.
Mm-hmm. And you see it in all the sports too, in the NBA, the NFL, you see the same team in the playoffs every year and everyone knows they ain't going to get it done.
Yeah. All right, so we're just like barely a minute or so away from the third period. The last commercial break is almost over, and then we will be getting underway with the third period in Denver as the Avalanche, they're up 2-1. It feels like it should be 8-1 right now, but it is 2-1 for Colorado. And I agree with Kenny here. I don't disagree. That's how they should be thinking. They aren't down on themselves. We don't know if they're we don't know that though. You don't know. I don't know if they're down. I'm saying I hope they're not, because in years past I get the sense with the way things ended for them, they might have been a team where they have a period like that, and even though they did outscore St. Louis 2-0, they're still feeling to themselves. They're not looking at the positive. You know what I mean? They're not looking at, wow, we outscored them 2-0 and we have the lead now after being down 1-0. They're looking at the negative side of it, that we should be up 6-1, 7-1. And that's what's going to have them scared in years past, maybe to finish the game out strong. I hope that's not the case. We're going to find out something about Colorado's mental toughness right here, right now.
Yeah, that's one thing that everyone always says about sports is you always remember the bad more than the good.
Yeah,
and that might be kind of going back.
It's all mental. All
right
mental.
now. Yeah.
Yep.
Like
all mental.
It's
up to them to go into that intermission and say, you know what? Think about the fact you were down 1-0. You've got the lead now. And that was a hell of a period we just played. Think about that, the positive, the good stuff, the good shit. Don't think about, it could have been 6-1 now. We're only up by 1 right now. That's negative. Get those fucking thoughts out of your head. I think that clouds the heads of these players for some of these teams that have just been playoff misfits the last few years.
That's when a mental error will come.
Yeah.
Accidental high stick or turn over the puck in your zone.
Yeah. Good start to the period for Colorado in terms of zone pressure, though. I mean, here they are buzzing again right off the hop in the opening faceoff here of this third period. McKinnon, what a chance. Didn't even hit the net, though. And that's sometimes what happens when a goalie's played tonight like Binnington has, and you've hit a few posts as well as a team. You're trying to be too fine with the shot, and you don't even hit the net.
Yeah.
See, this is, again, St. Louis has the puck now in the Colorado zone, and all of a sudden one shot could tie it. So this is where you got to be sound with the puck. Manage it well, get the puck out. Puck's got to get out at your blue line, and they've got to get in at the opposing team's blue line. That's what's got to happen in the third period when you're protecting the lead.
Yeah.
And by the way, we know that number is going to be dropping any minute here with the live over. You can tell it's going to end up, it's already plus 115 at some spots. Plus 115 pretty, across the board now. We're getting a good plus price. I'm going to sprinkle a little bit now. There we go, plus 120. All right, I'm in. Plus 120 over 5.5. We were waiting for that. We're in. Over 5.5, plus 120. And remember, I'm already on the Avs team total over 3.5 as well. It's kind of a way of me to basically say, you know what, I'm kind of giving up on St. Louis plus 195 doing all of this. Yeah. Like Colorado's buzzing again. I mean, just cycling the puck, working the puck. Chances. But this is too where St. Louis's blue line. Remember, they're without Torrey Krug, plays a lot of minutes, plays in all situations, and all these other defensemen have to pick up that slack and play more. And do it against this high-powered, high-paced Colorado team in the thin air altitude. And you got to believe some of these defensemen that are playing more minutes with the Krug absence, they're going to start feeling it. It's already more of a load that they're taking on. And you add on to the fact this Colorado team is just playing at a breakneck pace, and they're playing in thin air altitude. I mean, that's really where you could see St. Louis, some of these D-men wear down, make that mistake, and bam, there's Colorado capitalizing. So keep an eye on that here. Yeah, foot on the gas, no brakes, says Cheshire Cat. That's 100% right. I mean, if you're St. Louis, you're getting a little bit of a reprieve right now that you're, still have a faint pulse. No, actually, you have a pulse. It's not faint. I mean, you're only one goal back, but you do have to try to get some offensive zone time, and right now that's hard to come by. Oh, wow. Just as I say that, a couple chances for the Blues and a couple big saves by Darcy Kemper. Oh, my gosh. There was an open net there, and I think Kemper either got a piece of it or it was knocked away just in time. Wow. That's the best thrust and flurry around the Colorado net and around Darcy Kemper I've seen in a while. Wow. That was promising there for St. Louis. Now they got to build on that, though. It can't just be a one-and-done shift like that. Oh, backhand shot turned aside by Kemper. Wow, all of a sudden, here are the Blues now with pressure and oh my gosh, turnover in the neutral zone. Oh, man, did they get away with one there, St. Louis. A brutal giveaway in the neutral zone. See, some of those defensemen tired, mental fatigue, physical fatigue, playing more minutes, thin air altitude, third period, legs are heavy. That's when things like that happen. That was a horrible turnover, and they're very lucky, St. Louis, that didn't end up in their net. Wow. Right after the Blues had a couple of really good chances, too. And Kemper, a couple of nice stops.
Who had that breakaway shot for the Avs right there?
I think it was Darren Helm.
Helm, okay, yeah.
Oh my gosh, chances right off the face-off. Kadri. Oh, Kadri just fired it right into Binnington's pads. I mean, not going to beat him that way. I mean, this is a boatload of shrapnel for the Colorado Avalanche that they're unloading on St. Louis here. Oh, my gosh. What a stop by Binnington on a one-timer by Sam Girard right there. Oh, my goodness. I'm telling you what, he's stepping up right now. I mean, his team needs him, and he's made a couple great saves. And he's got to be this way this whole series. I'm convinced of it, especially until they get Torrey Krug back, St. Louis. They're going to be stuck in their own zone many a time by Colorado, and they've just got to somehow withstand the pressure.
Yeah, with all the pressure in the second period and a little bit so far this period, for the Blues to only take one penalty during that time, that's pretty disciplined.
Yes.
Able to do that with all those chances.
Yeah. Unbelievable here by this this onslaught something. I mean, you look at this game and you think 2-1. Boy, not a great night for the Blues, right? No, they're playing well. Really is amazing here, Josh, this pressure that we've seen. Relentless here from Colorado.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen it at times throughout
all
the
year,
even against good teams. There's just certain games they're just so motivated to play. They've poured it on some of the best teams in the league.
Yep.
Throughout the season, so this is kind of like the type of game I expected. I was just hopeful they'd have more goals on the board by now.
And more separation at the moment. Yep.
Right. But I was
you got to hit the net from that spot if you're Burakovsky. My goodness, another giveaway right on the tape and doesn't even hit the net. They're gassed. They're totally gassed on St. Louis.
Uh-oh.
I mean, you can see it. They are chasing air right now. Yeah, that was. Colorado cost themselves more zone time, and that tired as fuck Blues blue line got to change there because they couldn't keep the puck in the zone. Man alive, it's just a shooting gallery. Friggin' shooting gallery here on Binnington. Unbelievable stuff. Wow.
There's kind of an interesting number right now. I was keep scrolling through. Two interesting numbers now on DraftKings. The draw price is plus 310. If you think St. Louis got a goal in them and they just the Avs can't get one by Binnington,
yep,
that's a pretty good price for third period. Usually, sometimes I look at those third period draw prices. They're usually plus 180. A lot shorter number. And now you could get just over 5.5 at minus 110. Or, I mean, over 5 at minus 110. So the plus money is gone, but that number is going to keep shrinking the longer they go without scoring a goal.
Yeah, I'd like to think at 4.5, 5, it's worth a look, but I do, but at the same time, it's looking like the puck's not destined to go in. But I'd die trying. Excuse me, I would die trying with that. I still think the value is immense. 4.5, 5 when it's 2-1, and these floodgates could open any second. Like these are great chances they're getting right now, Colorado.
Yeah.
And St. Louis gonna have to pull the goalie, as long as they're still trailing. So you're guaranteed to have a great chance to get to at least 4 goals total. It's a question of getting the 5th, getting the 6th.
Yeah. Well, even like if they were to get one here before it comes time to pull the goalie and they're up 3-1, the Blues will still pull the goalie with, a minute and a half, 2 minutes to go, somewhere in that range. You can still get to 5.
Yeah, I don't have arguments with Colorado minus 1.5 as well. That's because you're going to have opportunities to pad the lead with the empty net if this stays 2-1. The problem you're going to have with that bet is if St. Louis gets a fluke bounce or a mistake by Colorado, ties it up, and then you're in some trouble. And then this game could tighten up at that point if it goes to 2-2. But if Colorado gets a goal in the next 2-3 minutes, 3-1, you're golden with that. And because they're still going to pull the goalie, even if they're down 2. Hell, even if they're down 3, you might see them pull the goalie. Oh, look at this. The new Denver Bronco. Look at him. Russell Wilson in the house cheering on the Avs. Ah, that's good. You got to be an ambassador now. You're a Denver Bronco. Yeah, support the other teams in the city. Yep.
Yeah, he's been all over the place since he got here. That's for sure.
Yeah, yeah. He wants to ingratiate himself with the community. Well done. That's what you. That's you want to. Let the fan base know. Hey, I want to be a part of this community. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's good. I like Russell as a person, honestly. He's pretty good in that regard. I know some people said that, he was too much of a spat with him and Carroll, but hey, when you're used to winning and you have a couple of shit seasons, there's going to be some dissension. And I think he was just ready for a change of scenery, something new.
Yeah.
Yep. And you know what? For Denver, it's a perfect fit because Russell can still play. He's still got some good, I think, years in him. And look, they've got everything around him that they need.
Yeah, I heard the other day they said their win total opened at 10, which are you serious?
God. Off the post now. Everything but the puck going in.
God.
5, that's 5 posts tonight. 5 bells of St. Mary's for the Colorado Avalanche tonight. 5 bells of St. Mary's going off tonight in behind Jordan Binnington. Unbelievable. I mean, talk about the iron unkind.
Yeah. It's it could be like that Nashville series in a way where like that game 2 where they they couldn't get anything past them. And then game 3, you know, it was like I think you guys were talking about before game 3 started, like the floodgates are going to open or whatever. And so if the Avs come out in game 2 and get these same quality chances, they're probably going to score 6 or 7 goals with these quality of chances. Like,
oh my gosh. Jordan Binnington. I said this on Twitter about Ottinger at one point in game 7 against Calgary. Jake Ottinger, are you shitting me? Jordan Binnington, are you shitting me? Just now. What a save on a rebound. Now, he created his own mess there with a bad rebound, but man, did he bail himself out. Saved his own bacon on that one. Outstanding. Are we starting to see? I think Jordan Binnington 2019 has entered these playoffs. He was good at the end of the Minnesota series, and this game is not even competitive right now, if not for Jordan Binnington. Wow, what a save. That puck never went in. It was off the post, and I figured that was the case because they never blew the horn in the arena. That's usually what they do when they later see that the puck went in. And it's somehow, I don't know how, well, I do. It's Binnington and a lot of really shitty puck luck for Colorado. But that's why it is still 2-1.
Yeah, a lot of credit to Binnington, but
yeah.
I don't think there's any way you can sustain this type of performance all series long,
and not get worn the puck down.
But the firepower that the Avs are coming with, I don't think there's any way that's sustainable to play like this for a 7-game series and come out on top.
Yeah. That's unbelievable here. 5 Bells of St. Mary's tonight for behind Jordan Binnington. Yeah.
That line's at 4.5 now.
Yep, there it is. If you're a glutton for punishment, go ahead, jump in on it. Yeah.
Way too juiced, but it's down there.
Yep. Unbelievable. There we go. I'm stuck now. I got this pit of my stomach, brutal feeling now that this game's going to end 2-1, which means none of the live overs are going to cash. Colorado team total ain't going to cash, and I'm going to lose that initial St. Louis plus 195 as well. And that is a tough result for me if that happens. Come on now. And I'm already going to lose the over 6.5 probably for the full game. Yeah, 2-1 is not a good final score. Not a good final score.
No.
3-1's even not very good, unless I take Colorado minus 1.5 now, but I don't know if I will. What job by Binnington tonight, though. Really, I mean, just absolutely amazing to keep them in this game. Look at that. What a chance for Saad just now, right from the slot area. And see, that's all it takes there is just one little turnover like that. And holy fuck, man. I mean, St. Louis is still somehow right. One shot from tying this game. One shot.
Yeah. You know, talk about all those bets that aren't looking good. There's one way to get it all back. There's still that draw plus 360 right now.
Oh yeah. Gosh, I feel like I have to take Colorado minus 0.5 and trying to cover all my bases right now. It's not a good way to be, but yeah, I'm going to go -1.5 Colorado, small. Actually, a little bit bigger. Colorado -1.5 +120. And I'm going to go draw +550. I'm going to go a little on both right now. I don't want to get skunked here, which I actually still could. Those could both lose if it ends up 2-1, but I got to believe they'll get an empty netter if it gets to that point. They're good at getting empty net goals, Colorado. They always have been. So -1.5, -120, draw +550. All right, we're in.
Yeah, if we weren't the Avs playing right now, I would definitely take the draw if this were any other series.
Penalty St. Louis. Penalty St. Louis. Yeah, O'Reilly's going to get the penalty. Yep. Wow, I just got that in, and the -1.5 went up to -150 from -120 just because of the penalty being called on St. Louis. Well, here's their chance to finally pad the lead. Yeah. It's unreal. This game is still 2-1 right now. Yeah. Yeah, Saad. Yeah, Saad's had a good game. Saad's had a couple chances, gotten the puck in deep a couple of times. I like the way he's played here tonight for the Blues. Good veteran player. You know, he's he's had a lot of miles on his career now, but he's still a very impactful player, especially at this time of year. He seems to be someone that can help your team. Definitely at playoff time.
Yeah, he has that championship experience with the Blackhawks.
Yep, no question. No question. And he's someone that can help you out this time of year.
Yeah, I was excited when the Avs got him last year. Kind of disappointed they didn't keep him, but I think they've managed all right.
Yes. All right, so here we go, Josh. This is a big chance for the Avalanche to take one big step toward winning this game, cashing in with the man advantage here. And that's the one thing we have not seen St. Louis do tonight is take too many penalties. And a lot of the chances and the pressure have been 5-on-5 for Colorado. Now they get a power play chance. So here they go with a key power play with 6 minutes to go here. Yeah, 7 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, this is the first power play that the Avs have had since the first period. It's only the second power play tonight for Colorado. It's amazing. They're gaining zone entry at will at 5-on-5. 2 cracks to get zone entry with the power play, and they can't get in. Isn't this the most bizarre shit you've ever seen yet? See, now because it's a power play, you have to think extra hard about how do we get the puck in now?
Yeah, and settle it down.
Yeah, overthinking it. Yeah.
That's the difference. On 5-on-5, they're just rushing in and firing.
Yeah.
The power play, they want to get it in and settle it right away.
Yeah.
So trying to be too methodical.
Yeah. St. Louis is just, look at that. They've got Colorado really having a tough time just gaining zone entry right now. Look at that. Easy clear. This is a terrible power play for Colorado. Wow. Talk about not taking advantage of this chance. And talk about St. Louis. Now, this is potential danger now. They're going to get a little momentum if they kill this off. A little adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is now only the first time that they're setting up here in Colorado. See, look at that shot over top of the net. That's a product of a goalie that's dialed in. Again, trying to be too perfect with the shot. Trying to fire a seed into the top corner. Penalty here to Colorado, I think. Devon Taves holding, yep. And here we go. Now it's really oh my gosh, here we go. And I do have the draw, plus 550. That's suddenly got a little life to it now. Power play coming up for the Blues. This is just absolutely remarkable shit in this game. Thanks to Jordan Binnington. All right, so big clear there for Colorado. O'Reilly Auto Parts trying to take it into the zone. Minute 20 to go, and now the Blues will have a chance to set up. This is unbelievable. We're at a point now. Blues have a power play, chance to tie it with all the pressure the Avs have had. What a shot block there. That's how you win in the play. What a shot block. What a excellent job. I think that was Eric Johnson. That's why Eric Johnson's in the lineup for this. That's why he's still a valuable defenseman. Pays the goddamn price to help his team win.
Yeah, he's been paying that price every year. By this time of the season, he's never healthy.
I know. That's probably why he gets injured. He's fearlessly blocking. I mean, that's if you take those pucks in the wrong place where it's no padding, no protection. I mean, that's right away a devastating injury that's going to be out for a while. Dennis Garcia going for it, swinging for those damn fences, 16-1, plus 1650, St. Louis money line. Oh. Wow, what a time for the Avs penalty kill. Look, well, nope. Let's see. It's a good chance. Wow. Jordan Kyrou ties this game.
Knew I should have bet the draw.
2-2, and here's Dennis Garcia suddenly a plus 1650 on the St. Louis Blues is now going to turn into something a whole lot different after that tying goal. Wow. Wow. Look at O'Reilly there. What a friggin' guts team, though, the Blues. Just fucking getting their... Just hanging in there, lurking. What are the lurkers? Tampa Bay earlier, the goalie held a minute early. And obviously, Binnington's held St. Louis in this game a lot longer than Vasilevsky held Tampa in the game earlier tonight. But, wow, this is I do have the draw. I do at plus 550. So, happy about that. But we still have 2 minutes to go. That hasn't won anything yet. Wow. Wow. That's all I have to say is wow. This is playoff hockey. When you have a goaltender that is going to give you a chance to win and make the spectacular saves Binnington has with a lot of puck luck, 5 Bells of St. Mary's, as I said, 5 posts for Colorado tonight. You're going to have a chance to steal the game. And here are the Blues when they don't really deserve it, with a chance to steal the game and maybe overtime on deck. And we will stay around for overtime, by the way, if we get there. Oh, and a big save just now by Binnington. What else is new? This is a recording. Oh my gosh, end to end we go.
Yeah, this is what we're going to see the last couple minutes of the game.
Yeah. Oh, it's Colorado now. Oh, missed the net. Kadri hit the damn net, man. He's missed it 2 or 3 times in this third period alone. Yeah.
One more onslaught from the Avs coming here.
Okay, so now I need St. Louis now to complete the win. If that would be nice, or the draw. Hang on. The one that's another score I don't need is Colorado 3-2 in regulation. I don't need that.
Right.
Oh shit! Penalty, St. Louis. Braden Shen's going to get the gate for high sticking Josh Manson.
If the Avs score on this power play, Ian, then it's like just no matter how many bets you place, you can't get one.
I've got to kill off a minute 19 of this. Well, it wasn't a scary power play the last time they had one. It was pretty bad, actually. Oh, it's like the follow. Ooh, it definitely caught him, the stick. Yeah, I mean, the follow through is called. High sticking on a follow through is called these days. Yeah. I mean, it's tough. You didn't mean to do it. Oh, Braden Shen's just.
Yeah, that's that. Got to be in control of your stick at all times.
Yeah, that is a penalty. You know, back in the day, they did not call the follow through on a high stick. Back in my young kid is in the 90s, they didn't call that. When it was a follow through motion that clipped the opponent with the high stick, that was not a 2-minute penalty. Now it is. Yeah. What a save there. That's mano a mano. Binnington with the shooter there.
Shoot it. No.
Can't score if you don't shoot. Yep. Rantanen. Landeskog. Through the net. Oh, didn't even get through. McKinnon's got it now. Nate. Blocked.
The Avs score here, the place is going to erupt.
And this is going to carry over into overtime as well. This power, where there'll be about a minute or 20 seconds. No, there'll be 42 seconds left in the power play when overtime starts. Oh yeah, Braden Shen was just he was just going to destroy anything he could find in the penalty box. He was not happy with that call. And we are going to go to overtime. Wow. And still 40 seconds left on that power. Braden Shen's still not happy. I just wanted to go over to the referees one more time and tell them again how much he hated that call. Wow.
So damn lucky.
Yeah, Jordan Kyrou ties it with just a few minutes left, and it is 2-2. Wow. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It was a follow through, but the stick wasn't exactly right up high. I get that. If it's by the description of that penalty, high sticking, it really doesn't feel or look like it was high sticking. Yeah. But maybe it's meant to be that they're going to kill this off here. Wow. Absolutely incredible that this game's 2-2, really.
I don't know, Ian. I still got some cleanup stuff to do around the house. I wasn't expecting overtime for this game, man.
No, I know. And a lot of us, you're right. We were not, but yeah, this is unexpected because you'd think Colorado with the way the flow, the more you saw the flow of the play going toward Colorado, and then Binnington ends up making huge saves time and time again. They have all this pressure in the offensive zone and can't cash in. You were starting to think to yourself, wow, it's just maybe they are going to hang around and find a way to tie this game. Sure enough, they did. The possibility was looking more and more as that went on. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Blues hanging around. That's exactly. They're talking about it right now in the intermission. Yep. They just hung around. They never fell more than one goal beyond. They never got it to 3-1, Colorado. They never got it to 3-1. And now here they are with playing for overtime now. One shot, you either win or you lose.
Yep.
And if you lose, it's a tough one because, you probably deserved not probably, you did deserve the win. Yep. Josh, if you got to run, go for it. I mean, if you got to leave and you got shit to do, you can. I mean, absolutely, yeah. If you want to stick around for overtime, that's fine. If you want to go, that's fine. I'll wrap up I can wrap up the Betcast solo. It's up to you.
Yeah, I just
Up
the
to
thing
you.
is, like, I'm gonna watch the overtime, but I got this little window right now to get a couple things done real quick.
Yeah, you could just turn the camera and audio off, then do it and come back. You could do that too.
Yeah, if you don't mind, give me a little bit of time.
All right, good stuff. And you know what? I got to refill the beer because I got, now that we're having overtime, I got to have one more beer. So I will take a little intermission too. It's going to be dead air. I don't like it, but hey, there's 50 people watching. It's midnight. If you don't like dead air, tough shit. I'm going to have my own little intermission right now. Josh will have his. I will be back before the overtime starts. I will give you some goal scorer props for overtime. That's been a tradition for me now in the playoffs. One goal scorer prop for each team in overtime, and see if we can hit one of them. That way, and you want to pick one for each team because either team can win at this point. So we'll do that. I'll come back. I'll give you some OT goal score props in a few minutes. Josh, if you got to do some stuff, go for it. Turn your camera and audio off, and I will be back in a couple minutes, guys. More Betcast coming up. We're sticking with you for overtime. All right. We're back. I'm back at least. Here we go. Overtime. Didn't wait long for the second round to get underway for us to have overtime. But here we are. And by the way, I have locked in my goal score picks, one for each team. That's the tradition. It's overtime. You don't want to load up on these. You know, there's only going to be one goal. You pick one on each team, and you hope it's kind of like a lottery ticket, and you hope you get it right. I'm going to go with two, one for each team. I almost went with Arturi Lehkonen, but I already have Arturi Lehkonen to score a goal for the game. So I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go with, I've already got Tarasenko to score tonight, but that's the guy I'm going to go with for the St. Louis Blues. Vladimir Tarasenko, 16-1. I'm going to put a second bet on Tarasenko to score a goal here in overtime, 16-1 for the Blues. And I'm going to go with Devon Toews, defenseman. That's right. Devon Toews, defenseman for the Colorado Avalanche, 25-1 to score the game winner for the Colorado Avalanche. So Tarasenko and Toews. There we go for my goal scorer props. There we go. A little value. I mean, obviously, look, I mean, you've got McKinnon 7-1, Kadri 9-1. Kadri can't hit the goddamn net tonight, so I hate that price on him. Rantanen 10-1, Landeskog 11, Cale Makar 12-1, David Perron 14-1. David Perron's not a bad look at 14-1. Lehkonen 16-1, Nichushkin 16-1, Tarasenko 16-1, O'Reilly 17-1, Burakovsky 18-1, Kyrou 18-1, Braden Shen 19-1, Pavel Buchnevich 20-1, JT Compher 22-1, Brandon Saad 22-1, Ivan Barbashev 24-1, Robert Thomas 24-1, Nicholas Obey-Kubel 28-1, Justin Falk 33-1, Josh Manson 40-1. Then we really go with the, Parayko even at 50-1 with the way he can shoot. If you really want to go for a bigger bomb there, Sam Girard 45-1, Nick Leddy 60-1, Callie Rosen 60-1, and they don't list any other player besides that. So there you go. That's what we're looking at here for overtime. Basically, told you every player there in terms of scoring. So I'm going to post this on Twitter now. Here we go, Blues Avs. Vladimir Tarasenko for St. Louis, 16-1. Devon Toews, Colorado Avalanche, 25-1. There we go. Let's see. Let's see how we do. Leddy 60-1. There we go. I mean, why not? I mean, crazier things have happened. You've seen some crazy, unsuspecting players score these overtime goals in so many of these games. So if you want to take a 50 or 60-1 shot, I don't think it's the worst thing at all. All right. Oh, yes, that's right. Colorado starting the overtime on the power play here as well. 41 seconds as they are about to drop the puck here for overtime and a false start on the face-off. And I'm sure still an angry Braden Shen in the penalty box for the Blues. Yeah, he was giving the referee the business after that penalty call. And a good early clear. You know what? It's difficult right now for the power play at the beginning of a period or the beginning of overtime to get into a groove. There's a reason why there's not many power play goals for teams coming out of a intermission. It's not easy to get that sink, that sharpness. And they're running out of time. One-timer. What a save there on a McKinnon one-time blast. And there's a clear for St. Louis, and that's going to do it for the penalty. So there we go. Braden Shen out of the box. And overtime continues. Well, Josh, we'll see how long this has the feeling with the way Binnington's played. This could be a long OT.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. Like, is it going to be quick?
Yep.
Well, like some of these other ones, or is Bennington going to keep this crap up?
Yeah, which is crap for the Avs fan. I understand the frustration. Yeah, it's crap. Yeah, it is. It's frustrating, and for any team that's on the side of, like for Calgary, it was frustrating, and you got to just hope they push on through here in OT and break through against Ottinger. That's what like Calgary did. That's what you got to hope Colorado does here against Binnington. But look at the Blues have all of a sudden some jump because they know we're not really supposed to be here in overtime here, and yet here we are. We still are trying to we still have a chance to steal this game and win this game right now. John Massey is trying to join us, but I know he's in a hotel, so we don't know what the internet's like. But there he is. It's good enough, obviously, because we see him right now. John, what's up?
Do you see me? There I am. Okay.
And hear you. Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah. I don't know whether it's the hotel internet or the fact that I'm using my old battleship of a laptop, which might be playing a role in this.
Could be that too. No, but it's good enough. We see you and hear you. It's a little, the video starts and stuff. That's all right. We hear you. It's all that matters. Yeah.
So, and I have to say that I am not playing spoiler today because I am not at home and I am not at work, so I'm not privy to those feeds that I usually have. So I'm.
You mean my feed might actually be ahead of yours? It might be. Yeah.
You're about 2 seconds ahead of me. Second and a half. It's not big, but you were calling it. I was just slightly behind your call.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Well,
I'm about the same. You're still a few seconds ahead of me as well.
Yeah. Nice to have the shoe on the other foot for a change. Yeah.
So I will not be spoiling for this one. It was nice to cash in on the draw. Everybody got a better price than I did, though, because I did it at the second intermission because it just felt that because Colorado hadn't gone up multiple goals. The lurkers, it's how I described Tampa Bay, and it's how I was describing St. Louis in this game.
And that's what they're going to have.
St. Louis has won a cup.
Yep. That's what they're going to have to be in this series, John, is a lurker. They're going to have to deal with stretches where Colorado's just swarming them time and time again and just push through it and find a way.
Well, it's also the point that I make about goaltending in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah.
Is that the hot goalie is the one that during those stretches of play where the other team is dominating, they keep you in the game.
Yeah.
And can you take advantage of that opportunity? Because that's what the teams that win do. Your goalie keeps you in, but the goalie doesn't score. That's got offside, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And they keep you in the game. And Binnington's kept them in this game. So if they steal game one, how does that change the perception? Colorado is likely still the favorite, seeing as you were getting 335 on St. Louis. I took them on the series price. I just thought it was no respect. No offense, Josh, but I mean, Colorado hasn't gotten out of the second round. So are they worth being a minus 400? Like, got to show it to me. I'll take from a game theory and betting perspective. It's like I have to take the team that's won a cup in the last 5 years in this spot against a team that hasn't gotten out of the second round.
Yeah. That was and look, it was a big price, and the Blues are playing great hockey since the beginning of April. Not so much tonight, other than their goalie. Oh no, I won't say that. O'Reilly's played a great game for the Blues. He's been terrific, I think, tonight for them. O'Reilly's been terrific since the playoffs started.
And Sod's had a good game.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of guys who are logging extra minutes. And, I mean, this is a step up because of the depth Colorado has, which Minnesota doesn't. But there are a lot of little things that even with the sustained pressure, It hasn't been a lot of rebounds. It's been a rebound control by Binnington, but it's also been clearing out in front by the Blues defense, even when they're chasing plays. So it's those little things that play into it that don't necessarily show up, just especially because of the lopsided nature of Colorado's pressure, because that's what they do. They swarm you.
Yep. And they're amazing at it. And look, Connor Ingram nearly stole a game in this building from Colorado in the last round, Nashville, in that Nashville series. And that's why we've seen this movie before for Colorado. Now they survived it that night. Will they tonight? It's probably going to be more difficult because Binnington. I know enough about Binnington, even with a bad regular season. He's probably going to be a scarier goalie to beat in this overtime than Connor Ingram.
I mean, he is a Stanley Cup winning goaltender.
Yeah.
Who is
got that ability to turn it on.
The puck well.
Yeah.
I mean, and just based on the run of play today, he's seeing the puck well.
Yes. That's true. The second and third chances from the Avs, we haven't necessarily seen them all right now. Well, there you go. There was a rebound right there, but the Blues boxed out. Couldn't let Colorado get to that rebound, and Binnington had closed the puck between his pads right there.
Right there. Those are little things.
St. Louis isn't letting anybody get to that rebound from Colorado. That's a great job by them, and Binnington found it.
So, I mean, it also speaks just to the amount of pressure that Colorado has had, that they have so many shots and they're not getting these second and third chances. That even took a deflection coming in. But O'Reilly, I mean, that's the thing about St. Louis. Their forwards defend.
Yeah.
It is a 5-man defensive unit. And there would be a different unit with Krug. But they're covering. You got a lot of guys logging minutes.
Yeah.
And this is where the depth as this game goes on, and the altitude, and 8 days off. There's no rust left on those legs now.
No. If anything, now the 8 days off, if you're Colorado, you're thankful for it, and you say, hey, we should have a little edge in overtime just because of that. The 8 days, they're going to get gassed before we do.
But, I mean, this is also St. Louis closed out a series in 6, and that's where doing that comes in and helps.
Yeah, exactly. They've had at least a fair amount, not as much as Colorado, but still a fairly decent amount since Friday last week. Yeah.
You know, I wanted to take McKinnon to get this overtime goal, but I missed my chance. The line closed on me before I got to it, but that's who I think is going to get the goal.
Yeah.
Well, if you get to a second OT, at the overtime intermission, that market will reopen.
Yeah.
Right.
At least that's usually what happens.
Yeah. They do not leave it open. Unlike the period, like first, second, and third period, many books you can bet the goal scorers while the period's still going, but not
throughout the course of the game. Yeah.
Yeah. That was an unbelievable save he just made a couple shifts ago. Binnington again, and the rebound was sitting there, and then it got knocked in the air, the puck. It's just crazy sequence. Yeah. See, there's more trepidation in the crowd now. The longer this goes, where they just can't beat them.
It's the problem with lurkers. You got to put them away.
But that's right. Oh, bad rebound. Oh, and a great stop. Wow. By Binnington. He bailed out his own bad rebound right there.
Still square.
Yep.
That's when you're having a good night.
Really, it is. I mean, Binnington couldn't stop a freaking thing most of the regular season. Like, it was really that terrible at times. And look at him now. This is like Connor Ingram night, like Connor Brodeur. It's Jordan Brodeur right now. Yeah.
Jake Ottinger.
Yep. I know he's getting to Jake Ottinger territory. Yeah.
Ottinger had more of those types of saves, though, because he was covering up. Yeah. The Stars weren't doing as good a job. This is why I really like Calgary in that series.
Yeah.
Just because the relentless pressure. Another save. Perfectly square, though.
Look at that. That's traffic. Just, yeah. Perfectly square, yeah. Seeing the puck, tracking it well, too, yeah. This is a statement being made by Jordan Binnington that, guess what? I've still got some of that Stanley Cup 2019 magic in me. What's that song? I've got the magic in me or something like that.
I'm just going to say it as an Avs fan. They're getting all the bounces. It ain't going to go like that the whole series. So that's how I'm viewing that, is that they aren't going to get lucky like this the whole series.
Well,
this is unbelievable. This is getting up to the Ottinger level right now. No doubt about that. And just as I say that,
can the team in front of him play better?
Just as I say that.
Right. Yes. Thank you.
Way to go, Ian. Spoiler.
There we go. Yeah. Spoiler alert. Now you know what it feels. Now.
Sorry.
I usually behave.
Yeah, that's true. Lately you did. At the very beginning, there was a bunch of times where Colorado scores or whatever. But yes, Colorado has scored.
I got to get used to the
playoffs.
Yeah,
I got to get used to the holding it in on live shows or whatever. It's a new experience for me. Sorry about that.
There it is. Yep. And how about the goal scorer of all people, Josh Manson?
That's usually my angle, going for a defenseman.
What a great shot.
Look at that. That's one. Traffic in front. Landeskog and McKinnon working. Landeskog in front, got the position on Falk, and he didn't see it.
That's right.
It's one of the few times all night.
Yep. There it is. Josh Manson with a nice feathery touch on that wrist shot. A twisted wrister from the, although they're looking at it now. I don't know what they're looking at, but.
Offside on entry. Nice, kids.
That's the only thing it can be. There's Darren Pang. He's probably like the Blues players praying for no goal. Although he's very neutral in the broadcast, though. You can't tell he's a Blues broadcaster during the season, Darren Pang. He's very professional.
He is. I like that Blues broadcast.
With John Kelly, though. John Kelly sounds so much like Dan, his father. It's unbelievable. It really is, yeah.
And they've just got great play-by-play voices.
Yeah. Like, you close your eyes, you listen to John Kelly, who's the current Blues play-by-play for television for a long time. You'd think you're listening to his father, Dan, who was, of course, in that same position for years and actually did the Canada Cup 87 in this country. The Gretzky to Lemieux. That's his voice. That's his call. Yeah.
All those bodies in front of the net and didn't go off nobody.
Yep.
Interesting.
It's like Panarin's goal. Somehow sneaks through.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they tell you got to put the puck in net.
Yep.
Crowd going nuts here. That would have been a tough one to get to, that would have been a tough one to get past if you lose that game, Colorado, with all those. It's just like for anybody, just like for Calgary against Dallas, if you had lost that game, that would have been a tough one, especially Game 7 because your season's over.
It was tough. It was tough for the Rangers to recover from losing the 3 overtime in Game 1, especially when you think you have it won with the goal disallowed for Edel.
Yeah, well done, Josh Manson. What a great acquisition, because I knew he was going to stabilize the defensive side of it, and then he gives you an overtime winner to boot. Joe Sakic's got a little GM magic in him, doesn't he?
Yep. So how do you guys think? Go ahead, John.
No, you go ahead. You had a question.
I was just gonna ask, how do you guys think this game is gonna dictate the rest of the series? Is it gonna be the Blues got confidence now that they can? I mean, they already had confidence, but do they believe more they can win because of how tight the game was, or is it the Avs are looking at it like really we should have blown this team out, and next game they're not going to be so lucky?
I think both teams are looking at it. I think the Blues are looking at it that they can play better and know things that they have to change. And I think Colorado is thinking, as you just said, that we should have blown this team out. We had to post a few times. They had one fluky goal. They scored one early on us, and then and then we came out in the second and third periods and we dominated them. The game shouldn't have gone to overtime. They got lucky on the equalizer with a lucky bounce and holding the zone, and then coming to the slot. So, and they caught us out of position. So I think I think both teams feel that they're in the series, and I think St. Louis throughout will make adjustments to how they play the puck, and especially what they do through the neutral zone in Game 2. And Berube's been good at that, making these little adjustments with lines, pairings, and just how they approach their opposition. Because Minnesota's top line didn't get anything in the last 2 games. Colorado's got too many weapons to do that. But how do you force Colorado's other weapons to execute and limit, because you're not going to stop, but limit the damage from the top line? And that's because, I mean, how visible was Cale Makar in the offensive zone tonight? Like, they forced him back and they applied pressure on him. So it's little things that we saw tonight.
He was. Yeah.
And so it's like these little things that until the Manson goal, you really didn't see Colorado able, because St. Louis was always a threat. If they leaked out, you didn't want to give up the 3-on-2. So the D couldn't be as active for Colorado tonight because St. Louis can roll 3 lines also.
Right.
And that's where this becomes more of a chess match and where this last change really comes into play. And I think both coaches, seeing how tonight, will tweak how they approach Game 2. And that's what I'm really interested in this series about.
I would think the Blues are going to be right in the game again in Game 2, to answer your question, Josh, because we've seen Berube be a playoff coach. That's, you're right. One game to the next, we've seen them play well, even after tough losses. I remember when they won the Cup. Do you know how many tough losses they had, St. Louis? And the next game, they're just bouncing back, and they look great. Nothing wrong. We just go back and we play. That's what we do. And the Blues are going to know, hey, we did get badly outplayed, and we still almost won this game. We have a room for improvement. We'd like to hope we do anyway.
So Colorado will say, all we have to do is finish, and we've got this, which might be the case. And that's where I think Edmonton's rude awakening is going to come against Calgary. Yeah. Because I just think looking throughout the lineup at the forwards, with the lines, with the defensive pairings, and in goal, and behind the bench, Calgary has an advantage, and Calgary will find it easier to get open ice against Edmonton than it was against Dallas, because Dallas is so organized, so structured, and then Ottinger in goal. And Mike Smith is playing well, but Duncan Keith wasn't. And, I mean, L.A. had one line, and that one line forced them to Game 7.
Yes.
That second line, Danault, Grundstrom, Trevor Moore, forced them into 7 games. What is Calgary going to do?
Yeah, Edmonton's very mistake-prone, too. So the opposite of Dallas.
I actually said Calgary in 5 in that series. I don't.
Wow, 5. Oh, wow. That swift. They're going to dismiss Edmonton. Wow.
Well, Calgary, we talk about Carolina exercising the demon. They beat Boston in a playoff series. Calgary got past the first round. They got past the big, heavy, physically structured team with a good goalie. And now they're playing a team that's not as good. I mean, Dallas coming from the Central Division versus a Pacific Division rival. I don't care if it's in the same province. I don't care if it's a rivalry. Calgary, to me, is simply better through the lineup at all positions. Draisaitl banged up for the first couple of games of the series. Edmonton's got the best player. Calgary's got the best team.
Yeah, that's the thing that scares me for Calgary, though, John, is the Game 6 and 7 against Dallas. They didn't give up many shots. They didn't give up many chances. I thought most of the things they gave up, though, were quality. Very high quality, very high danger to that Dallas team. And even if they only give up 10 or 15, 20 shots in a game to Edmonton, and they give up that kind of quality to Edmonton they gave up to Dallas, it's not going to take Edmonton a million chances to bury a puck like it did for Dallas.
I don't think it will take as much from the D to support the forwards against Edmonton like it did for Calgary against Dallas. I think
five-man
there is enough.
heavier unit to defend than, say, Edmonton. Heavier in the forecheck, that area, the tough battles, the grimy wars for the puck. Yeah.
You wouldn't zone entry, battles for the puck. 3-on-5 was never going to work for Calgary in order to score in that series. And that was the different approach. They activated the D and shifted the D and left themselves more vulnerable defensively than they had in the past because they needed to produce something offensively. And I think Calgary against Edmonton won't have as much of an issue because of their forward depth and the lack of Edmonton's defensive depth. And like you were saying with Alex earlier, I mean, Nurse is great. CC stepped up against LA. But when you get beyond and you look down that defensive pairing depth chart, and it's even looking at the McDavid, Draisaitl, the Corsi figures and the Renwick figures and how they step up against Calgary, but then like Mangiapane like kills Edmonton, and they don't have good matchups against his line, and so they have to get back defensively and work defensively because he exploits. He's never against the top pairing because you have to leave that to the top line. So you have to sacrifice offensive zone time with your forwards and increase defense responsibility when the second line and third line for Calgary are on the ice because you're exposed defensively, and it's a mismatch.
Yeah, I mean they could they could have some success trying to contain at times. I don't think they won't fully shut him down, but Gaudreau, Lindholm, and Tkachuk, maybe they're going to have a little bit of ability to at least keep him at least a little in check. You're right. I think this is a series where your Blake Coleman's and your Dylan Dubé's and your Toffoli, who finally got going in Game 7, Mangiapane, as you mentioned. Those are the second and third line could be ready to do some damage against Edmonton. There's a drop off for Edmonton. You look at that second and third pair. Come on, Brett Kulak cast off from Montreal, and now all of a sudden he's in this Edmonton blue line. You look at what else they've got back. They got an old aging Duncan Keith, Evan Bouchard, better offensively than defensively. Tyson Barrie, better offensively than defensively. I mean, all of a sudden, because he scores a big goal against LA, we're talking about Cody Ceci like he's the next Norris Trophy candidate. I mean, calm down a little bit. I mean, he had a nice goal there, but Cody Ceci, this is a guy that wasn't good enough to stick with the Leafs, who've been crying out for a good defenseman for years. So other than Darnell Nurse, there's a lot of, some good things for all these other five defensemen and a lot of negatives and not a lot of consistency.
Go ahead, Josh.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that was just a good point about like the second, third lines. I think they're definitely it's because it's going to be an opposite type of series. You just went from a tight defensive series to Edmonton. It's going to be an open series, so that's going to open up opportunities for a lot of guys.
Edmonton wants to push it in this series. I'm convinced of it. They don't want to be caught in a drag them out, slog them out game and series with Calgary.
And here's the problem. I mean, Calgary can skate. And Calgary struggled against Dallas. Well, can Edmonton do what Dallas did as well as Dallas? To me, the answer is no. No. To me, they don't have those forwards. They don't have those D. And you know what? Dallas might have won that series if they stayed healthy throughout the series. But, that's also the price that you pay for playing that way in a series like that. And I think Calgary's going to find more space more easily against Edmonton.
Yeah,
and it's just roster construction and style of play.
Yeah.
Will Matthew Tkachuk and Zach, the real question in this series, we're breaking down the series, who's going to win. The real question everyone wants to know, will Zach Kassian and Matt Tkachuk drop the gloves and fight at some point in this series? I'm tempted to say yes, to be honest.
I say yes. And what game does Evander Kane cost the Edmonton Oilers?
Yeah, that's exactly. They're showing it now, that Tkachuk. He just threw him down by the scruff of the jersey. That was it was last year or 2 years ago, I think, when that happened. But yeah, I think they will. And yeah, Vander Kane can do no wrong right now. But how long is that going to continue indefinitely? And a big question. Actually, you know what, John, before we wrap up, because we're going to wrap it up, Rangers Hurricanes, since you've given us a good opinion on that battle and that Battle of Alberta, I can't wait. There's no series I'm looking forward to more than that one. But what about Rangers Hurricanes? There's nobody giving the Rangers a chance, and that's kind of scary. But
I didn't give the Rangers a chance last week because I was just so against how they were playing, and they played soft. But then, I mean, Zibanejad first showed up.
Yeah,
they found some spine breaks with Crosby's injury and Crosby missing time.
Yep.
So there was that also. I mean, the Rangers just won a series in 7 games against a team that was on its third string goalie and was beaten up, battered, and bruised, and now goes up against a relatively healthy Carolina team that hasn't lost at home in the postseason, that is deeper than they are, that is heavy on the puck with more players than Pittsburgh, and that's how Pittsburgh really scored their goals and executed offensively and dictated position on ice. And despite the Rangers' history against the Carolina Hurricanes, with the goalies stepping up and stealing games repeatedly for the last 15 years, that didn't happen this year.
No.
Despite, and it would happen for stretches, it would happen for periods, and both Georgiev and Shesterkin had stretches like that, but Carolina was ultimately able to wear the Rangers down, which they have the depth to do, especially from their D-men. Now, I think also one of the big differences for the Rangers that happened later in that series, Vetrano and Mott back in the lineup, because the PK for the Rangers got a lot better with Mott on the ice. And shorthanded opportunity, Game 6.
Yep.
The speed, what he can do on the forecheck. Yes. And they started to play a lot more downhill when they needed to. And who's going to step up from the third line, the second line for the Rangers? Because Carolina is going to focus on shutting down the first line, especially when in order to win the series, you got to win one down there.
Yeah.
And could they play a bloody first period at some point in the postseason? Because they were
digging yourself holes early in games like you did against Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Right, because Pittsburgh defensively stinks and Carolina doesn't. So you get down 3-1 to Carolina, you lose in the game 4-1. You're not going to get the chance because they can lock you down defensively. So, I mean, I think Carolina can beat the Rangers quickly. It's just the respect that I have for Carolina and the futures tickets that I have on Carolina in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah,
because I have a Carolina Calgary exacta and I have a Carolina Colorado exacta. So
there you go.
Which lets you know my sentiments for the series. And I also have Western Conference tickets on St. Louis, which I'm kind of mad about because if I realized they'd be dog, it would have just not locked up the money at plus 1,100 earlier, and I could have just rolled over from being a dog against Minnesota to plus 335 against Colorado.
Yeah, money line
rolls over, and they would be a dog against Calgary. What I think happens in that series. So it's just like the money line carryover from series to series would have been the wiser investment. But it's so in good news.
Yeah, he's a good player, Tyler Mott. Loved him in Vancouver. It's a great pickup here for the New York Rangers. Just a little bit of everything for you. Forecheck, plays in all situations, can do a lot for you. Can even chip in offensively, but he does other things that are more important than him just contributing offensively to help the team.
I mean, when the Rangers made the Cup final against LA, the people who stepped up were Derek Brassard, Pouliot, Brian Boyle, fourth line center, third line wing, and Lundqvist. Like those are we don't want to admit with all the stats and all the figures how much of it is the puck bounced my way and the goalie stood on his head in order to help you climb through a series.
Yeah.
Which also included a 3-1 series comeback in that postseason.
There's actually a chance we have Benoit Pouliot on the show, believe it or not, in a few weeks. It's pretty funny you mentioned him. Yeah.
Well, all right, guys, I gotta get going.
Yeah. Oh, you got to go, Josh?
Well,
Yeah,
he wants to go to bed.
All
It's almost like
yeah.
the
It's
games
just
are done. The deed is done.
Damn early work schedule.
No problem, Josh. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Congrats to your Avs. They found a way. They deserved to win, but they found a way. Well done. Thanks for
Well,
joining
we got
us.
to cash on a draw in the meantime.
Yes, exactly. Everybody's happy. We cashed the draw. Josh's Avalanche win. Everybody's happy. 100%. All right, Josh.
And it
we'll
went
let you
over
go.
4.5.
Yeah, that's right. That too. Yeah. Good stuff,
All
Josh.
right,
Thanks.
Look
Have a
forward
good
to
night,
seeing you
Josh.
guys again soon. All right, you guys too.
All right, good stuff. All right, John and I will wrap it up. So, final thoughts on the night for me. Just good first night. I like the first game was solid. Tampa Bay persevered again, hung around. Vasilevsky, big saves when it was 1-0. Florida had chance upon chance to make it 2-0, and I said as long as this stays 1-0, that's trouble. Tampa gets the power play, gets the beautiful play. Kucherov over. Made a terrific pass there. Easy goal for Perry to tie it up on the power play 1-1. And then third period, Tampa got to their game. They got some adrenaline, momentum from the 1-1 tie, and they had their best period in the third. And that's a sign of a team that's been there, done that. Won Stanley Cups, great third period, winning on the road. Great job by them. And Florida missed opportunity because I thought with Tampa off the 7-game series against Toronto, Tampa knowing that game one, they got crushed by Toronto. Florida chomping at the bit to beat this team. And you let this game slip away with Tampa coming off that 7-game Saturday to Tuesday turnaround after beating Toronto. Didn't take advantage of that. Didn't take advantage of Braden Point being out tonight in game one. I don't know. It's worrisome for me for Florida. Now, long series, it could still go a distance, and I think it still could, but obviously, game two is going to be important, and I still think this is a blow to Florida's chances winning the series, letting, I think, one of their best situational spot opportunities get away from them tonight here in game one. John, what did you think of that game?
If they don't score on the power play, they don't have a prayer in the series. If their power play continues to look so anemic, they don't have a shot.
Oh, it's embarrassing now with where the power play is. It's totally shot from a confidence standpoint.
And I hate to make it sound so simple, but when you remove your numerical advantage from the equation, how does Florida match up 5-on-5 against Tampa? Tampa today, how threatened was Tampa by Florida at 5-on-5? Florida struggled to break down Washington, did a lot of the damage on the power play, did a lot of damage from the third line, Verhaeghe, scramble plays.
Well, they did no damage from the power play, Florida, in the last round. Yeah.
Ofer was at 21 now.
Yep.
So no damage on the power play. They scored shorthanded a couple of times in the series against Washington.
Yeah.
But Washington
tonight, John, I like their 5-on-5 game early, but in the third period, Tampa just dominated them at 5-on-5.
Tampa weathered the storm for the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
And I mean, Florida kind of weathered the storm early with a couple of stupid penalties, and then Duclair, one of the stupid penalties, then scores the goal. So, but then they just struggled to generate anything. They got dominated in the neutral zone, absolutely dominated in the neutral zone. Florida could create nothing, and they've got to simplify their game because you know what? The ice is not going to improve in the state of Florida anytime over this series. So they got to play a simpler game. They got to rush. They got a forecheck. Florida had no forecheck. Tampa didn't let them get a forecheck because they couldn't get through the neutral zone with control of the puck. And Florida can't play dump and chase. So let's see how the interim coach adjusts going into game two. They were able to do it against Washington, but never did they look comfortable against Washington.
Right.
And Tampa's a lot more talented. And I don't think Vasilevsky is going to give up as many softies as Samsonov gave up in game 6. That helped Florida equalize in that game. And then in the late game, St. Louis lurked because of goaltending play in this game. And then Colorado made more plays than they probably thought that they needed to make. But, you got to finish your chances. And that'll be a focus on them in game 2. And St. Louis will make some adjustments, especially, I think, with neutral zone entries and trying to slow or temper or tone down the threatening nature of Colorado's speed through the neutral zone. I mean, I'm not going to say they're going to clog or trap or anything like that. I don't think they're going to do that, but I think they're going to cut down and limit the angles and position themselves accordingly in the neutral zone. But I think we also saw that Colorado is going to have to work. Landeskog can't be the only one making traffic down low. And I think that's going to be an adjustment from Colorado to really test these Blues defense and continue to make the forwards for St. Louis play a two-way game so they don't have as much starch and don't have as much legs to go the other direction either.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm interested to see how Colorado responds. The game 2 for this series that we just saw game 1 wrap up of St. Louis, Colorado. I'm fascinated. How do the Blues play? How do the Avs, especially how do they start the game after what we saw tonight? Did the Avs say, hey, we got to we dominated them, put the foot on the throat, and don't give them any life? Or does St. Louis, sort of down in the dumps a little bit after this game? Or no, they just wipe the slate clean? I kind of think the latter. I think they'll wipe the slate clean and they'll come back with a pretty good game too. Now the question is going to be, will they be able to score enough with the few chances they get, and can they withstand that? Because it's in Denver again, and they have those incredible wave of attack situations, just wave after wave. Colorado, can they withstand them again for game 2? All right, John, final thoughts, and we'll wrap it up. Thanks for joining us in the late part of it. What do you have to say to wrap it up?
Names I didn't hear tonight: Buchnevich, Tarasenko for St. Louis.
Yes.
How do they become a thing in game 2 in that series? I mean, I hope the Rangers win game 1 tomorrow, but I'm not putting money down on it. And I don't know if you've heard by the tone of my voice, but I like Calgary in the series against Edmonton big. 1.5 and 2.5.
There you go. And to take care of them quickly and decisively. So liking them in 5. All right, great stuff. John Massey, thank you. Of course, Josh was on earlier. We had Cheshire Cat on earlier. Of course, Andrew and Alex were on earlier. Betcast, another one in the books. Remember, we're back next Tuesday. We'll have another one. And if you missed the announcement earlier tonight, 2 Betcasts per week starting in the conference finals. Once we get to the conference finals, we'll have 2 per week, because there's only 1 game each night. There'll be, nice 2.5 hour, 3 hour Betcast, nice and short. So we'll have 2 per week once the conference finals get going in a couple of weeks. So looking forward to that. Of course, we got our daily shows every day for the rest of the season. We got still tons of guests lined up for the rest of the season. Some more first timers are going to be joining us, former players. We're going to get some of the people that have already been on once back on the show, like Derek Roy. Bobby's going to be back on again before the Stanley Cup final. So lots more coming up. Matt Carey will join us again later on before the end of the playoffs, and he did a great job with the breakdowns yesterday on the show. So lots to come with the Daily Show. We'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern with the Wednesday edition, and we will preview Game 1, Rangers Hurricanes, and Game 1 of the Battle of Alberta, Edmonton and Calgary. Great stuff. For John Massey, I'm Ian Cameron. That's a wrap. Another Betcast in the books. We'll see you again tomorrow on Wednesday for another edition of the Ice Guys, presented by the Hockey Podcast Network.